Chapter 348, The Void Gate. What kind of fortune could be found at the top of the world tree? A person became absent-minded as they murmured about this matter. Maybe the fortune at the top will not be any less than immortal Emperor Hao Hai's fortune. This year, the Eastern Hundred Cities was extremely lively, allowing many people to see the prosperity of a grand era. After the battle between the Black Dragon King and immortal Emperor Ta Kong that resulted in the destruction of the Heaven's Will, the Nine Worlds' connections were severed. The world was sent into a deep silence since the five domains were far away from each other while all the experts lived in seclusion. The difficult Tao era had ended more than 10 years ago. Now, the five domains were boiling with excitement, allowing spectators to see the coming of a new age of prosperity. Prodigies will come into being and geniuses will traverse the heavens. This will become a brilliant era. There were both happy and sad folks in this one year. There were those who were flushed with success and others who were downtrodden with bad luck. All of this was due to the opening of the timeless portal, allowing a chance for great fortunes to fall into the hands of all the disciples and geniuses. At this moment, in a mysterious place, Li Qiye's body was emitting Tao hymns like an exalted god sitting in a meditative pose. Although he was only a royal noble, his breath was extremely frightening, especially the inner physique by his chest. Its air was capable of trampling the heavens and killing gods and devils. A bright light shot out from his body as his true fate suddenly became bright. During this split second, an evil energy hovered around as if his true fate had fallen into an evil state. However, this only lasted for a brief moment. This sudden emergence of evil energy was immediately destroyed by the true fate. Under the bright light of the true fate, this evil energy was like an insignificant candle, not enough to reach the apex. After all the trouble, Li Qiye's mind returned from a seemingly immortal state. He stroked his chin and then smilingly murmured, "The fate calamity has finally come, how should I cross this?" To the current Li Qiye who had 6 palaces, surpassing his fate calamity was not difficult at all. The challenge lied with how to go about it in the most perfect manner in order to avoid any imperfections or evil remnants in his true fate. Even those who cultivated saint and immortal physiques couldn't avoid their fate calamity and life reduction. The fate calamity was a demon of the heart, and the life reduction was the withering from the heavens. These were the two great disasters that troubled cultivators. To many geniuses, surpassing the fate calamity was not an issue, but it was an ambitious challenge to not leave behind any heart demons. Throughout the ages, countless heroes and wise sages defeated their fate calamities, but their heart demons still reappeared many years later. These heart demons were a nightmare to cultivators. These demons were things that could haunt them for life. The life reduction was perhaps even worse. Many prodigies were helpless in the face of their life reduction. Li Qiye had very high personal standards. The day he severed his fate calamity would be the day he completely obliterates his inner demon, not leaving behind any potential troubles. A heart with an inner demon was not a good thing for cultivators. In fact, he could sever the calamity right at this moment, but he still used his true fate and powerful Tao foundation to suppress it instead. He was waiting for a chance to slay the inner demon in its entirety. A trembling sound appeared while Li Qiye was contemplating. The spatial area was shaken and a surprising scene occurred. Not only was Li Qiye caught off guard, but everyone else in the timeless portal were struck with astonishment by the unfolding scene. At this time, anyone who was inside this realm, no matter if they were digging underground or somewhere on the world tree, could see this amazing scene unravel before them. With a flashing light, a gate appeared inside the timeless portal. This gate was faint to the point of being non-existent, creating a vague and unclear image for the spectators. When many people saw the subtle sheen of this gate, their first reaction was to rub their eyes. Someone asked the people around him, "Do you see it?" "I see it." The person standing next to him answered. Now, the questioner knew that it was not just him imagining it. The subtle light was very mysterious since anyone inside the timeless portal could see it no matter where they were. The gate was in front of them, but when they wanted to touch it, nothing would be there. In fact, it was never in front of anyone at all. The sudden appearance of this mysterious and fleeting gate perplexed many people since they didn't know where it was actually located. At this point, people stood frozen in place as they stared at this mysterious gate, this gate. How do we go inside? However, no one could provide an answer to this question. This mysterious gate was before their very eyes and well within their reach, but once they tried to touch it, the portal would simply not be there. Many people quickly began to try different methods. One person attempted to store the portal in their treasure pouch, someone else used a supreme method to try to enter, and others wanted to see through this gate. Alas, despite their methods, they could not get close to this mysterious gate that was right before them. The Void Gate. Wuxia immediately stood up and exclaimed after seeing this gate that exuded a faint light. He, who always managed to stay calm and composed, couldn't contain his surging emotions. The Void Gate, one of the 9 grand heavenly treasures recorded in the eternal legends. Many have attempted to find them, but they were ultimately unsuccessful. Eventually, the world no longer believed in the authenticity of their legends. For millions of years, people assumed that the 9 grand heavenly treasures were just rumors and that they did not exist. Later on, many people didn't even know what they were. However, Wuxia was more certain than anyone regarding their existences since he had seen a few of them more than once. It could be said that in the contemporary times, he was the supreme authority when it came to these mythical treasures. The Void Gate was an existence that Wuxia had searched for over many years throughout the ages. Today, the dreamlike gate had appeared right before him. This was the reason for his uncontrollable excitement. He put on a serious expression to gaze at it. The 9 treasures had always been mysterious, and some people didn't know what they were nor what they were called. The Void Gate was just as enigmatic as the other treasures despite the numerous legends surrounding it. Some said that the Void Gate would lead to eternal life. Others believed that it would lead to a world outside of the 9 worlds. Another theory was that it was a path to the past or the future. Its destination and secrets remained unknown as there weren't any credible findings. At a certain spot on the world tree, goddess Mei Suyao stood up in astonishment. Even her holy and unblemished face showed signs of emotions. The legend was real. As someone who came from the Eternal River School, she knew more about the 9 treasures than many others. The school had always been searching for the 9 treasures. The school's 3 immortal emperors searched for them and all 3 came back empty-handed. They never even saw these fabled existences. Generations of wise sages and 3 immortal emperors suspected that the Void Gate was inside the timeless portal of the Academy. Some Eternal River immortal emperors had went in, but they still couldn't find it. This was the reason why Mei Suyao couldn't contain her excitement after seeing its sudden appearance. This is the true big fortune. Somewhere on the world tree, Jikong Wudi gazed at the gate before him as his expression constantly changed. He couldn't help but to recall a certain legend. The Void Gate truly exists. Lui, who was also on the world tree, took a deep breath and murmured. The Academy had written down tales regarding this gate, but it was described as a mere legend. In fact, for millions of years, their ancestors could not enter the Void Gate, so it was only baseless speculations. In a short period of time, countless people became stunned, especially those from immortal emperor lineages or ancient clans. They became nervous due to the gate before their eyes. Chapter 349, Contesting for the Void Gate. Wuxia took a deep breath. While looking at the Void Gate before him, he held up a talisman in his palm. This was an inconspicuous piece of yellow paper. Who in this world would know that this yellow piece of paper was an extremely rare immortal writ, one of the only 3 left in existence? At this time, he dripped a drop of longevity blood onto the talisman while chanting a true mantra: "Use my soul to build a bridge, unblockable by even the gods and devils, to myriad domains." The talisman immediately sucked the blood dry. The moment the chant concluded, the talisman burst out in flames. Before its ashes hit the ground, clanking noises suddenly appeared. A divine lotus law and supreme immortal orders combined together to build a bridge that pierced the sky as it headed towards the void gate. In this very moment, all became insignificant before this immortal bridge. Whether it was billions of miles or millions of years, nothing would matter before this bridge. Once it pierced the spatial sky, the void gate actually appeared as the bridge carried Wuxia towards it. As Wuxia was walking on the time-space bridge towards the void gate, another person appeared. With extreme speed, she also headed towards the void gate and the two of them met. "Little girl, I want this thing." Wuxia turned around to find Mei Suyao, who also relied on a supreme treasure to come here. Brother Li's words are too unreasonable. This is an item without an owner, it should belong to whoever it is meant for. Mei Suyao replied in her sacred and transcendent tone. "The fateful one will take it?" Wuxia narrowed his eyes and then slowly spoke, "That depends on what the item is. I do not compete for ordinary things, but for this. Even if immortal monarchs arrive or the heavens' wrath descends, they will still not be able to compete with me. If they decide to hinder me, I will slay the monarchs and destroy the heavens." At this moment, Wuxia's aura towered. His terrifying glare gave the impression of an extremely ancient existence who had just been reborn. Slay the monarchs and destroy the heavens, such big words. Even an immortal emperor would not dare to bluster like this. In just an instant, Jikong Wudi also arrived with a brilliance surrounding his body along with a mysterious and powerful force. Anyone could tell that he was carrying something terrifying. Everyone inside the timeless portal saw this scene. Countless people wanted to fly towards the gate ahead, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't reach this location of altering time-space, let alone the mysterious gate. Nevertheless, they were still able to see the event unfold. They became quite startled when they saw Wuxia, Mei Suyao, and Jikong Wudi. Jikong Wudi used a supreme treasure to come to this place. With the air of a deity from the heavens, he exuded a presence as if he was the sole ruler of this world. Wuxia glanced at him and coldly said, "The Emperor-era ancient talisman is just a little toy, it's no big deal." Jikong Wudi's expression sank. As Jikong Wudi was studying the Tao in the Emperor-era hall, he obtained the Emperor-era ancient talisman, a supreme item. This ancient talisman caused countless people to drool with desire. So even the ancient talisman is not worthy of being in your sight. It seems that Tao friend really thinks that you are unbeatable in this world. Deity Jikong Wudi's eyes shot out a divine glimmer as he spoke. Wuxia was too lazy to take another look at him as he answered, "If I went into the Emperor-era hall, then I would have taken everything from it, not just an ordinary ancient talisman. Right now, I want to take this thing, be smart and scram, lest I personally kill both of you." Having said this, his eyes fell upon Mei Suyao. He bore no weight in killing Jikong Wudi, but Mei Suyao was another matter. However, if she didn't know any better, then he would no longer be considerate towards immortal Emperor Xiao Shui. Anyone who stood in his way shall be slain without mercy. In that case, Miss Mei, we should take care of him first and then collaborate to get inside. Deity Jikong Wudi told Mei Suyao. He wanted to work with her to kill Wuxia before taking the void gate. "You want to kill him? With a meager strength like your own?" At this time, a beautiful voice appeared. A woman rode a wave in the air. The wave fluttered back and forth beneath her feet like a true dragon. This woman was like a sea goddess, the master of the oceans. The heaven protector goddess. Seeing this woman, many people in the portal were alarmed. Heaven protector goddess Z Queening also used a supreme treasure to come here. Mei Suyao became quite surprised. Miss Z also came? Although others referred to her as a goddess and despite her natural immortal bone, she didn't dare to underestimate Z Queening. Rumor has it that Z Queening was the successor chosen by the Black Dragon King himself. No one would dare to treat her lightly. When the Black Dragon King was alive, even immortal emperors kept their distance. Despite the fact that the invincible Black Dragon King was no longer here, as his chosen inheritor, Zi Queening carried considerable prestige. Jikong Wudi became more serious after he saw Zi Queening's arrival. His eyes squinted as he focused his thoughts to unleash a terrifying aura as if a god had possessed his body. After witnessing this awe-inspiring scene with these four gathered at one place, someone quietly whispered, "Brutal Wuxia, Goddess Mei Suyao, Deity Jikong Wudi, and Heavenly Protector Goddess Zi Queening." All four of the top geniuses in this generation finally came together. Jikong Wudi and the Heaven Protector Goddess are irreconcilable enemies. There will surely be a fight to the death. A prince couldn't help but murmur. Everyone in the 9 worlds knew about the story between immortal Emperor Ta Kong and the Black Dragon King. After that battle, both of them disappeared along with the Torn Heaven's will, and the two sects swore that they would never coexist in harmony. Jikong Wudi was the descendant of the Space Trample Mountain while the goddess was the descendant of the Heaven Protector City. As the saying goes, one's gaze would be especially reddened from the meeting of one's enemies. Jikong Wudi and Zi Queening, they would surely fight to the bitter end. While riding her majestic wave and wielding the Black Dragon Spear, she pointed straight at Jikong Wudi and Mei Suyao and declared, "The both of you can come together." Such domineering words intimidated countless spectators. This was Mei Suyao and Jikong Wudi, yet Zi Queening wanted to take on both of them at the same time. She had such a supercilious aura that allowed for one to sweep through the world. "I am not interested in fighting." The pure Mei Suyao spoke. Taking an unbelievable stance, she suddenly turned into a beam of light and disappeared from the scene, heading for the Void Gate. The Heaven Protector Goddess wanted to take action but Wuxia was a step faster. He slightly shifted his body and used the Immortal Bridge to chase after Mei Suyao, only leaving behind a "leave her to me." Jikong Wudi also wanted to go, but Zi Queening soared to the sky and blocked his path in an instant. "Today, you will not be leaving. Do you think my Space Trample Mountain is afraid of trouble?" Deity Jikong Wudi uttered a cry as universal laws opened up the heavens with an oppressive immortal power. "The Space Trample Mountain is nothing." Zi Queening attacked with the Black Dragon Spear that issued continuous dragon roars. Everyone saw an illusion as if the Black Dragon King had come back to life. This single spear strike annihilated all the bright stars and a myriad of Tao. The face of any genius would become discolored from this terrifying strike. One was a deity while the other was a goddess. One was the 6th-generation grandson of an immortal emperor while the other was the chosen inheritor of a paragon. The two attacked at the same time and shattered the earth in order to compare their techniques. Even the heavenly kings from the previous generations were taken by surprise before their arts. On the other side, Mei Suyao rushed into the Void Gate as Wuxia followed right after her. The two of them both disappeared into the gate. When Wuxia stepped into the void, it did not teleport him to a different location. To be more exact, after having stepped inside, one would find that this was a dead end. This place was like a room without any doors besides the entrance. The entire Void Gate was built by a supreme law that was naturally formed as if it was created from the primordial beginning. There were no dazzling lights nor gorgeous colors. The Void Gate consisted of simplicity, returning to the beginning of all things. There was only one thing inside, a rune the size of a fist. It was a simple and ancient rune, however, even the most knowledgeable contemporary runemaster would not understand its meaning. This rune's head and tail were connected together, the right and left hugged each other while the top and bottom were interlinked. The entire rune was just one seamless existence without a beginning nor an end. It was apparent that this rune was not the common type found in the present times, ones that were left behind by the immortal monarchs. It was born from the heaven and earth and came together naturally. Such a simple rune represented the profound mysteries of the heaven and earth and the knowledge from endless years. Wuxia was mesmerized by this rune. He immediately understood its significance from his own understanding of the heaven and earth. This was absolutely a priceless treasure. However, Li Qiye was not the only one enthralled by this rune. Mei Suyao, who came before him, was also astonished by this wondrous rune. Chapter 350, Profound Mysteries of the Void Gate. At this point, Mei Suyao looked back and revealed a kingdom-toppling smile as she asked, "Does Brother Li want to examine this rune with me? If we were to research this rune together, it will benefit both of us. Is that so?" Li Qiye smilingly answered, but before he could finish, a bright brilliance shot out from Mei Suyao's forehead. The moment it hit Li Qiye's body, he became frozen in place. At this time, Li Qiye was frozen as if he had been petrified. Mei Suyao then said as she revealed a transcending and uniquely beautiful smile that would cause the hearts of others to flutter, "Brother Li, I do not want to hurt you, but I must bring this rune with me. I must inconvenience you for a moment. Wait a bit and you will naturally recover." After sealing Li Qiye, Mei Suyao focused her attention on the rune before her. She took a deep breath and shouted, "Collect." Finished speaking, her 10 fingers unleashed a net capable of encompassing the entire world. As the Eternal River School's representative, naturally, she was extremely capable. This action of hers immediately devoured the heaven and earth. Her long and slender fingers could take the mountains and rivers into her palms. But no matter what, her myriad laws and strongest techniques couldn't move this rune. She did not give up and quietly uttered once more. Suddenly, the air of an immortal emperor appeared as Mei Suyao wielded a weapon to suppress this rune. It was as if an immortal emperor actually appeared. She carried an immortal emperor true treasure that made the gods and mortals bow down in worship. Once this weapon appeared, only she would be invincible across the ages. Boom! However, something incredible happened. Even her true treasure could not suppress this rune and was bounced back. Her face greatly changed as she caught the true treasure, but a whisper as soft as the wind appeared by her ear. Being so direct isn't the correct method. Li Qiye had been standing next to Mei Suyao for who knew how long. He was smilingly observing her. The always pure Mei Suyao suddenly became frightened and her forehead shot out another immortal light. However, amidst the chaos of battle, Li Qiye's finger reached out. This was a finger capable of exceeding eternality, even the immortal light could not catch up with it. Mei Suyao's immortal light was a supreme law, but Li Qiye's finger easily evaded the immortal light and then touched the most vulnerable spot of her immortal bone. Bang! Mei Suyao was blown away and crashed into a wall. Her face became pale as blood dripped down from her forehead. While being completely out of breath, she struggled to stand up. Li Qiye had sealed away her entire cultivation. Eventually, she managed to breathe again. Her always transcendent self, at this time, had become frightened as she exclaimed, "How is this possible?" She was born with the best immortal bone in the world, and it was located inside her forehead. She was very confident in it, and even heavenly kings were powerless against her petrifying immortal light. She had clearly subdued him earlier, but now, he was moving just fine. What shocked her, even more, was that Li Qiye's finger struck the weakest part of her immortal bone. Keep in mind that her immortal bone was the hardest of them all, but she was heavily wounded after just one strike from his finger, rendering her breathless as if she was on the verge of death. What is not possible about it? Li Qiye leisurely smiled and said, "Being locked by the immortal light? I was just playing with you, little girl. In my eyes, the immortal bone on your forehead isn't much. Have you ever heard about a certain someone during the dark ancient Ming era? There was someone from the ancient Ming tribe that was much more amazing than you. The legendary invincible bones." Mei Suyao emotionally exclaimed. Li Qiye's words reminded her of a legend, a once invincible person with immortal bones. Li Qiye calmly continued, "That is correct. That year, the person with immortal bones was a lot stronger than you, he had a natural immortal skeleton. Do you know what his ultimate fate was? Each of his immortal bones was broken and pulled out from his body. Mei Suyao was startled by this revelation since she had once heard of this invincible being with immortal bones. He was famed as a person who was capable of reaching immortal Emperor Tian Tu's level, but he went missing instead. During the darkest times, there were two immortal emperors who served as the bringers of dawn. One was immortal Emperor Buzhan, and the other was immortal Emperor Xuexi. During this era, Li Qiye was the pillar that upheld the overall situation. He spent a countless amount of effort along with the mysterious bamboo mountain to groom immortal Emperor Xuexi. With his grand scheme, the human race's light was in sight. Unfortunately, at that time, a person with natural-born immortal bones came into being within the ancient Ming race, and he swept through the 9 heavens. Wherever he trod, countless geniuses of the 9 worlds would be killed, including many young human geniuses despite having amazing creations. With his immortal bones, the genius was invincible from birth. Countless ancient Ming dynasties placed a huge amount of hope on him. They thought that he could become the second immortal Emperor Tian Tu, so they became his Tao protectors. This genius with immortal bones swept through the 9 worlds, leaving miserable screams in his wake as countless humans were killed by him. This enraged the Dark Crow, Li Qiye. As a result, he mustered all of his might, resulting in him killing countless dynasties and shaking the heavens. After losing many generals and defeating many ancient Ming dynasties, Li Qiye finally captured this person with immortal bones alive. You have a natural immortal bone on your forehead. Li Qiye smilingly spoke as he gazed at Mei Suyao. Even though a Dao bone is indeed the rarest and most precious type of immortal bone, to me, it is nothing. If I wanted to kill you, it wouldn't matter even if you possessed an immortal skeleton, would still break through it. After capturing the invincible person with immortal bones that year, he thoroughly studied the immortal bones. It was needless to expand on the process since one could already imagine it. Li Qiye ignored Mei Suyao and instead looked at the ancient rune while slowly walking around it. While Li Qiye was doing so, Mei Suyao calmed down to regain her usual posture and charm. Do you know what this is? Mei Suyao asked. Oh. You still want me to reveal it despite being under my control? Li Qiye smilingly answered. If that is what brotherly thinks, then there is nothing I can do about it. Mei Suyao continued on, I am willing to divulge everything I know regarding the Void Gate. This rune is the key to opening the Void Gate, and only the master of this rune would be able to become the master of the gate. Li Qiye laughed and shook his head, little girl, you don't know much. Your understanding regarding the Void Gate is still too shallow. Mei Suyao was speechless. She was clearly older than Li Qiye, but he kept calling her little girl, making further deliberation difficult. Li Qiye did a lap around the rune. He kept on looking at the old rune while stroking his chin. This rune is one with the gate, so trying to seize it is harder than reaching the heavens. How about we work together? I have an immortal emperor true treasure along with a supreme technique. Only through our joint efforts would it be possible to take it down, otherwise, I'm afraid we would have to go back empty-handed. Mei Suyao spoke to Li Qiye. Little girl, sometimes immortal emperor true treasures are not omnipotent. Look carefully at how I will take it down. Li Qiye turned around to face Mei Suyao as he smilingly responded. With that, Li Qiye put a stone egg in his hand as he gazed upon the ancient rune. His gaze became fixated on it as he shouted, "Open." He then used his mightiest force to throw the stone egg directly towards it. Bang! After a deafening explosion, the stone egg heavily smashed into this ancient rune. Suddenly, the entire gate shook as the light extinguished. The unbelievable happened, this ancient rune was blown away by the stone egg. Come! Li Qiye shouted again as his 6 palaces appeared and turned into a domain that immediately encompassed this rune. Within this split second, his main palace devoured this rune, disappearing inside. This scene stunned Mei Suyao. She tried to use a true treasure to suppress this ancient rune, but it did not move one bit and even repelled her weapon. However, Wuxia actually used a stone egg to blow away this ancient rune. Just what was the origin of this stone egg? Unfortunately, her immortal bone was sealed by Wuxia. Otherwise, the technique given to her by the Tao bone would have allowed her to see through the mysteries of the stone egg. At this time, Wuxia's main palace exploded with a boom as his pillar of life rose up high. It sucked in the ancient rune, and strange images appeared alongside noises. The ancient rune then hovered above the pillar of life, resonating in a way that lit up all of the pillar's runes. Countless runes rushed into the ancient rune as if they had their own consciousness. Chapter 351, Teasing the Goddess. Boom. With a deafening noise, the ancient rune immediately became stretched as the runes on the pillar of life entered it in order to solve the profound mysteries contained within. This scene resembled that of the opening of an ancient treasure. With this, the pillar became even brighter, and it even underwent an incredible change. Not long later, due to being channeled by the pillar, the rune became a profound truth and disappeared inside the pillar as all of its mystical meanings were absorbed. After the successful absorption, Wuxia's body suddenly vibrated as he felt an inexpressibly wonderful feeling. Eventually, he took a deep breath and smiled. This feeling was great since he understood the void gate even more at this moment. Mei Suyao watched as Wuxia sucked the ancient rune into his fate palace. She could only gently sigh. One wrong move lost her the entire match. However, Mei Suyao was still a peerless individual, so she smiled and congratulated Wuxia. Congratulations, brotherly. You are the first to obtain the 3 young leaves from the world tree, and you even obtained the ancient rune from the void gate. This time, you have gotten creations far beyond that of what immortal Emperor Hao Hai found. Wuxia laughed and then stared at Mei Suyao in an imposing manner. Now, how should I deal with you? Ruthlessly pluck the flower? At this point, his eyes narrowed as he said in a serious manner, but to you, dying is not the worst fate. How about I strip off your clothes? Or maybe I should eat you, then imprison your true fate and confine your body? Maybe this would be the most terrible thing for you. Mei Suyao's expression slightly changed, but her sacred and noble grace remained. An immortal light encompassed Mei Suyao as if she was a transcendent goddess from the heavens. No one would dare to taint her. She then slowly said, Brother Li is a hero of the contemporary times, the exemplar of our generation. I'm sure you would be opposed to doing something so vulgar. The calm voice carried a mysterious rhythm. Although she was confined by Wuxia at this moment, her aura prevented others from having dirty and disrespectful thoughts towards her. Only thoughts of reverence would remain. Little girl, you really don't know life from death. Wuxia focused his gaze as it became extremely frightening. In the blink of an eye, Wuxia's true fate floated up and down as if it was about to open an ancient portal that would extend to everlastingness. He had completely changed. He now showed a pair of eyes that gave the impression that he would devour the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Before his eyes, all in this world became trivial, the heaven and earth was meaningless and all existences were mere dogs. Before his eyes, everything changed. There was no longer a distinction between beautiful and ugly nor rich and poor. What was considered sacred and pure all became smoke dissipating in the sky. Mei Suyao was horrified. She was not only smart but also someone amazing in this generation. In this instant, she understood what was considered to be real danger, ferocity, arrogance, and cruelty. All the prodigies, geniuses, brutes, all were trivial before Wuxia's sudden change of persona. She felt that she was stripped naked to her bare jade-like body. And it was not just her body, she even felt that her true fate and soul were laid bare before his eyes. Right now, a goddess, a heaven's proud daughter like Mei Suyao became a lamb that was helpless in the face of slaughter, and Wuxia was the most terrifying butcher this world had seen across the ages. His gaze could devour all things in this domain. Right now, he was the heavens. He indifferently and emotionlessly said, "Girl, you are still so naive. You still want to use the Alaya Dao to influence me at this moment? You want to become sacred so that others would not dare to taint you, but you cannot affect me. Instead, you are simply asking for trouble. Today, I'll let you have a taste of fear." Li Qiye spoke like a ruler from the heavens above as his hands reached into her dress. "Don't," Mei Suyao shouted out in shock. Despite all of her peerless qualities, she was unable to stop Li Qiye's approach. Li Qiye's large hands grabbed her twin peaks and carefully played with them as Mei Suyao quivered. She closed off her mind and tried to retain her firm heart, but Li Qiye's devilish eyes seemed to be imprisoning her soul and mind. Under the caress of his untiring hands, the beautiful pair of breasts felt as supreme as Mei Suyao's appearance. A bit more was too large, but a bit less was too small. The breasts that were being caressed by Li Qiye's hands were the most perfect masterpiece in this world. They would garner countless gasps of admiration. At this moment, Mei Suyao was frightened with a strange feeling. As a venerated goddess, no one had dared to even come close to her, let alone touch her in such a licentious manner. As the representative of the Eternal River School, her Tao heart was as firm as a stone. Worldly feelings, such as the 7 emotions and 6 desires, could not affect Mei Suyao. The mundane world was like a river flowing by a talc stone, her heart would not be tainted in the slightest. But at this time, her heart was filled with turbulent waves, her true fate was imprisoned and her heart had fallen. In this moment, the 7 emotions and 6 desires were affecting her Tao heart. After playing with them carefully, Li Qiye's hands slid further down, which made Mei Suyao's heart quiver with ripples. A strange and numbing feeling caused her mind to flutter. "No!" Mei Suyao screamed in a panic. This was the biggest crisis she had ever faced in her life. Death was nothing to her. Instead, having her Tao heart struck down by Li Qiye would be the worst possible outcome. The always sacred and transcending Mei Suyao, at this moment, appeared to be quite delicate and pitifully lovable. While she was lost in horror, Li Qiye withdrew his hands. He then patted his hands together with a disinterested expression. Then, he fixed Mei Suyao's dress together for her and casually released her from the imprisonment. The horrified Mei Suyao suddenly became lost in a daze for a long time. Li Qiye imprisoned her true fate, so if he kept on attacking, her Tao heart would not be able to hold out as she descended into debauchery. However, Li Qiye's sudden retreat left her confused, for she couldn't see through him. "Don't stand there in a trance. I am not someone who shows mercy to women, especially enemies." Li Qiye casually spoke, "I'm not taking you because I was just bored of the dry task. If I wanted women, then even if they were the fairies of the 9 heavens, I could still make them submit and hurl their bodies into my embrace. Even though I don't mind forcefully taking someone, but you? You are not at the level that would force me to do so. If I take you forcefully, then that would drop my fine taste by several grades." Li Qiye's words almost caused Mei Suyao to vomit blood. She didn't know whether this anger stemmed from embarrassment or shame, because there were countless overwhelming feelings running rampant in her heart. "Little girl, I have a lot of different methods to employ if I wanted to take you in. I can make you willingly stay by my side as a maid, so there is no need for force." Li Qiye leisurely said, "However, I don't have such a twisted hobby. Instead, I am someone with fine taste. Forcefully taking you would only be a smear on my record. Then, in this case, wouldn't I be the victim here?" In the end, Mei Suyao could only bitterly smile. No matter how pure and transcendent she was, it was impossible for her to remain calm. She didn't care about external appearances, but she was still extremely confident in her beauty and charm. With her rare features and temperament, she was absolutely an unparalleled genius in the contemporary times. It was not a stretch to call her the #1 beauty in the Eastern 100 cities. Countless people adored her, and countless geniuses did not mind traversing millions of miles just to follow her. To them, just to see her smile would be the biggest harvest of their lives. However, Wuxia's words had twisted it all around. After taking advantage of her, he actually said that he was the victim. Was there any justice in this world? Don't feel so indignant. Wuxia glanced at her and said, "It is not easy for the Eternal River School to train an inheritor like you, so out of consideration for your ancestor, I will give you a little warning. If you make a move on me again, I will strip you and sell you to a faraway place, understand?" The urge to vomit blood rose inside Mei Suyao. When did she want to make a move against Wuxia? It sounded as if she was the perverted woman who wanted to take advantage of him. Bang, 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 at this time, the void gate suddenly rocked back and forth. Its light became faint as cracks began to form. So in the end, it is still going to collapse. Wuxia looked at the gate and murmured. Boom! The void gate suddenly cracked and instantly broke apart. At this time, no matter if they were in the timeless portal or on the world tree, or even in the strange space inside the void gate, all were blown away. The timeless portal was the next to collapse as everything disappeared. Chapter 352, Saving the Realm God. Everyone was stunned. They didn't know what was going on, so they could only stand still. The moment they regained their minds, they were already standing inside the Heavenly Tao Academy. Many of them had been digging in full swing while others were in other dimensions to study the mysterious Grand Tao on the world tree, yet they were suddenly ejected from their respective locations inside the timeless portal. No one was exempt from this sudden and confusing ejection. What happened? Many people looked at each other and couldn't help but ask. However, no one could give a definite answer. At this point, many people turned crazy from indignation. Just a moment ago, they were excitedly digging to see if they could find a supreme treasure, so how could they not become enraged from this sudden eviction? However, whether it was anger and craziness, it was meaningless at this time because the timeless portal had already collapsed. Sudden roars and unwilling howls resounded inside the academy. One student angrily shouted, "Oh heaven, give me back my jade pond. I only saw it and didn't get to bathe in it. Motherfucker, my heavenly compass. I only got to dig halfway and didn't get it out in time." Another crazily screamed. "Good heavens! Are you messing with me? I finally managed to get in and had only just started to climb the world tree, yet you already kicked me out? I'm going to die from anger." A descendant from a great power blurted out his unwillingness. In just a short moment, countless cries that were capable of garnering sympathy resounded in the academy. Some were in tears, and a few people were truly too pitiful. Wuxia and Mei Suyao landed at the top of a peak since they were also ejected. Wuxia narrowed his eyes and spoke without any surprise, "Void Gate, I shall await the day when you open again." Mei Suyao simply stood to the side without saying anything. Although she was still outside of the mundane boundary with her holiness, she now wore a tint of unnaturalness. "Cultivate more diligently." Wuxia glanced at her and said, "Don't waste your time with these kinds of things all day. Although your starting point is not wrong, being a saintess is not suitable for you, and it is especially not suitable for the Alaya Heavenly Fragrant Tao." Immortal Emperor Xiao Shui didn't leave behind this divine technique so that her descendants could run around to be saintesses. If you don't change your ways, you will one day find that you have already ruined your chance at reaching the apex. Mei Suyao looked back at him. Her lips trembled as if she wanted to say something, but at this time, a thunderous explosion suddenly emerged as the Heavenly Tao Academy shook while the earth began to crack. "Not good." Wuxia became serious and said. He ignored Mei Suyao and disappeared into the depths of the academy. Mei Suyao could only silently gaze at Wuxia's back as he departed. Eventually, she sighed softly and floated away. Rumble. The academy quaked here and there with cracks appearing all over the earth. The mountains were collapsing, the rivers began to dry. Not only did those who were expelled from the portal become alarmed, many experts of the great powers outside were also startled. Could it be that the collapse of the timeless portal destabilized the academy? A person jumped from being frightened and immediately fled from the academy. What if the academy also broke down like the timeless portal? Then all of them would have to die a miserable death here. However, some great characters also thought about a different matter. Could it be that the divine protector of the academy can no longer hold on? One of them spoke as a glimmer appeared in his eyes. Before this, there was a rumor that the divine protector of the academy had succumbed to its inner demon and was about to destroy the academy. This news created huge waves, resulting in many people scheming against the academy. What happened afterward was known to everyone. The academy destroyed the alliance's plan and killed all of their troops. Along with the loss of 3 immortal emperor life treasures, 11 old undyings died inside the academy. The plotting alliance suffered heavy losses from this battle. They gave away a bride and also lost their army on top of it. If we can't make it, then I'm afraid the billions of miles of our academy will turn into ruins. Old Taoist Peng bitterly said. Li Qie calmly said, frankly speaking, your academy brought this upon itself. You should have made a choice earlier, either find the right time for the realm god to die or let it go back. Unfortunately, your academy used all of its heavenly treasures and immortal essence to prolong its life. The realm god has been rooted in your ancestral vein, but one day, it will no longer be able to bear it. If it cannot maintain control of itself, then the result would be an explosion. All of you can imagine the consequences at that time. Old Taoist Peng could only awkwardly smile at Li Qie's scolding. The academy understood this very well. The realm god shouldn't have lived until now. Because of the academy's efforts in prolonging its lifespan, it caused the realm god to be embedded within the academy's vein. The realm god once said that it will be problematic in the future if it was rooted in the vein, but how could the academy let its invincible divine protector die from old age? With its protection, it meant that no one could touch the academy. Even a living immortal emperor would find it difficult. The realm god, in its pine tree form, was dying when Li Qie arrived to its rooted location. Its condition was much more serious than what it had been during their last meeting. Its entire body was now burnt to a black crisp as if it was struck by thunder, the flames were still blazing. Begin. Li Qie took a deep breath and said. Old Taoist Peng didn't dare to be careless as he quickly took out a treasure bowl. Li Qie poured the already prepared medicine into the bowl and carefully took out a box to take out a young leaf from the world tree. The moment he took it out, a majestic and endless vitality appeared. This leaf was filled with youth that would cause others to feel as if they were 1,000 years younger just by breathing in this fresh scent. A young leaf from the world tree. Legends state that only 3 of them would come into being every time the world tree appears. It is a priceless and unique treasure. Li Qie carefully placed this young leaf into the medicine bowl. Then, he took out a drop of myriad star water from inside a bottle. In the past, Li Qie turned an immortal writ into a cup capable of storing the myriad star water. Later on, he went to the war god temple to take away an actual bottle capable of storing the water. Myriad star water. Old Taoist Peng became breathless after seeing this drop of water. Even one drop would be craved by immortal emperors, it was something rarely seen in this world. He wanted to see just how much Li Qie had, but unfortunately, Li Qie already put it away before he had the chance to find out. Chapter 353, Realm God's Recovery. Once the myriad star droplet fell onto the world tree's young leaf, the leaf began to slowly melt into medicine. Rumble. At this time, the old Taoist raised the treasure bowl up high as it spewed out immortal water, like a spring, onto the pine tree body of the realm god. At this time, the blackened pine tree emitted sounds that resonated with the Tao. The initially dead branches began to send down orderly divine chains, like little waterfalls, that began to siphon the medicine very quickly. As this siphoning process continued, the blackened layer of bark began to slowly change. It was peeling like a snake shedding its skin. The pine tree drank more and more medicine, and the changes became even greater. Eventually, all of its blackened bark fell down as new leaves appeared while the old branches emitted a renewed vitality. Finally, all of the medicine was absorbed by the realm god. Now, a lush, verdant pine tree appeared before Wuxia and the old Taoist. No one would ever think that this old pine tree was the invincible realm god. Boom! With a blast, the pine tree shot out endless green lights into the sky. The green lights were filled with life, just like the ocean, as it encompassed the entire academy. Many people were amazed at the green brilliance up in the sky. They were enveloped in this feeling as if they were just a drop of water amidst the vast sea. Outside of the academy, even amongst the vast territories of the Eastern 100 cities, countless people felt this boundless vitality at this moment. Underground, countless pairs of eyes opened as sealed old undyings awakened from their slumbers. In this moment, many powerful existences felt this endless vitality that was capable of covering the entire domain emanate from the academy. The realm god. At this moment, numerous people were shaken with fear. They all had shocked expressions no matter how strong they were. The invincible realm god, these were not just empty words. The realm god and the calamity god were the two great gods of the mortal emperor world. They did not need to be bestowed titles because they deserved the titles of true gods. Is this a ritual to renew one's vitality? An old undying who was buried underground murmured as he felt the inexhaustible vitality. If the realm god obtained a renewed life, then who in this world could touch the academy? Even immortal emperors would not be successful. Rumble. At this time, a heaven-changing development occurred at the academy as the cracked earth began to come together. The broken rivers began to flow again, and the collapsed mountains rose once more. It was as if the earth itself was being rebuilt. Such an invincible power horrified others, and experts felt their legs giving out before this unraveling scene. Destroying mountains and rivers was not difficult for great characters. However, changing the earth or rebuilding the world was something only god kings, true gods, and the legendary immortal emperors were capable of. The realm god's dwelling changed its appearance completely. The scorched earth that spanned thousands of miles had now been rebuilt along with the other geographical features and vegetation. Seeing this scene, Wuxia stated with some feelings, "This is not only due to the great power of the realm god, the peerless ancestral vein found underground also played a huge role. This ancestral vein is the origin of a huge amount of heavenly essences. Who would not want such a vein?" It was not just mere words when people said that the realm god could defend the academy against immortal emperors. However, it was not due to just its own power. The magicalness of the ancestral vein greatly contributed to this. As long as the realm god's real body did not leave the ancestral vein, even immortal emperors personally taking action wouldn't be enough to destroy the academy. This was the reason why so many different people since time immemorial lusted after the academy's ancestral vein. It was because this vein accumulated so much heavenly essence in the mortal emperor world. Anyone who established their sect above this vein would allow for future generations to enjoy this benefit for countless generations. Okay, we shall leave so that the realm god can rest. After seeing the satisfactory end of his business, Wuxia told the old Taoist. Maybe it is time for you to return the karmic flame scissors to our academy? The old Taoist rubbed his hands together and gleefully smiled. Wuxia looked at him with one eye and nonchalantly said, "Oh? Why are you so alarmed? One can say that this time, your academy has greatly benefited. The realm god absorbed so much vitality from the world tree. If the realm god cannot personally absorb all of it, then it will be channeled back to the ancestral vein. Not to mention, the realm god was also saved. Old Daoist Peng rubbed his hands as he smilingly said, "Hee, of course. Our academy is very grateful towards young noble Li." Then he awkwardly continued on, "But that is a different matter, right?" This old Daoist had patted my chest confidently before my brothers and guaranteed that, after seeing the old Daoist's appearance, Li Qiye laughed and threw the treasure box that contained the karmic flame scissors to him. "Take it, I was just joking with you. If I wanted the academy's treasures, would not have picked the scissors. To me, if I wanted to take something, then it has to be something on the level of the Chaos Cauldron or something from the Emperor-era hall. In fact, I would take all of them. Such an ordinary pair of karmic flame scissors is not worth it for me to act unreasonably. That would be an affront to my character." Having said that, Li Qiye rubbed his chin while revealing a contemplative look. This remark froze the old Daoist's expression. Eventually, he responded with a mirthless smile, "Ha ha ha. Young noble's jokes are too funny. My academy is only a small place, so how could we get into the sight of young noble?" Li Qiye glanced at the old Daoist and said in a relaxed manner, "Not necessarily. Maybe when the void gate opens again, I will have to borrow a few secret weapons of the academy to use." This made the old Daoist's scalp tingle. Although the academy was indeed powerful, Li Qiye gave him a strange feeling as if the academy could not suppress him. "Don't worry, if I borrow your treasures, then I will return them in a timely manner so that it wouldn't be difficult to borrow more in the future," Li Qiye said with a laugh. The old Daoist busily smiled back to meet Li Qiye's banter. Yes, giving them back after borrowing them will make future transactions easier. My academy will definitely try our best to help you. Young noble Li, since the void gate was brought up, I have a question that I have been wanting to ask you. I hope you will dispel my confusion." With that, the old Daoist assumed an appearance that was thirsty for knowledge. Li Qiye shook his head and smilingly answered, "You really know how to push the matter. Wait until that day, then we can talk about it again. Right now, I don't know anything." Finished speaking, Li Qiye turned around and left. The old Daoist couldn't do anything about it, so he could only smile. He knew that Li Qiye knew something about the void gate, but Li Qiye didn't want to tell anyone. Old Daoist Peng and the academy did not know a lot about the void gate. How could the academy not be tempted by one of the 9 grand heavenly treasures? Many wise sages from the academy researched it, but they all came back defeated without any results. The party ended after the timeless portal's collapse. The calamity of the academy was over, so it began to welcome back the students who were previously evacuated. Many young cultivators from all over the world left with their seniors and sects, and many students also left since they only came for the timeless portal and not to beseech the Tao. Now that the party was over, they made their way back home. However, there were also a large number of disciples from the great sects that decided to stay at the academy. Some were happy and some were sad now that the timeless portal event was over. Some were successful while others lamented with grief. Nevertheless, this event had changed many people, especially those young cultivators with humble beginnings. After obtaining their own fortune, their fate had changed and some would tread on the long and unending path of the Tao. Of course, this sort of thing was not uncommon. The timeless portal of the academy had opened many times across the numerous generations and had changed the fate of many people. However, some matters were far from over, such as the unknown void gate. Although the younger crowd did not know about it, they told the story to the big characters and ancestors in their sects after they returned. Those who knew bits and scraps about the gate were shocked and started to inquire about this matter. Something from the legends actually appeared, so how could these big shots not be moved? Only 4 people made it to the space of the void gate, and they were Li Qiye, Mei Suyao, Jikong Wudi, and Zi Queening. However, Zi Queening and Jikong Wudi fought right outside of the gate. Chapter 354. Everyone's creations at this time. many people speculated that the creations inside the Void Gate were obtained by either Mei Suyao or Li Qie, and it most likely had something to do with the Timeless Portal's collapse. After the Timeless Portal event was over, Mei Suyao left the academy and went back, alone, to the Eternal River School. Her actions incited even more suspicion and guesses from the great powers. Many assumed that Mei Suyao obtained a great creation that had a great connection to the Void Gate. The majority did not dare to ask due to fear from the Eternal River School's strength. However, there were those who did not give up and used different methods in order to obtain more information, especially the old Undyings. Li Shuangyan and the other girls also returned safely along with many cleansing incense disciples who were kicked out from the Timeless Portal. After the event was over, Li Qie didn't let the cleansing incense disciples nor the 9 saint disciples stay behind in the Eastern 100 cities. This was not the territory of their sects, so Li Qie told the academy to open a Dao portal so that the disciples could return. Only Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao stayed behind by his side. This trip to the World Tree left all of them with creations. The most excited was Little Autumn. It came back and immediately chattered the moment it saw Li Qie. "Holy shit, I can't take it anymore. I will go back to my realm to hibernate." Having said that, it immediately faded away into nothingness. Its entire body was golden as if it was wearing a suit of armor. Others couldn't tell that it was a worm at all. Li Qie nodded his head and understood that Little Autumn had obtained a great creation. It was like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. It was a qualitative leap forward in its quintessential essence. Sikong Taotian did not come back to see Li Qie. Rumor has it that after being blown out of the Timeless Portal, he didn't have time to put on a disguise so others recognized him. A group of experts from the Eastern 100 cities chased him out of the academy. Li Qie could only shake his head after hearing this message. This little brat stole and swindled from everyone all over the place, and he even dug up the ancestral graves of others. One day, Sikong Taotian would definitely fall into the hands of others. Bing Wuxia also came back to say goodbye along with Yi Chuyun from the Pure Lotus School. Bing Wuxia looked at Li Qie and arrogantly declared, "Little demon, I found a great creation, so I will go into secluded meditation now. Wait until I come out. Then, I will definitely put you down so bad that you would not be able to enter the reincarnation cycle." Pat! Li Qie slapped her fragrant butt in place of an answer. Then, he said with a smile, "You want to put me down? In your lifetime, it is out of the question. Next time when you meet me, you better be wearing female clothing, or else I will strip you." After being teased by Li Qie, Bing Wuxia angrily glared and left in annoyance. Compared to Bing Wuxia's arrogance, Yi Chuyun was much more gentle and considerate. Before leaving, she especially invited Li Qie to the Pure Lotus School as a guest. Another notable thing was that the Lion's Roar Gate left overnight, so it was too late to say goodbye. Qi Xiaodai never met her grandfather, she only got a message from another disciple. Li Qie planned to meet with Qi Xiaodai's grandfather, but he lost the chance due to their sudden evacuation. It turned out that Qi Xiaodai also obtained a sizable creation inside the Timeless Portal. The Lion's Roar Royal Lord was afraid of being followed, so he took Qi Xiaodai and a group of disciples to secretly leave overnight. After all, in the Royal Lord's eyes, the gate was still very weak. If anyone wished to steal Qi Xiaodai's creation, the gate would not be able to protect him, so this triggered the secret overnight evacuation. Li Shuangyan, Chen Baojiao, and Qi Xiaodai stayed behind along with Li Qie in the academy. They had no immediate plans to leave. This trip granted the three of them quite a harvest, each of them found a creation. Li Shuangyan obtained a treasure crown cast from a mysterious ice, so she gave it to Li Qie for a look. After a careful observation, Li Qie commented, "Amazing. Rather than calling it a crown, it is more of a supreme offensive ice Dao. It is not a treasure, and it would be more accurate to call it an accumulation formed by the Grand Dao. This thing is very appropriate for you, but it will depend on you to extract its future potential. Li Shuangyan smiled like an apricot in full bloom. She was not excited and maintained a calm posture that was very lovable. Since she had followed Li Qiye for so long, she became infected with his style and seemed to never be surprised no matter the situation, always calm and composed. Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao were different regarding this matter. Chen Baojiao was a strong and competitive girl. During her time at the Jewel Pillar Sacred School, she was quite unhappy despite being a noble and supreme beauty. However, after following Li Qiye, she became a lot more spirited. To her, even if the sky were to fall down, Li Qiye would shoulder it. Thus, she became a lot more vivacious. Chen Baojiao obtained a great creation from the world tree in the form of a technique. After checking it out, Li Qiye spoke words of praise. This thing will pave your future path, whether you want to follow the path of the heavens or the path of the grand era, it will be up to you. Can I really pick either one? Chen Baojiao emotionally asked. She desperately and earnestly trained more than anyone else, but her talents were weaker compared to Li Shuangyan, so after hearing Li Qiye's words, how could she not become emotional? Qi Xiaodai obtained a grand Tao inside the world tree after she was transported to a place where an immortal voice was preaching the grand Tao. After listening, a scripture formed within her mind. After coming back, she quickly copied it down and consulted with Li Qiye so that he could help her. Compared to Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, she clearly lacked self-confidence. She was not to blame since she was extremely confident before in both her beauty and talents. But after following Li Qiye and broadening her horizons, she found that the world was vast and unimaginable. This mysterious place had left her in marvel. Before, she was only a royal canary in the lion's roar gate. Despite having been subjected to this realization, she did not become discouraged and yearned for change. She put in even more effort to study the Tao in order to follow Li Qiye's footsteps. Her aspiration was to catch up to Li Qiye one day. Even if she could not walk with him shoulder to shoulder, she didn't hope that she would stay in the same place as he trod further forward. This is not an ordinary Tao, it is a divine Tao. You have found a great creation. As long as you push on forward, you will one day be bestowed the title of God King just like your ancestor, someone comparable to true gods. When that day comes, your achievement will be much greater than those fake gods. Li Qiye perused Qi Xiaodai's copy of her grand Tao and praised. Qi Xiaodai was extremely excited after hearing his praise. To her, nothing was comparable to praises from Li Qiye. Finally, he corrected a thing or two for her along with explaining a few mysticisms, resulting in great benefits for her. A divine Tao as wonderful as this was nothing to Li Qiye. Throughout the ages, Li Qiye had seen too many grand Tao, whether it was Tao of immortal emperors, Tao of the true gods, or even mysterious grand Tao from the legendary era, all had been read by him. However, Qi Xiaodai's visible effort and progress earned Li Qiye's favor. If she still acted as a golden canary like before, then Li Qiye would not waste so much effort to teach her. One tried her best to progress while the other happily taught her in hopes that she could reach the peak just like her ancestor, the 100 Battles God King. Eventually, Zi Queening also visited and met Li Qiye in a room with just the two of them. She took a deep breath and solemnly took out a box. This box was locked up with a black dragon that occupied the space above. Zi Queening knew that this box was personally sealed by her ancestor, the Black Dragon King. Logically speaking, in this world, only her ancestor could unseal this box. Li Qiye accepted the box and opened his fate palace to reveal his true fate. Within his sea of memories, a ripple suddenly appeared. His eyes shot out two immortal lights onto the box. After this, the black dragon on the box suddenly came to life and coiled around Li Qiye's arm. Zhang, Zhang, Zhang. The black dragon turned into mantras, and all of the mantras wove together into a page of immortal scripture. Suddenly, this page entered Li Qiye's sea of memories. An immortal scripture emerged in his sea of memories, and a previously erased memory surfaced in its entirety. Next, this scripture entered the depths of his mind. After absorbing this completed memory, Li Qiye's mind held an incomparable tinge of emotion, causing him to softly sigh. Chapter 355, One Thought Creating Myriad Physiques. This heavenly immortal scripture was created after Li Qiye put in a countless amount of effort. It could be said that throughout the countless ages, after he obtained the physique scripture, he had always been trying to create an unprecedented miracle. After millions of years of numerous attempts and research, he was finally successful with the Black Dragon King. He had created a miracle never before seen by anyone else. One thought creating myriad physiques. Li Qiye gently sighed in his mind. Through years of arduous undertakings, he had finally created the most peerless immortal scripture in this world. Seeing this scene, Zi Queening couldn't help but become stunned. She took out this box from the little sea village and was quite surprised because it was personally sealed by her ancestor. The preciousness of the item inside could only be imagined. But at this moment, the true value of this box was not with the item inside, it was within the Black Dragon seal. The box itself was only a ruse to fool others. Correct, this is the essential part. Li Qiye noticed Zi Queening's thoughts and nodded his head. Moreover, outside of your ancestor, only I can unseal this lock. What is it? Zi Queening couldn't help but ask. Li Qiye didn't directly answer her. He only smiled. Throughout his life, what was your ancestor's most powerful art? The Heaven Protector Tao. Zi Queening immediately answered without any hesitation. In fact, her ancestor's Heaven Protector Tao was feared by even immortal emperors. Wrong. Li Qiye shook his head and said, the Heaven Protector Tao is something your ancestor researched later on in order to leave behind something for his descendants. Your ancestor was invincible not because of his Heaven Protector Tao, but because of his dual immortal physiques. Dual immortal physiques? Upon hearing this, she became stunned for a moment. At this time, she suddenly realized something, but she did not dare to give it any more thought. That's right, one body with two immortal physiques, two grand completion immortal physiques. Li Qiye nodded his head and stated. One thought creating myriad physiques. This was the immortal scripture created by Li Qiye after he spent an eternity of research, and he used this scripture on the Black Dragon King. Impossible, Zi Queening uttered her thought. At the moment, she was aghast despite the fact that she had seen many miracles before. Li Qiye revealed a wide smile and said, but your ancestor made it possible. He was the only one across the ages to have dual grand completion immortal physiques. This was his pride. This. How was it possible? Zi Queening was frozen for a while. One grand completion immortal physique was already unreachable. Legend states that a powerful virtuous paragon with a grand completion immortal physique could already oppose an immortal emperor. What kind of existence was someone with dual immortal physiques? Since time immemorial, no one had ever heard of someone cultivating two different immortal physiques because it was an impossible matter due to having only one body. Your ancestor was a tyrant for 3 generations. Immortal Emperor Qianli, Immortal Emperor Yin Tian, and later on, even Immortal Emperor Ta Kong's heaven's will was torn apart by your ancestor. Did you think your Heaven Protector Tao was enough to instill fear upon immortal emperors? Li Qiye smilingly said. The dazed Zi Queening couldn't say anything. Everyone knew that the heaven's will was torn apart in that ultimate battle. It didn't matter who won or lost because tearing apart the heaven's will was already a marvel for the ages. Ask the heavens, who could actually accomplish such a deed? Very few people know about this secret. Even only Gu Zun and a few others in your Heaven Protector city know about this. Li Qiye nonchalantly said. The past was too heavy and Li Qiye didn't want to remember it, thus he didn't like keeping the spear by his side. Zi Queening put away the spear and silently left. However, Before she departed, Wuxia asked, "How was your battle with Jikong Wudi? He is indeed worthy of being immortal Emperor Ta Kong's descendant." Zi Queening answered, "It was a shame that before the victor could be determined, we were expelled from the space. He had already left when I landed outside. If we fight again, I will surely defeat him. That is a matter of course." Wuxia smiled and said, "Your immortal's blood spear can even pierce the throat of an immortal emperor, so a mere descendant is nothing. Next time, use the immortal's blood spear instead of the black dragon spear." Zi Queening nodded her head and left. However, she was still staying at the Heavenly Tao Academy. When it came to attracting attention, she was right behind Mei Suyao and Jikong Wudi. And after the two of them left the academy, Zi Queening became the center of the limelight. However, contrary to Mei Suyao and Jikong Wudi, Zi Queening was a person who trod on a solitary path with a terrorizing aura, so no one dared to go near her. Mei Suyao came into this world to cultivate and preach the Tao. It could be said that wherever she went, such places became lively. Jikong Wudi had the will to rule this world, so he purposefully recruited many followers. His path always had the presence of a great force. However, Zi Queening trod alone. Anyone who wanted to get close would become breathless from her aura. Her title suited her very well. Outside of meeting with Wuxia, she rarely showed herself during her stay at the academy. Although she was arrogant, no one dared to mess with her. Not to mention the younger generation, even the great lineages wouldn't want to mess with the Heaven Protector city. After Zi Queening left, Wuxia stayed in his room to meditate. His 6 palaces appeared to form a domain led by the Master Palace. His true fate inside the Master Palace was like the tyrant of this domain, noble and unreachable as it encompassed these 9 heavens. It could be said that within his domain, this true fate was the pinnacle of all existences, and its one thought was capable of deciding life and death. The Tao foundation built by the Kuan Peng's 6 variants was majestic and boundless. Sometimes, it would turn into an immortal citadel, a divine palace, or a gigantic Kuan Peng. It flew around and protected the true fate. This was different from the previous Tao foundation. Universal laws became divine orders that were able to create a divine world and channel the ultimate profundity of myriad Tao. The more shocking matter was that this Tao foundation was filled with primordial energy as if it was created before the formation of the heaven and earth. This Tao foundation was much more perfect and mystical. It showed the signs of becoming one. It was as if Wuxia's grand Tao was also turning into one solitary truth that was without any flaws or defects. This Tao foundation did not look like it was created after the heavens, but more like it was naturally formed. Anyone would be shocked after seeing such a Tao foundation. No matter how great a genius was, they would have certain flaws when cultivating on the path to the grand Tao. In the end, the grand Tao was long and arduous, and no one could guarantee that a problem would not occur. The teaser tonight is the title along with one phrase. Wuxia remained silent for a moment before answering, "I've grown weary." Chapter 356, One Body Two Physiques. However, Wuxia's Tao foundation strived for perfection. No one was more experienced than him regarding cultivation since he had trained numerous invincible characters, including immortal emperors. Right from the beginning, he aimed for a defect-free Tao foundation. After basking in the worldly prime liquid, his Tao foundation was refined even further, causing it to head towards a natural Tao foundation that was formed by the world itself. Without this liquid, his Tao foundation would still have blemishes despite being near perfect. Maybe one day, it would become one with the grand Tao through a natural process. Not to mention that it was also filled with the primordial chaos that only existed before the creation of the heaven and earth. This primordial force tore apart all things to create a new 6 Tao and 3,000 worlds. The Kuan Peng that was formed by this Tao foundation was flying around as the primordial force cascaded downward like a waterfall. The endless primordial chaos was like an ocean that drowned the true fate. This was no longer the Kuan-Peng's 6 variants, since the Kuan-Peng had undergone a qualitative change. It should be called a primordial Kuan-Peng, something much stronger than what it was previously. An immortal scripture appeared in his sea of memories. This was the one thought creating myriad physiques created by him, the embodiment of all of his past efforts. At this moment, the immortal scripture turned into mantras that hovered around the dazzling true fate that was swallowing an endless amount of worldly energy. The life wheel also appeared and started to rotate as longevity blood in the shape of dragons began to flow. All of these things combined into one as the true fate began to communicate with the 4 images within the palace. At this very second, the 4 images resonated together in a response. The tree of life fluttered as countless leaves that were filled with vitality radiated green lights that eventually entered the longevity blood and the worldly energy in order to give it the power of life. The spring of life shot out a stream of water more than 3,000 miles long that flooded the longevity blood and worldly energy as if it was nourishing a new source of life. Grand Tao runes appeared on top of the pillar of life. Countless runes soared forward to embed the meaning of the heavens and myriad signs of life into this new source of life in order to form a new universal law. Finally, the cauldron of life poured down fire endowed with vitality. It was not meant to burn, it was meant to grow. At this moment, the combination of the longevity blood and worldly energy came together like a newly crafted piece of ceramic with the help of the fire solidifying it. Clank, clank, clank. During this whole refining process, Wuxia's inner physique by his chest emitted a brilliance that was created by universal laws. These universal laws locked the new creation together and connected it to his inner physique. In just a brief moment, these laws allowed for the inner physique, the true fate, and the body to link together to become one. At this moment, Wuxia's body emitted a blinding light that illuminated the whole room. One could see that his bones, muscles, and even his blood were all engraved with complex and enormous heavenly Tao runes. It was as if these runes were the true origin of his flesh. Clank. The endless light came crashing down as the inner physique, the true fate, and the body became one. The longevity blood and the worldly energy condensed into one as it devoured the endless lights. These lights that carried the mark of his body were swallowed and engraved into this new essence. After a long time, this new essence escaped from his fate palace and was also pulled by the universal laws into Wuxia's chest. Wuxia's hell-suppressing inner physique was no longer situated in his entire chest, instead, it moved to the side to make some room. Next, an unbelievable thing happened. The newly crafted essence began to take the form of a new inner physique. It and the hell-suppressing inner physique were both placed in Wuxia's chest. This process was very long, but Wuxia patiently waited and nurtured the new inner physique. He could only sigh in relief after this new inner physique was formed. One body with 2 inner physiques, this was something the world could not imagine. However, Wuxia's ambition far exceeded this. Since the beginning of time, the Fate Palace's 4 images were a mystery to cultivators. Many tried to reveal their true profundities and discover their true use. In this regard, Wuxia had traveled very far. After so much research, he eventually founded the foundation for him to create an invincible existence like the Black Dragon King with 2 immortal physiques. Other cultivators only had 1 inner physique, but Wuxia could create another. After researching the truths of the 4 images and spending countless years to create his immortal scripture, he was finally able to create the one thought creating myriad physiques. It used the 4 images to craft a second inner physique, maybe even a third. Longevity blood and worldly energy from the true fate would be the base. Then, use the tree of life to give it life. Following that, utilize the spring of life to nurture it before letting the pillar of life provide laws for it. Then, he would use his original inner physique to combine the body, the true fate, and the original engravings onto this new creation. After countless refinements and thorough nurturing, it would result in a new inner physique. This process was extremely difficult and required the support from a great life energy. This meant that in order to create a new inner physique, there was a strict requirement regarding the physique and the 4 images of one's fate palace. Before this, Wuxia had a mortal physique and mortal fate. Although he was confident that he could craft a second inner physique, he knew that with his original body and talents, it would need a very long time alongside painful training. However, he absolutely believed that he could endure this arduous process. Now, after obtaining a creation in the form of the worldly prime liquid, it was no longer difficult for him to create a new inner physique. However, his aspiration did not stop here. In the past, the Black Dragon King's talents were quite amazing at a young age. Later on, Wuxia used countless heavenly treasures to change the Black Dragon King, but he couldn't find the worldly prime liquid. Despite this, the Black Dragon King was still able to create a second inner physique. Now, with this liquid, it caused Wuxia to not want to stop at a second inner physique. He wanted to craft a third one in order to, one day, surpass the Black Dragon King's miracle. One thought creating myriad physiques. In the end, after watching the second inner physique reach its initial stage of gestating in his chest, Wuxia sighed with emotion. The only thing that would never let one down was sheer effort, so the success of the Black Dragon King was one of the proudest things Wuxia had accomplished during his millions of years. Of course, such a thing was too impossible to imagine. Not to mention heavenly kings, but even giants across the ages would be startled after finding out such a thing. One grand completion immortal physique was already amazing enough, but what if one person possessed 2 of them? The answer was very obvious. The Black Dragon King was revered for 3 generations and was even avoided by immortal emperors because they didn't want to become enemies with him. What if one person possessed 3 immortal physiques? This sort of thing might never be answered. However, if it was actually successful, it would break the Black Dragon King's record. As for how powerful it would be, people simply could not imagine such a thing. Only Wuxia knew that this shocking matter was possible, and he was eagerly waiting in anticipation. When that day comes, Wuxia would, once again, break his record and create a new miracle. He took out an old box that he got from the Heavenly Tao Academy. Since he crushed the Alliance's scheme against the Academy agreed to give him this box. After opening it and looking at the thing inside, he became silent for a long time before he closed the box with another sigh. He then gazed towards the far horizon in contemplation. This trip to the Eastern 100 Cities was now over, it was time for him to leave. There were things that he must do and things that he had to find out. Amongst these things were secrets forever unknown to outsiders because they affected too many things, and one was even related to the origin of a race. Wuxia silently stood there. Millions of years passed by like flowing water. He once had countless loyal generals and many supreme women by his side to sweep the 9 heavens and 10 earths. But today, he trod on this grand path alone. All will come to an end. Wuxia looked at the far distance and slowly said, immortality, eternality, the heavens, or the endless time. One day, everything will end by my hands. This was Wuxia's promise to himself and those who once followed him. Chapter 357, Meeting the Realm God. A few days later, old Taoist Peng wanted to meet Wuxia, so Qi Shaodai went to inform Wuxia. The atmosphere inside the room was peaceful. Chen Baojiao was sitting on a chair that was meant for imperial consorts. Although she was charming and seductive, her appearance at this moment also carried an air of divine nobility. This air, combined with her alluring face, painted quite an enticing picture. Wuxia was resting his head upon Chen Baojiao's thighs while she gently caressed his head. Her plump breasts were almost covering his face. Li Shuangyan, who was standing to the side, was holding a scripture. She was chanting true mantras and slowly reading the profound words from it. Her voice was clear with a hint of coldness. As she was reading, flowers of ice were born alongside blooming snow lotuses. Chen Baojiao's entire body was misty like a flowing spring. A dense divine breath filled the room as if Chen Baojiao was a surging sweet drop of dew, nourishing the resting Li Qia. Primordial chaos was surrounding Li Qia's body and it completely hid his face. In this world, the essence of a primordial breath was the richest in vitality, so anyone who felt Li Qia's primordial breath would feel their own blood energy brimming with life. Qi Shaodai, who was standing at the door, was very envious of this scene. Such tranquility caused her heart to flutter at this indescribable mood. It was as if an immortal monarch was explaining the mysteries of this world. After Li Shuangyan finished reading a section from the immortal scripture, Qi Shaodai quietly spoke, "Senior Peng from the academy wants to see young noble." If it wasn't for old Daoist Peng wanting to meet Li Qia, Qi Shaodai wouldn't have broken this wonderful and peaceful atmosphere. Eventually, Li Qia opened his eyes and absorbed all the primordial chaos back into his body as he sat up. He then smiled and said, "Baojiao's tyrannical immortal spring physique is indeed extraordinary, very helpful." Chen Baojiao's lips pursed as she replied, "I am also affected by young noble's primordial energy, so I am the one who benefited." Her sultry grace left others breathless. Li Shuangyan put away the immortal scripture and revealed a rare smile. There are 3 tribulations for a physique, so being exposed to young noble's primordial energy along with the worldly prime liquid's essence will be very helpful for the future tribulations. The truth is that there are really only 2 tribulations, but between the minor tribulation and the grand tribulation, the road is so long that some people cannot hold on. They would eventually succumb to their inner demons from impatience. As long as one's Dao heart is firm, how could one lose to the inner demon? Li Qia smiled and said, "Although Baojiao's tyrannical immortal spring physique is not an immortal physique, its future potential is limitless. Of course, Shuangyan's void imperfection physique is also the same. You two are cultivating the best physique laws in this world, so reaching grand completion in the future is already a matter of fact. Although it will take a long time, those who cultivate the Tao will all have to experience it. There is no need to be impatient. You two need to have more confidence in yourselves as well as myself. Then, you will reach grand completion in the future. There is no need to rush for success. The level of immortal emperor cannot be reached in one day, and neither would god kings be bestowed their titles in one night." Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao nodded their heads. Qi Shaodai, who was standing nearby, also carved his words into her heart. Following Li Qia would benefit her for the rest of her life. Li Qia turned around and left. "Okay, I will go see the old Daoist." In another room, Li Qia met the old Daoist. He was still dirty like before, but there was a lively smile alongside his cheerful demeanor. Seeing his happy mug, Li Qia understood, the disaster has passed, and it is time for your academy to reap the rewards. The realm god is doing just fine. It could be said that it obtained a great fortune out of this disaster. His reverence will survive in this generation without any problems. I understand your academy's wish. Of course you want the realm god to continue living, but what's the need? Li Qia shook his head and smiled. Old Daoist Peng could not answer Li Qia. This was a knot with no solution. The realm god once wanted to leave, but the elders beseeched it to stay. Since it grew up in the academy, in the end, it couldn't forget the great kindness and decided to stay here to guard the academy. Li Qia didn't harp about this matter any longer. This was an impassable matter of the academy, and they had discussed this for many generations. What did you want to see me for? Li Qia glanced at the old Daoist and asked. The realm god has completely recovered, and his reverence agreed to your condition. It will carry out the promise at any time. Old Daoist Peng said with a smile. The day will come. Li Qia smiled and said, however, I want to meet the realm god right now. I have a small matter that I need to trouble it with. How small? The old Taoist's heart started to beat faster. He felt that this small matter that Li Qia mentioned would not be small at all. It would surely be a heaven-piercing matter. Oh? Since when did you become such a miser? The realm god might not say yes, so why are you so alarmed? Not to mention, your everlasting courtyard usually does not interfere with anything, so why are you worrying about so many things? I'm not worried about anything, I am just very enthusiastic about young noble Li's matters. You are an esteemed guest of our academy, so how could we dare to neglect your well-being? Li Qia gave him a cold glance and said, enthusiastic? In my eyes, you are simply guarding against thieves. Old Taoist, I am not aiming for your academy. Old Taoist Peng immediately solemnly swore, this is absolutely not the case. Young noble Li is overthinking things. May the heaven and earth be my witness. This old Taoist, no, our Heavenly Tao Academy respects you as an esteemed guest. Fine, don't blabber on and on. Lead the way, I want to meet the realm god. This. Old Taoist Peng rubbed his palms continuously and didn't know how to say it. What? Is a simple meeting with the realm god so difficult? Old man, just say it if you have something in mind, don't walk around in circles with me. Meeting the realm god is definitely no problem, it is just that someone else wants to meet young noble as well. Old Taoist Peng let out a wry smile. Who? Li Qia narrowed his eyes and said. He then noticed the old Taoist's facial expression change greatly. After all, not too many things could escape Li Qia's eyes. He took a deep breath and then sent a chilling gaze towards the old Taoist as he asked, is it Magu? Yes. Old Taoist Peng rubbed his palms together and said, the matriarch wants to meet you. You told her? Li Qia glared at him and spoke. The old Taoist's heart shivered as if a fierce beast was stalking him. After becoming an ancestor, he had not felt this sensation for a very long time. Of course not, how could I dare to do so against your wishes? The truth is that I didn't meet the matriarch, but today, a message suddenly flew out from the everlasting courtyard and said that she wanted to meet young noble. In my opinion, the matriarch saw you when you saved the realm god. Li Qia paused for a moment. Magu. The passage of time has eroded many matters, there were so many memories that should have just faded into the dust. If you refuse to go, it would be very awkward for me seeing as how I'm her grand disciple. Old Taoist Peng awkwardly smiled, even if you go and meet her reverence, you won't lose anything. Just go and meet her. Our academy's disciples would dream for a meeting, but we are not allowed. Li Qia softly sighed and said, fine, I shall meet her. Inevitable matters couldn't be avoided. Good. Excellent. Old Taoist Peng happily exclaimed, then I will show you the way and finish my mission. No, we will go meet the realm god first. Li Qia spoke, I will speak with the realm god, then meet Magu later. That is fine too. Old Taoist Peng would agree with anything Li Qia said as long as he was willing to meet Magu. The smiling old Taoist stood up and quickly led the way in case Li Qia suddenly changed his mind. Deep in the academy, Li Qia met the realm god once more. Today, it was very vigorous and vibrant. Although the pine tree was not very tall, it seemed to be able to pierce the heavens. The realm god towered like a monstrous giant, causing others to look up at him. The realm god could assume a human form, but since it took root in the academy, it preferred to maintain its original form and spoke with its divine will. An ancient voice appeared, the younger generation will surpass us in time. You dealt with my calamity and saved the Heavenly Tao Academy in exchange for a single favor, this is too advantageous for the academy. Li Qia smiled and said, it was just the natural order of things since both sides benefited. There was no reason for me not to do it. The pine tree seemingly nodded as if it was a person and said, I can fulfill the promise whenever you wish. The day will come. Li Qiye smilingly replied, "But first, I have a small matter that requires your assistance." "Go ahead. If it is within my capability, I shall lend you a hand." This was the realm god, an unrivaled existence in the current world. It was surely capable of many things. Things deemed impossible by others could easily be dealt with by it. "I want to visit the sacred nether world." Li Qiye spoke. "Realm god can reach myriad domains, so I'm sure this matter will not be difficult." "To the sacred nether world?" The realm god answered with surprise. "It is possible to take you to the sacred nether world, but I cannot guarantee the specific location of arrival." Chapter 358, A difficult meeting. At this point, the realm god paused for a bit before continuing. "The Black Dragon King's battle against immortal Emperor Takong from back then destroyed the paths that connected the 9 worlds. Now, the difficult Dao era has ended, and the heavens will be aggregating in this world once more. However, the paths between the 9 worlds still haven't recovered, so these walls are impregnable. I can take you to the sacred nether world, but I cannot guarantee where you will land. The only thing I'm certain of will be that you will arrive somewhere in that world. This is not a problem, as long as you can send me to the sacred nether world." Li Qiye nodded his head and said, "Then all is fine. But first, I have to let you know something. I can take you to the sacred nether world, but I cannot bring you back. In order to do so, my true body also needs to go to the sacred nether world, but that means I would have to leave the ancestral vein and the academy. Even if I agreed to this, the academy would want you to change the conditions." The realm god elaborated. "You don't have to personally come, I can solve this issue myself." Li Qiye smiled, then shook his head to say, "These old men from the academy would naturally be unwilling. Leaving the ancestral vein is an extremely difficult matter, not to mention that those old men are treating you as their treasured baby." The realm god burst out in laughter and said, "Don't blame them, it is I who is unwilling to leave this place. They are my little children that I have watched grow up." At this point, it finished with a gentle sigh. Li Qiye was silent. The longer the realm god lived, the heavier its burden would become. It once wanted to leave, but in the end, it couldn't let it all go. To the realm god, the academy was its home, and its disciples were his children. Some of them were even taught by it. Just like it said, many ancestors were watched over by it, so it couldn't bear to leave the academy. A long time ago, Li Qiye once said that the realm god's success was due to the academy, but its undoing was also because of the academy. Ultimately, the academy was its burden. Otherwise, it would have become an immortal emperor a long time ago, something that would shoulder the heaven's will. "How is the void gate?" the realm god inquired. Rumor has it that the realm god and the void gate had a lot to do with each other. A high ancestor of the academy brought the mysterious realm god back from the timeless portal, so some believe that it came from the void gate. One day, it will open again. Li Qiye spoke with confidence. 9 grand heavenly treasures, who on earth could actually control them? However, the gate shall open once more in this generation, just wait and see. The realm god nodded and finally lamented, 9 grand heavenly treasures. Oh, how many people have yearned for them since the beginning of time, and how many immortal emperors dreamed for them to no avail. Maybe I will one day go and see it, for it shall be my final destination. Li Qiye was not surprised to hear these words. To the realm god, perhaps this was its best ending, returning to its roots. When do you want to go to the sacred nether world? The realm god finally asked. Very soon. When I am prepared, I will let you know. Li Qiye answered. This trip to the sacred netherworld was not on a whim, since there were a few things he wanted to make clear. Well, when you are ready, let me know any time. The realm god was a straightforward being and instantly agreed. Li Qiye then left the realm god's dwelling. The moment old Taoist Peng saw him, he said, I will take you to the matriarch. His attitude indicated that he was afraid Li Qie would change his mind. Li Qie gently sighed and nodded his head. Certain things were just inevitable, so the two of them headed to the elegant peak. This peak was solitary amongst the vast territory of the academy. It was not the most grand or majestic mountain, but it was indeed beautiful, giving others the sensation that it was separated from the rest of the world. A waterfall descended from the sky as if it was a path to the 9 heavens. Above the peak and the waterfall, an ancient pavilion was floating without a care for the mundane world. Its doors were closed and sealed by the Grand Tao. No one would dare to approach the doors that were locked with such a grand seal. They could only watch from afar in fear that they would disturb the tranquility. Even the academy itself respected this tranquility. Within a radius of 100 miles around this peak, all was very quiet. All the ancestors from the academy cultivated far away from this place since they didn't want to bother the slumbering matriarch. Other people definitely wouldn't even come close to this horizon. Standing below the elegant peak, Li Qie told the old Taoist, "I will go alone. There are some matters, some conversations that need to be resolved in private." The old Taoist was startled and his heart rate started to rise. He didn't know Li Qie's true origin, but he hoped that it had nothing to do with grudges or resentment. The academy did not wish to become enemies with someone like Li Qie. "Don't worry, my ancestor is not antagonistic towards Magu." Li Qie saw through this thought and smilingly shook his head. "Please send the matriarch my best regards." Old Taoist Peng sighed in relief and said as he quietly left. Glancing at the peak with a heavy heart, Li Qie began his ascent. After reaching the top and standing before the old pavilion, he became a bit overwhelmed with memories. Many years had passed, but this place still contained those memories. There was no physical lock on the door. It was, instead, sealed by the Grand Tao. Time, worldly affairs, and the heaven and earth were all sealed. All steps were paused, only an eternity of persistence remained. Perhaps this Grand Tao seal locked Magu's Tao heart so that it would forever remain peaceful and firm. "You saved the realm, God. I have seen your methods." In the end, a voice came from inside the ancient pavilion. It was an extremely transcendent voice, like the tone of a fairy who had successfully ascended from the mortal world. This voice was capable of soothing the hearts of all listeners. It was merely luck. There are a plethora of techniques in this world, so one of them would surely be the right one. Li Qie paused in silence for a bit before answering. "The Kunpeng around your body with its countless Tao. It is very rare." The immortal voice emanated from the ancient pavilion again. Li Qie was speechless for he didn't know how to properly respond. After a long silence, he put on an unfearful expression and answered, "I am a disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect, and I cultivate the Kunpeng's 6 variants with the blessing of my ancestor. The countless Tao surrounding my Kunpeng is my ancestor's will." "So that is the case." The ethereal voice spoke once more, "But your mastery of the perimeter of the wise sages was quite amazing and worthy of admiration." The elders of the academy had never seen someone so adept. This made Li Qie's heart jump. He could only sigh helplessly before finally answering, "I have read about it once from the wise sages' records. I did a lot of research, thus I was proficient at it." The ancient pavilion became silent for a long time. Eventually, Li Qie took a deep breath and said with a bow, "If predecessor has no other questions, then this young one shall leave." With that, he turned away and began to depart. Teacher, however, before he could take 2 steps, a gentle voice called from inside. Li Qie, who intended to leave, became frozen. This word, teacher, was too familiar. It caused him to think about the young girl of that year. Li Qie took a deep breath before slowly turning around and saying, "Maybe predecessor has the wrong person." "Teacher, I know it is you." The ethereal voice appeared, "I cultivate the eternal physique that was taught to me by teacher. Teacher's immortal physique has reached minor completion, so the moment you stood here, I knew this immortal physique came from the physique scripture. You also once used a myriad of Tao to seal your memories in the deepest parts of your mind. When I followed you back then, I felt the power of this seal. I know that besides you, no one else in this world could use the Tao of immortal emperors to seal your sea of memories. Li Qiye stayed silent. Although he could hide his identity from others, he couldn't hide it from this foolish Magu, someone who had always followed his teachings in an exemplary manner. That year when the Black Dragon King tore apart the heavens, I immediately knew something happened to teacher. Unfortunately, my eternal physique cultivation was at a key moment and I couldn't come into being from my hibernation to help the Black Dragon King sweep through all of teacher's hindrances. A voice filled with emotions rang from inside. Meeting teacher today shows me that the Black Dragon King was successful. The clear voice continued on, I am foolish and know that I cannot compare to the Black Dragon King, the other emperors, or many of your heavenly blessed students. I understand and do not blame you for not wanting to meet me. Emotions ran rampant in Li Qiye's heart. After so many years, this little girl still remembered such matters. You are mistaken. Li Qiye gently shook his head and said, I have always been proud of you from the depths of my heart. It is true that you are not comparable to that group like the Black Dragon King, who were capable of suppressing all eras, but you have an unrivaled Tao heart that is capable of enduring the endless passage of time. This is something that they could not hope to have. I should be thanking you. Li Qiye softly sighed and said, I had trained many eternal physiques, but you are the only one who was successful. A grand completion eternal physique is even harder to train than an immortal emperor. Teacher, it really is you. The ethereal voice exclaimed with excitement and surprise. So you tricked me. Li Qiye let out a wry smile and shook his head to say, so you were not certain. I believed that it was teacher. The ethereal voice inside said with joy, but I didn't know whether you still had memories of me or not. I'm going to go on break for a week, then I'll release this chapter when I'm back. Chapter 359, Immortal Su Chong. Overwhelmed with emotions, Li Qiye had no choice but to admit, time might be heartless, but there are things and some people that will never be forgotten. You were able to reach where you are today. To say the least, it is already very amazing. I am proud of you. I want to meet teacher. Magu's ethereal voice came from the ancient pavilion and was full of desire. Li Qiye remained silent since he felt that it was better to not meet. He couldn't help but force a smile as he spoke, maybe my arrival to the academy was a mistake. This is becoming a detriment to you. No, it is a good thing for me. The ethereal voice excitedly said, at the very least, it will give me the desire to carry on. Teacher can shoulder eons, but after I had some success, you no longer came back to see me. However, I always knew that you were alive somewhere in the world. Then, the Black Dragon King suddenly seized the heavens so I was worried that you would not be able to come back. I do not blame you for not wanting to see me, but I must see you. No. Li Qiye couldn't help but let out a long sigh and said, it would be better if you do not come into being. I will go meet you, instead. You still have a long way to go before reaching the apex of the eternal physique. Your Grand Tao has locked the world for a long time, so if you leave the seal now, it will require a lot of effort before you can lock it again. Don't leave this pavilion and the seal. The heaven and earth might be outside, but your Tao heart sealed the path. I will come to see you. I knew that teacher would want to see me. Magu's happy and surprised voice rang out. It was then followed by a clanking noise as the Grand Tao that locked the pavilion was unlocked. And so, the door quietly opened. Little girl. Li Qiye shook his head and smiled. Everyone used to call you dumb, but I think that you are becoming more and more crafty. Li Qiye stepped inside and the Grand Tao sealed the door once more. Stepping inside resulted in a scene that drastically differed from the pavilion's external appearance. The indistinct immortal air was everywhere as the heaven and earth formed its own world in this place. Once one entered this domain, they would be immersed in this immortal energy that permeated their bodies, giving them a pleasant, floating sensation. At this moment, this immortal energy washed away all traces of the mortal world. In this immortal land, a jade bed was situated in the middle. It was supported by an endless amount of immortal energy and was shrouded in innumerable auspicious lights. A girl in her 20s laid atop the jade bed with her eyes closed in tranquility. She was adorned with a white silk robe and had ordinary facial features. However, others could stare at her forever without being tired. This ordinary face was the most beautiful masterpiece of the Creator. There were no discernible flaws no matter what angle they viewed her from, nor could one get enough from gazing at this impeccable face. It was the most ordinary type of beauty. It wasn't a beauty that would steal one's breath away, but the type that would garner even more love and adoration as time passed. The immortal air that surrounded this girl was completely transcendent and was without any blemishes. It appeared as if the immortal land was strengthening her, but it was the opposite since she was the sole reason for this immortal scenery to exist. Goddess Mei Suyao was also transcendent, but in the end, she lacked a certain something. Perhaps, calmness. However, this girl that was laying in front of him was truly untouched by mundanity. Her Tao heart was as calm as this immortal scene, as serene as water at the bottom of a well, as if this would always remain unchanged. Li Qiye gently sat by the bed and gazed at her ordinary yet beautiful features with a sigh. Regarding this matter, he was not comparable to Ma Gu, who didn't care about competing in this world. Her Tao heart was eternal. Li Qiye quietly sat and watched over Ma Gu without speaking for a long time. Eventually, Ma Gu gently opened her eyes. It was just like the beginning of the heaven and earth and the formation of the immortal land. People once used this phrase to describe immortal emperors: when they open their eyes, a new world emerges; when they close their eyes, even eternity becomes extinguished. These words were not an exaggeration to describe Ma Gu at this time. Teacher, seeing Li Qiye, Ma Gu still couldn't contain her emotions and said, "Teacher, I can finally see your original form." Having said that, she reached out as immortal energy surrounded her pure hand. She gently caressed Li Qiye's face and whispered, "This is reality. It is not just a dream. Teacher, you really did escape from the immortal demon grotto." Unconsciously, tears began to drip from the corners of her eyes. These tears glistened like the nectar of immortals. "Silly girl, this is a happy occasion." Li Qiye gently wiped away her tears and said, "You have sealed away worldly desires, so you shouldn't be joyous or sorrowful. Since teacher is still alive, it is all worth it." Ma Gu stopped crying and revealed the most beautiful and sincere smile in this world. "Don't be like this, you should return to tranquility. Having an eternal life is to let things take their own course of action, there is no need to be so emotional." "I will listen to you, teacher." Ma Gu slowly closed her eyes with her brows fluttering like the wings of an elf. She slowly calmed down. It seemed that, at this moment, she once again sealed the world and returned to an eternally unchanging state. However, her hands still tightly clutched Li Qiye's hands with a sweet and peaceful smile on her face. "Teacher, I have many things that I want to tell you." Ma Gu slowly spoke as she went back to her sweet, dreamlike state. At this moment, her Tao became eternal and was full of life like shining sunlight. It was no longer desolate and instead became vibrant with fascinating and colorful tints. "Silly girl, I will reach the high heavens and become the eternal ruler in this generation, so we will have plenty of time later." Li Qiye gently stroked her hair with a smile. "Teacher, are you about to leave?" The peaceful Ma Gu gripped Li Qiye's hands tightly as if she was afraid that he would disappear if she were to let go. "Yes." Li Qiye said softly, "I am going to the sacred nether world soon. There are a few things that I need to deal with. But before that, I have some time to listen to you. I want teacher to teach me like before." Ma Gu revealed an ordinary yet sweet and beautiful smile that bloomed straight from the heart. No. Li Qie shook his head and replied, I really do not have anything else to teach you because you have traversed on this path much further than I. You have a better grasp on the eternal physique than me, you are the unparalleled master on this matter. You are my pride. Geniuses and heaven's proud children cannot reach the apex compared to you, for none of them were able to persevere for so long. But there are still many things I have yet to learn from teacher. Ma Gu held on to Li Qie's hand like a child with a joyous smile. Li Qie couldn't help but laugh before he finally spoke, to me, what you have achieved is already enough. No one is more remarkable than you. Ma Gu happily smiled, and the immortal land suddenly became jubilant as if myriad words finally obtained serenity. An elated atmosphere pervaded the entire space. For the next while, Ma Gu spoke about many things with Li Qie. Immortal Su Chong was the most mysterious and powerful existence in the present world. She was one of the two ancestors upholding the Heavenly Tao Academy, but she was still the little girl of the past in front of Li Qie. The joyous atmosphere lingered for a long time inside the ancient pavilion as the earth became happy. A myriad of existences became rejuvenated. A long time later, Li Qie knew that it was time to leave, so he gently kissed Ma Gu's forehead and said, You are only a little bit away from succeeding with your grand Tao to lock the world. Keep on persevering and I shall wait for the day you come into being. I am certain that you will be successful. Ma Gu eventually entered her slumber once again with a sweet smile. At this time, the immortal energy soared with dazzling immortal brilliances that shone onto this land. In this moment, Ma Gu was eternal. Deep down inside, Li Qie was glad to see that Ma Gu quickly entered the eternal physique state, and he slowly departed. After he left, the Grand Tao locked the pavilion again. Ma Gu had now entered a deep slumber again. Perhaps the next time she woke up, her physique would reach grand completion, granting her eternal life. Li Qie left the elegant peak and went back to the academy. Actually, seeing Ma Gu was a good resolution to one of his main concerns, so this trip to the Heavenly Tao Academy could be considered complete. He was always worried that meeting her would have an adverse effect on her, but he became relieved after seeing her state. She had reached a very far destination, and no one could compare to her even throughout the ages. As the load on his mind became relieved, Li Qie intended to leave. He was not going back to the cleansing incense ancient sect, but to the sacred nether world instead to deal with a few matters. As he was preparing for the trip, Qi Xiaodai suddenly rushed in one day while panicking. The moment she saw him, she quickly shouted, Young noble, please save my grandfather and little brother. What happened? Li Qie grimaced and said. Xiao Dao was captured and my grandfather is trapped right now. Only you can save them. Don't worry, just calmly tell me everything. Li Qie consoled her, as long as I am here, it is not a big deal even if the gods and devils arrive. The flustered Qi Xiaodai finally managed to calm down and said, This is because of Princess Bao Yun. My brother went to propose, but he didn't expect to see the Tiger Howl school there. Chapter 360, Qi Xiaodao in trouble. So it was because Qi Xiaodao and Princess Bao Yun stuck together like glue. He intended to marry her. As his grandfather, the Lion's Roar Heavenly King naturally supported his grandson. Not to mention that Qi Xiaodao obtained a great creation in the timeless portal, so his future was quite bright. This gave him even more confidence in the success of this marriage proposal. Before this, there had been a great development. The Baoyun clan was happy to form an alliance with the Tiger's Howl school since Hu Yu's future was quite bright due to being a contemporary genius. Unfortunately, Hu Yu picked the wrong opponent this time and died miserably in Li Qie's hands, resulting in the failure of the marriage alliance. Also, the Baoyun clan's attitude towards Qi Xiaodao became better as well. First, it was because the two young ones were each other's sunshine and they were completely unaffected by the clan's influence. Second, Qi Xiaodao's talents were not bad at all. He was not a heavenly genius like Hu, but he still had a lot of potential. The third reason was due to the lion's roar heavenly king coming out from his isolated cultivation. Rumor has it that his furious immortal tyrannical physique had reached minor completion, and some even believed that he found a complete physique law from his ancestor. He would become invincible the day he reached grand completion, so the Baoyun clan thought more highly of the lion's roar gate. This was why the clan agreed to Qi Xiaodao's proposal. Even the lion's roar heavenly king personally came to propose for his grandson. However, the Tiger's Howl school also came to propose. Although Hu Yu was dead, they still had other promising disciples. No one knew whether this incident was a coincidence or a premeditated attack against the lion's roar gate. They were both guests at the Baoyun clan, but Qi Xiaodao and another outstanding disciple of the Tiger's Howl school got into a conflict. Qi Xiaodao killed that disciple out of anger, so the Tiger's Howl experts took him captive. The outraged heavenly king killed his way into the Tiger's Howl school in order to save Qi Xiaodao, but unexpectedly, not only was he unable to save Qi Xiaodao, he was also trapped inside the school's secret ground. Once Qi Xiaodai got the news from the other disciples, she immediately ran to Li Qie for help. Since even her grandfather was trapped, only Li Qie would be able to save her grandfather and brother. "Young noble, please save grandfather and Qi Xiaodao." Qi Xiaodai was on the verge of crying. Their lion's roar gate was completely powerless in these circumstances. Tiger's Howl School. Li Qie rubbed his chin and said, "A bit interesting. If I am not mistaken, that place has a grand vein. Since they do not know life from death, I will have to make a trip." "No, you cannot." At this time, Sikong Taotian, who previously disappeared, rushed out. He looked at Li Qie and shook his head. "This is a trap." "What trap?" At this moment, Chen Baojiao, who was standing next to Li Qie, asked in surprise. Sikong Taotian immediately answered, "The lion's roar heavenly king is a powerful hero." Having said this, he gave a thumbs up to Qi Xiaodai and continued on. "Think about it, the enraged heavenly king entered the school. He should be unstoppable with his immortal physique, so saving Qi Xiaodao should have been easy. However, he was actually trapped there as well. This is clearly something they had planned from the start. A conspiracy aimed at young noble." Sikong Taotian conversed with Li Qie. "The enemy is prepared to bait us into a trap. Young noble will have a hard time invading the Tiger's Howl school." "This is true, but that only makes me want to go even more." Li Qie laughed without any fear. Sikong Taotian busily said in a serious tone, "It is indeed true. Not only the Tiger's Howl school, but other sects in the Eastern 100 cities are involved as well. Since they are not happy about young nobles stealing emperor weapons from others, they might even summon an immortal emperor true treasure." "Immortal emperor true treasure?" Li Qie furrowed his brows and cheerfully said, "They want to gift me an immortal emperor true treasure?" When Li Qie squinted his eyes, it frightened Sikong Taotian considerably, but he still reminded Li Qie, "Young noble, don't go to the Tiger's Howl school. Maybe it is not strong enough in your eyes, but their ancestral ground is very formidable. It is a white tiger vein, extremely powerful. I have snuck into that place once. It is a ferocious vein." At this time, he continued on with a changed expression, "But this is not the worst part about the school. I snuck there to the place where the tiger god started everything. There were 4 graves there, and the tiger god's grave was not one of them. They were extremely ancient and had fierce auras that pierced the sky. I believe that the school can borrow the invincible power of the 4 ominous graves. If these graves were to be opened, they could probably even kill a virtuous paragon. I think their intention is clear, they want to lead young noble to this place. Then what should we do?" Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan were a bit alarmed. The Tiger's Howl school had the home ground advantage, so this was quite disadvantageous for them. Qi Xiaodai was also worried. is there nothing we can do? Should we ask for assistance from others? She was worried about her grandfather and brother, but she also cared for Wuxia. Little two is wrong about this. Wuxia smilingly said, I have been to the White Tiger Vein before, and I also saw the 4 ominous graves. There is nothing to worry about. If this is all the Tiger's Howl School has up their sleeves, then it is too disappointing. Wuxia then calmly said while stroking his chin, I wonder if it will come or not. These words frightened the group of Sikong Taotian. Qi Shaodai turned pale and uttered in astonishment, Is that true? What if the Brilliance Divine Beast Protector actually comes? I heard that it was comparable to the Divine Protector of the Heavenly Tao Academy. They are both invincible. If it actually comes, then this matter will escalate out of control. Sikong Totian's scalp was tingling as if it was pricked by pins and needles. That old thing is definitely not an undying, nor is it a legendary master. In my opinion, it is absolutely an existence of the eternal level. Existences of this level are extremely powerful. If it does come, then this venture might be doomed from the start. Qi Shaodai was aghast. Although she wanted to save her family, she also didn't want Wuxia to fall into danger. Who says it is doomed? I'm more worried about, Wuxia nonchalantly smiled and said. Worry about what? Chen Baojiao interjected in a rush. I'm more worried that the Brilliance Divine Beast Protector does not come. It would be so boring if such an invincible existence does not come. Things would be much more exciting with its presence. Although that old man is called a divine beast, his bloodline really doesn't belong to real divine beasts. Nevertheless, there is still a little bit of divine beast blood in him. This substance is extremely nourishing. He is a little bit old, so his longevity blood might be lacking, but if he does come, I actually want to taste the blood of a divine beast. Wuxia licked his lips as he finished this sentence. Sikong Taotian felt a chill running through his spine. He was already frightened by the possible appearance of the divine beast protector, but Wuxia's gaze was even more terrifying. It was as if he was the hunter and the Tiger's Howl School was the prey. We'll pay them a visit. Wuxia said with a broad smile, it has been a while since I've seen a real grand event. I hope it is not like the sneak attack on the academy with only boring old undyings. Surely, some eternal existences buried underground might want to crawl out this time. Sikong Taotian took a deep breath and felt that not opposing Wuxia was the most sensible decision of his life. As for Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, they were already used to this. Before leaving for the Tiger's Howl School, Wuxia called for Zi Queening and said, let me borrow the Immortal's blood spear for a few days. Zi Queening handed over the strongest weapon that symbolized the Heaven Protector City to Wuxia without any hesitation. Do you need me to pave the way for you? Zi Queening asked. No need. Wuxia gave off a sinister smile and said, without massacring a sect, a few people would think that I am made out of mud for them to mold however they wish. If someone wants to test my real capabilities, then I'll fulfill their desire. Zi Queening couldn't help but give a smile with an irresistible charm. Many people in the Eastern 100 cities paid attention to this event where the Tiger's Howl School captured Qi Shaodao and the Lion's Roar Heavenly King. It was as if the conflict between the two sects had begun once more. Great characters with deep insight knew that this was not just an incidental conflict, it was a premeditated plan. A fierce storm is coming, right? A mortal king couldn't help but murmur, it seems like, this time, blood will fill the rivers. I'm afraid a sect will disappear after this storm. But as for which sect will fall, no one could say for certain. Chapter 361, Tiger's Howl School. Many people secretly talked about this conflict that was ignited by the imprisonment of Qi Shaodao and the Heavenly King. The Tiger's Howl School is really courageous. Do they not know that the Lion's Roar Heavenly King has a really good relationship with many hall masters from the academy? An older cultivator couldn't help but murmur after hearing such news. Having heard that, another older cultivator shook his head in disagreement. I'm afraid those ties will be useless. After the battle last year, many hall masters are either wounded or crippled, and some even died. I'm afraid no one will come and save the Heavenly King. But the Heavenly King might not necessarily be trapped. I heard that his immortal physique had reached some level of success. Another skeptic spoke. In the Eastern 100 cities, the Heavenly King was considered a top-level character, especially during the difficult Tao era. He was one of the renowned experts from the previous generation. Even a dragon cannot suppress a snake in its own nest. The Heavenly King entering the Tiger's Howl School was not a wise move. A sacred lord explained, the school has a grand vein with a powerful ancestral foundation. The Heavenly King rushing in was the same as walking into a trap. A murder must be paid with one's life. At this time, after capturing Qi Xiaodao and his grandfather, a representative from the Tiger's Howl School announced. A person from the school appeared. This was an old man that appeared to be around 70 years old. Although he looked to be nearing his end, his vitality still covered the sky. This was made especially apparent with the 49 divine rings circling his body. It was as if he was a venerable saint. His presence caused the 49 divine rings to shoulder the sky like a giant standing between the heaven and earth. His heavenly sovereign aura was as powerful as a tsunami, causing the surrounding earth to shake as countless named heroes shivered in fear. 49 divine rings, a jewel sovereign. A named hero felt the earth-rending pressure and murmured with dread in his heart. Seeing this old man, a royal lord recognized his identity and exclaimed in astonishment, the Tiger's Howl School's prime imperial sire, he is still alive. Rumor has it that he had died during the difficult Tao era. Think about it for a second, this was brutal Wuxia who didn't even care for the ancient kingdoms, let alone a little Tiger's Howl School. This was definitely a guy who would start massacring anywhere. Who would be willing to become enemies with him? Although Wuxia's fierce fame is soaring at the moment, it is hard to tell who the winner would be right now. A truly powerful person with some information spoke, the death of a few disciples is nothing. The Brilliance Ancient Kingdom hasn't come out, and neither did the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. Not even did the Furious Immortal Saint Country make a move, but the Tiger's Howl School is the one to start. This whole thing doesn't make any sense. This is clearly baiting the enemy into a trap. If Wuxia actually thinks that the Tiger's Howl School is so weak to the point of being easily bullied, then he will die a miserable death. Disputes and conflicts were common occurrences. In fact, the Lion's Roar School was much weaker than the Tiger's Howl School, so it was normal that it would be bullied by the school. However, once the Prime Imperial Sire called out Wuxia by name, many experienced cultivators sensed an abnormal atmosphere within this great subtleness. In a short period of time, countless people looked towards the school and also at Wuxia. They all want to see what Wuxia would do to defuse this crisis. This is a trap. An intelligence master of a great sect deduced, Wuxia, right now, is like the sun at high noon. His great fame is comparable to that of goddess Mei Suyao's. He is basically without anyone to oppose him. The school's actions clearly reek of a planned trap for Wuxia. If he actually jumps in, then he would be a fish in a jar, but if he doesn't move against the provocation, then it would have an adverse effect on his prestige. Being afraid without battling, this would become a shadow in his heart, and it would be detrimental to his future road of cultivation. On the second day after the declaration made by the Prime Imperial Sire, Wuxia immediately appeared right outside the Tiger's Howl School. As one stared at it from afar, it seemed to be a giant tiger waiting to ferociously pounce at any time. The current school was a powerful sect and controlled an entire country in the Eastern 100 cities. Legends state that its progenitor was a tiger god, a true god blessed by the high heavens. No one knew whether this was the truth or not. Regardless, anyone who stood outside the school would feel this powerful and fierce atmosphere as if a great tiger was swooping by, something capable of tearing apart any cultivator limb from limb. A person who had visited the school before said with emotion after feeling this atmosphere once more, "No wonder why Yu was as fierce as a tiger. A vein like this would surely groom such a genius." Many great sects lusted after the school because of one very simple reason: there was a grand vein beneath the school's ground, a white tiger great vein, a vein of one of the 4 divine beasts. Another rumor one heard would say that the tiger god was born in this place. Eventually, he was bestowed the title of true god, then he established the million-year-old school at this place. It continued on to mention that the tiger god was strengthened by this white tiger great vein to build his supreme true god body. This great vein also became a hard-to-shake foundation for the school. Also, many people could only come back empty-handed despite their desire for the white tiger great vein because of another reason: the 4 ominous graves. These 4 graves had always protected the school. They created a defensive line that was unbreachable for even a virtuous paragon. This mountain has such a fierce atmosphere. Chen Baojiao couldn't help but exclaim after gazing at it with Li Shuangyan. Li Qia glanced at the school and smiled. Of course it is fierce. This place used to have an ominous vein, so its propensity for violence is beyond your imagination. Many people secretly talked about this conflict that was ignited by the imprisonment of Qi Xiaodao and the Heavenly King. The Tiger's Howl School is really courageous. Do they not know that the Lion's Roar Heavenly King has a really good relationship with many hall masters from the academy? An older cultivator couldn't help but murmur after hearing such news. Having heard that, another older cultivator shook his head in disagreement. "I'm afraid those ties will be useless. After the battle last year, many hall masters are either wounded or crippled, and some even died. I'm afraid no one will come and save the Heavenly King." Chapter 362, Charging into the Tiger's Howl School alone. Do we just kill our way in like this? Qi Xiaodai couldn't refrain from being concerned and said, "I heard that the 4 ominous graves of the school are amazing and could kill even virtuous paragons." "No, we won't make our way in at this moment. Go inform them." Li Qia glanced at the school and smiled. "Inform them?" Hearing these words, the group of girls couldn't help but become surprised. They came in order to save Qi Xiaodao and his grandfather, so the best method was to attack before the enemy could prepare. Thus, Li Qia's order left them in disbelief. Li Qia said with a smile, "I am a merciful man, someone who doesn't like to kill others, right? Since they are near their demise, I have to give the poor Tiger's Howl School a chance to let their young ones escape. After all, I can't just go in and madly massacre them all with an immortal emperor life treasure. Others would think that I'm a heartless butcher." Chen Baojiao couldn't help but roll her pretty eyes. Of course she didn't believe him. With regards to aggressiveness, who could compare to him? Crash! All of a sudden, with a loud bang, the Tiger's Howl School started to violently shake. With rumbling noises everywhere, the earth itself was being rent apart. What happened? Due to the sudden ruptures, many people became shocked. Especially those who were right outside and gazing at the school, they were completely aghast. Who is it? Many of the Tiger's Howl School disciples were terrified. When they calmed down, they found that the gate was completely demolished. No, it would be more accurate to say that someone smashed it apart. At this time, the entrance was completely destroyed, and the golden plaque with the 3 words, "Tiger's Howl School," was under the feet of a young man. "You ignorant fool!" The Tiger's Howl disciples went mad. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 of them rushed forward with all of their might. Bang, 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 the ground shook as mountains were blown apart. This young man not only blew away the disciples that rushed at him, but he also broke through all obstacles in his way like a raging dragon. Kill! More Tiger's Howl disciples rushed forward with loud battle cries. They were without any fear of death. However, this youth was unstoppable and kept on rushing forward. No one could block his path. Both weapons and treasures were meaningless before him since they instantly shattered at the moment of collision. Rumble. With violent quakes due to the mountains collapsing, the young man crazily rushed forward and crashed into the peaks, causing dust to scatter everywhere. All of a sudden, blood painted the sky as miserable screams resounded throughout the atmosphere. Countless mangled bodies flew everywhere. It is Wuxia. Many cultivators right outside the school spoke in astonishment when they saw this young man raging like a wild dragon. Little animal, accept your death. At this time, a maddened roar arrived alongside the tiger's howl schoolmaster. The moment he saw Wuxia destroying everything in his unstoppable rampage, he cried out in rage and used a divine sword to create a 1,000-mile slash in order to kill Wuxia. With a loud bang, the sound of a sword breaking appeared as the schoolmaster spewed out blood non-stop. With a deafening crash, he was slammed into a mound with a hand gripping him by the neck. He was beaten by just one move. Being heavily wounded by the opponent and having his neck clasped without even being able to move, the schoolmaster was horrified to the point where his face was as pale as paper. This is too devilish. Seeing this scene, many spectators outside took a deep breath. In just a second, Wuxia killed his way in and annihilated everything in his path. Even though the current schoolmaster cannot compare to the Tiger King, he is still an amazing ancient saint. How could he be defeated in the blink of an eye? A person nervously exclaimed right outside of the school. Wuxia tightly gripped the schoolmaster's neck and nonchalantly smiled. Your Tiger's Howl School wants to challenge me on the day of the full moon. Fine, I will accept this invitation. However, I will remind you out of goodwill, send the weak and the old to another location because, on the day of the full moon, there will be no more Tiger's Howl School within the eastern 100 cities, for this place shall cease to exist. You are spouting nonsense. The schoolmaster angrily shouted, but before he could finish, Wuxia threw him forward through many mountains, creating loud explosions. As the schoolmaster stood up from the ground that was now stained with his blood, not even a trace of Wuxia's shadow remained. Little animal, hand over your life. At this time, a scream came from the deepest place of the school. A person soared up high as divine rings rotated around his body. His torrential blood energy could cause even the earth to tremble. The Prime Imperial Sire came in just a flash and let out an enraged cry, but Wuxia had already left. The moment he saw the debris and remnants of the gate, he started to shiver from rage. Little animal, if I don't hack you into 1,000 pieces, I swear that I will no longer be human. In the end, the Prime Imperial Sire uttered a harsh oath that reverberated throughout the entire school. He is indeed a brute possessed by a mad dragon. He's capable of destroying the geography despite only being a royal noble. He can even kill ancient saints as if they are mere dogs. Many people were filled with dread after seeing this scene. An immortal physique is indeed amazing. Hell-suppressing godly physique, this is indeed a good technique, something that is capable of driving people crazy from jealousy. A person couldn't help but sigh in an envious lamentation. In many people's opinions, a royal noble fighting against an ancient saint was akin to courting death. But at this moment, an ancient saint could not block a single one of Wuxia's blows. And this was only a prelude. If being at minor completion was already this powerful, then wouldn't he be able to sweep through the world once he reached grand completion? After leaving the school, Wuxia ordered Sikong Taotian to keep a close eye on the Tiger's Howl School. Then, he brought the girls to a different location. Will anything happen to my grandfather and Xiaodao? Qi Xiaodai worriedly asked. Wuxia answered with a smile, Xiaodao is definitely going to be okay. Without Xiaodao, what will they use to lure me into the trap? As for your grandfather, I don't think there is anything to worry about either. He is being suppressed inside an ancient treasure, but it might turn out to be a good opportunity for him. It is possible that the ancient treasure that's trapping him is the evil devouring energy. If your grandfather could withstand this, then there will be a big chance for him to surpass his physique's minor tribulation. This is a test for him. If he cannot pass this test, then he would not be able to go any further in the future regarding his immortal physique. After hearing Li Qiya's answer, Qi Shaodai sighed with relief and stopped worrying. Li Qiya had his reasons for not saving the heavenly king. Although the king was the descendant of the lion monarch and had a natural saint physique with great talents, he didn't cultivate the immortal physique law at a young age. Despite him managing to find the immortal physique law of the lion monarch in the academy later on, it still was not enough to improve his grand completion furious saint physique. Even after his isolated cultivation session, he still couldn't break through his personal limit. However, this suppression from the Tiger's Howl school just might be able to stimulate his true potential. With just one glance from a distance, Li Qiya immediately knew the heavenly king's situation. If he could break through his own limit, then his immortal physique cultivation would be as smooth as a flowering river. And so, Li Qiya purposefully left him suppressed in order to spur his untapped potential. Where are we going? Li Qiya brought them around the Tiger's Howl school, so Chen Baojiao became quite curious. Li Qiya answered with a wide smile, to a certain place. If the Tiger's Howl school wishes to die, then I shall lend them a hand. However, if they know when to give up, then I will leave them with a place to live instead of refining this entire region. At that time, there will be no Tiger's Howl school or White Tiger Grand Vein. Refine this entire region? Hearing these words, Li Shuangyan became quite astonished. Legends state that only virtuous paragons from kingdoms that could bestow divine titles were capable of such a feat. You will understand in due time. Li Qiya revealed a mysterious grin. There will be no more Tiger's Howl school within the eastern 100 cities, for this place shall cease to exist. The fierce words that Li Qiya left behind for the schoolmaster had spread to the outside, and it caused many people to glance at those next to them. Let him come. A gloomy voice came from the darkness of the Tiger's Howl school. It continued on, even if his divine arts are invincible, as long as he sets foot inside our domain, there will be no way out. At that point, the invincible immortal physique law and a heaven's will secret law will belong to the Tiger's Howl school. I'm afraid the Heavenly Tao Academy will also involve itself. In the darkness, the Tiger's Howl Prime Imperial Sire spoke with deference. Humph. Even if the Academy comes, it will still be a path of no return. The voice in the dark coldly rang again. At that time, there will naturally be someone to deal with them. Good, at that time, that little demon Li will be a fish stuck in our jar. Even if he is a reincarnated virtuous paragon, only death awaits him. The Prime Imperial Sire excitedly declared. As long as we obtain these immortal laws, with our White Tiger Great Vein, we shall be prosperous in the future. This gloomy voice was so emotionless that it instilled chills in the listeners. After hearing these words, the Prime Imperial Sire couldn't help but become emotional. Despite many geniuses appearing in their school, they still couldn't compare to other immortal emperor lineages since they lacked merit laws of the emperor level. If they could capture Li Qiya alive, his emperor laws would be within their grasps. The mere thought left them in ecstasy. Do we just kill our way in like this? Qi Shaodai couldn't refrain from being concerned and said, I heard that the 4 ominous graves of the school are amazing and could kill even virtuous paragons. No, we won't make our way in at this moment. Go inform them. Li Qiya glanced at the school and smiled. Inform them? Hearing these words, the group of girls couldn't help but become surprised. They came in order to save Qi Shaodao and his grandfather, so the best method was to attack before the enemy could prepare. Thus, Li Qiya's order left them in disbelief. Chapter 363, Underground Secret. The announcement of Li Qiya rampaging throughout the Tiger's Howl school set off waves across the 100 eastern cities. He wants to destroy the Tiger's Howl school. Many people became dumbfounded after hearing such arrogance. One of them couldn't help but speak sincere words. the Tiger's Howl School is a first-rate sect with a powerful ancestral foundation. The lowest requirement for destroying this school has to be the appearance of a virtuous paragon, and this is under the condition that the ancestor of the school is not there. That's right. Although Wuxia is indeed fierce, saying that he will destroy the school is a bit too crazy. Many people continued to speculate that this matter was impossible, while others believed that Wuxia had reinforcements. In the eyes of many others, without reinforcements, Wuxia alone would not be able to destroy the school. This was not without reason. Since the school was able to stand strong for so long, they naturally had some heaven-defying means. Plus, rumors indicated that they had 4 ominous graves that were erected after the deaths of the 4 divine beasts. Legends state that the progenitor of the Tiger's Howl School used his divine blood to refine these 4 ominous graves, turning them into the school's foundation and firmly placing them under the school's control. Some old tales claim that these graves once annihilated a virtuous paragon and even trapped an existence worthy of the investiture of a god. They're just big words from a calf that doesn't fear a tiger. After hearing such boisterous words, a person coldly sneered, "He will surely die after entering the Tiger's Howl School with no way out. Just wait until the day of the full moon. Then, everything will become clear." There were also those who adopted a wait-and-see attitude. In fact, after Wuxia's departure, the school ordered a group to follow him, but they failed to catch up and returned empty-handed. However, unbeknownst to many, Wuxia did not go very far. He simply took a trip around the Tiger's Howl Earth Vein to another location. If the Great Vein of the Tiger's Howl School resembled a gigantic white tiger, then the school's gate was the tiger's mouth. The entire vein spanned from south to north, resulting in a scene where the south was the mouth and the north was the tail. Although the Great Vein was as fierce as a white tiger, the mouth was the key location of this ancestral ground where the worldly essence filled the earth, creating a treasure ground. This was why they used this place to build their Tao foundation along with the temples and halls. However, at its tail was a barren land that ran for 1,000 miles. This large area was empty without any vegetation or inhabitants, not even birds chose to fly above this land of death. The worldly essence had dried out in this place without any signs of life. Even if this place was part of the Tiger's Howl Great Vein, no one lived here, so the school did not establish a branch at this place. Wuxia brought the girls to enter this empty and treeless landscape. What did we come here to do? After entering this barren land, even Qi Xiaodai couldn't help but ask. Right now, since they were facing a powerful enemy, they should be calculating and planning some strategies, but Wuxia decided to come to this place that even birds had abandoned. To find coffins. Wuxia cheerfully said, "Since we want people to die, it won't do if we don't have any coffins." Needless to say, the girls did not believe his words. In fact, even Qi Xiaodai was skeptical. Nevertheless, they were curious, so they could only follow him despite his secrecy. Millions of miles along with the endless vicissitudes of life. There are some things that will not change. Stepping into this place, Wuxia emotionally said as he stood before a huge, dry lake. Open. Once Wuxia circled around the dry lake, a divine light eventually surfaced in his sea of memories. A strand of universal light shot up and rushed into the ground in a split second. Rumble. At this moment, the earth roared as the dry lake split apart like the opening of a door. The group suddenly fell down, causing them to be startled. The moment they regained their wits, they found that the entrance on the lake had closed. At this point, they took a look around to examine the ground that they were standing on and found countless broken walls and temples. They now understood that they were standing within an underground city. This huge underground city was already destroyed, most likely, it was ravaged by a terrible war. What is this place? Ruins were the only things within their horizon, so the group of Qi Xiaodai was quite astonished. Tiger Emperor Citadel, an ancient and once powerful existence. Wuxia took a quick glance around this place and answered. Tiger Emperor Citadel? Which lineage is this? Li Shuangyan and the others glanced at each other in confusion since they had never heard of this lineage before. In fact, it was not strange that they had not heard of this place because millions of years had passed and countless great powers had come and gone amidst the winding river of time. Li Qiye brought them along through this ruined city and stopped at a broken ravine. Before them was a large lake. Even though it was smaller than the one at the surface, it was filled with rippling waves. The group was quite amazed as they stood before this huge river since the rippling waves were not the only thing present, immortal energy was also drifting about. This was not a lake, it was a heavenly accumulation formed by the condensation of worldly energy. A heavenly accumulation the size of a river, how could others not be shocked by this? This was enough to fuel an entire great power to become an everlasting pillar for an unshakable dynasty. What is it? Seeing this huge heavenly lake, all were dumbfounded. If they could cultivate and absorb the worldly essence in this place for 1 year, then it would be equivalent to cultivating outside for 100 years. Thunk, thunk, thunk. However, Li Qiye didn't answer them. A thick, iron chain appeared in his grasp out of nowhere. Li Qiye then began to pull on it, emitting clanking sounds. This is the legendary Phoenix Treasure Iron. Li Shuangyan immediately recognized the origin of this iron chain along with its scintillating divine glow. She couldn't help but take a deep breath. Using such a precious treasure iron to make chains, what kind of extravagant spending was this? While the rest of the group was still lost in a daze, Li Qiye pulled a gigantic coffin out from the lake. This monstrous coffin was also made from Phoenix Treasure Iron, but the most terrifying thing was that there were many layers of seals above it. These seals were extremely powerful, they contained the suppression of true gods, and it made people's hair stand on end. What could be in this coffin that warranted so many layers of powerful seals? It was as if they wished to refine the thing inside. I command you to open. At this time, Li Qiye's hands formed a seal as he chanted a mantra. A universal law with the appearance of a key rushed out from his sea of memories and into the coffin in just an instant. A clicking sound appeared as if a lock had just been opened. At this time, the seals that locked this coffin appeared to come to life as they started to move. One layer after another, everything slowly became unlocked. XSH, XSH, XSH. Amidst the sounds of the coffin opening, under the careful gaze of the girls, the coffin was finally opened, but the item inside left them in a stupor. Inside the coffin, one could only find a simple boulder. To be exact, it appeared to be a stone pillar, but it was completely flat. With runes coming together, it was as if the runes were trying to weave together to form words of the Grand Tao. The entire boulder appeared to be pristine and without any flaws. After millions of years of refinement, the evil finally disappeared so it went back to its original form. Li Qiye gently tapped on the boulder and said, "If it wasn't for the Tiger's Hull School's refusal to learn, I wouldn't have decided to break their roots today." "What is this?" the perplexed Qi Shaodai asked after seeing this boulder. Using a powerful seal that was comparable to the suppression of true gods to trap a simple boulder, no one would believe such a tale. "The Terra's root," Li Qiye said with a smile, "the only reason why the school has this white tiger grand vein is due to this root." The Terra's root? Li Shuangyan and the others had a hard time believing it after seeing such a boulder. However, after a careful look, this boulder did give off an extraordinary feeling since it was naturally formed and was without even the slightest flaw. It was not a precious stone, but those with keen eyes knew that it was even better than one. This land had once taken part in creation. Li Qiye movingly said, "During the ancient Ming era, this land gave birth to 5 existences, one of them became the master and the others became the 4 servants. Since they were created by the heavens, these 5 existences became invincible rulers and created the Tiger Emperor Citadel. This was a giant monster that had reigned over a period of time in the eastern 100 cities. Unfortunately, they did not cherish their futures and chose to embrace the evil path. They helped the tyrant and joined the ancient Ming. Chapter 364, Tiger Emperor Citadel. Just as Wuxia said, this place gave birth to 5 extremely powerful spirits, and the master among them was formed from this Terra's root. The other 4 spirits were formed from the rivers and mountains with the images of a true dragon, a white tiger, a vermilion bird, and a black tortoise. Unfortunately, although the leading spirit could be described to be unparalleled, it failed to cherish its fortunate creation from the heavens and allied itself with the tyrannical ancient Ming. That era belonged to the ancient Ming, so after the Tiger Emperor Citadel joined the ancient Ming, they swept through the world and suppressed the human race under their new banner. At that time, as the Dark Crow, Wuxia became infuriated and led numerous sages and generals of the human race to sweep through the Tiger Emperor Citadel. This was a thrilling grand battle, and the killing shattered even the heaven and earth as blood flowed like rivers. In the end, they managed to destroy the citadel, and from then on, it sank into the ground where the world would no longer know of its existence. Wuxia slayed the leading spirit and destroyed its body to ultimately sever the Terra's root. Then, he ordered his sages and true gods to use a heaven-defying method to suppress this root underground in order to refine it for millions of years. Since the leading spirit was created from this land, Wuxia's goal when he sealed the Terra's root underground was to allow it to, once again, nurture this land so that a miracle would manifest again. As per Wuxia's expectations, this land finally had another creation. Following the refinement of the Terra's root, the endless worldly essence finally nurtured this entire place, allowing it to transform into a white tiger grand vein. Later on, the progenitor of the Tiger's Howl School obtained this creation. He started out as a regular white tiger that eventually cultivated into a tiger god and erected this timeless school. The mortal emperor world is the sanctuary of the human race, so how could anyone allow for an external race to disturb this peace? Wuxia calmly told the tale. The Tiger Emperor Citadel joining the ancient Ming was akin to seeking their own death, so it was eventually destroyed by the human wise sages and sank into the earth. After many years, this place finally turned into a white tiger grand vein. The Tiger's Howl School came later. After hearing the tale, Qi Shaodai and the others couldn't help but become surprised. They didn't expect that the school was founded on top of another monstrous heritage. How did you know that the Tiger Emperor Citadel was under this earth? Chen Baojiao just had to ask. This is why I told you to read more to know more. Wuxia smiled and gently knocked on Chen Baojiao's forehead. She then angrily glared at him in response. She knew that this would be his response, and she didn't trust it one bit. However, even though she knew that it was not going to work, she still wanted to hear a different answer. It is time for this earth to change owners. Wuxia smiled and then shook his head to say, establishing a timeless sect is not easy. In consideration of their ancestors being able to surpass all tribulations, I initially didn't want to take away their grand creation and the vein. Alas, it is quite a pity. Time after time, they are without eyes, thinking that the tiger could actually eat me. They're merely seeking their own death. Li Shuangyan's crowd remained silent. The school was now doomed to a tragedy that consisted of a severed grand vein. Even if it was lucky enough to survive, its future would certainly be on the decline. Eventually, Wuxia took out a piece of Dao bone. This was little Silly's Dao bone. Wuxia was quite unwilling, but he ultimately said, "Go. Whether or not you can obtain this place's new creation will be up to your own fate. I hope that in another 100,000 years, you will be able to rise again from this land." Having said that, he then threw the Dao bone into the depths of the Great Lake. Boom! With an explosion, the earth itself trembled as if a dragon had dove into a river. As a dragon roar resounded, the Dao bone disappeared into the river's depths. Wuxia gently sighed as he watched the Dao bone disappear into the river made out of worldly essence. This place was a supreme treasure earth. If it wasn't, then he wouldn't have ordered the wise sages and true gods to seal this place. However, whether little Silly could rise and defy the heavens would be up to its own fate. And even if it could, it might not possess its former memories. Despite that, this would still be a good thing for little Silly. At the very least, it was a rare opportunity since it would be reborn if it could seize the creation from this land. Wuxia calmed his thoughts and looked at the Terra's root within the coffin, then he told the girls, "Keep watch for me, I want to refine this place into a domain." After hearing his words, the girls felt a chill. Then, each of them, very carefully, went to surround Wuxia in order to protect him. Wuxia took a deep breath and, with a boom, his master palace appeared. In the blink of an eye, the other fate palaces also emerged in an orderly fashion. Wuxia channeled his Tao foundation as a primordial Kunpeng soared to the sky. Within the chaos, the 6 fate palaces arranged themselves in a mysterious order and instantly formed a world. With a loud bang, his 6 fate palaces appeared to be 6 pillars that shouldered this newly formed world. 4 palaces to form a domain, 8 palaces to form a kingdom. At this time, with 6 fate palaces, Wuxia could refine this world to shape it into his very own absolute domain. As Wuxia's fate palaces were shouldering this vast domain, with a whistle, the Kunpeng flew into this area. As the primordial chaos ran rampant like a raging thunderstorm, it flapped its wings, wings that flooded this entire world. This chaotic energy descended as if it was nourishing this vast space, as if it wanted to give birth to countless existences in the future. Go! With a loud shout from Wuxia, the sealed Terra's root was sucked in by Wuxia's domain. "Let me give you life!" Wuxia screamed out. The master palace opened up as the 4 images inside the palace appeared. At this time, the endless green brilliance of the tree of life poured down, the water of life flowed endlessly, and the fire of life burned brightly, giving this land a new hope. The most powerful thing was the pillar of life. It had underwent a great change after absorbing the mysterious and ancient runes from the Void Gate. With strange hums, the pillar directly shot out orderly divine chains to form supreme universal laws on this earth. All existences and universal laws were derived from Wuxia's will. At this time, Wuxia's pillar of life was simply too powerful, it could directly create supreme orders. Wuxia's will was the ruler of all things, this was an incomparable dominance. With the assistance of the 4 images and the supreme refinement of the universal laws, the Terra's root was embedded into Wuxia's absolute domain. It furiously spewed out worldly essence to nourish this land as if it would start to erect kingdoms and capitals after new living beings were born. However, inside Wuxia's endless territory, even the Terra's root's powerful worldly essence was far from enough. At least, it was not enough for this short period of time. Go! Wuxia uttered a cry once more. His absolute domain appeared in front of the lake before him. With non-stop deafening booms, this domain began to swallow the worldly essence in the lake. In this short moment, it was as if the mountains and rivers were reversed as countless worldly essences were siphoned by Wuxia's absolute domain. In an instant, his domain was filled with dense and pervasive worldly essence. While the unstoppable devouring continued, his Kunpeng Tao foundation turned into strands of supreme universal laws that descended and coiled themselves around the Terra's root. These strands then engraved themselves into the root's body and started the refinement process. Buzz! Wuxia's true fate came out of his master palace. Although the sound was very quiet, like a thin pair of wings flapping in the vast heaven and earth, the true fate appeared inside this absolute domain in just a flash. Poof, poof, poof. Refined flames spewed out everywhere. Wuxia's true fate carved his divine will onto this Terra's root and turned it into the root's new heart. This way, the root and Wuxia's fate palace would forever be connected. Now, Wuxia's will could control the root from this point on. Although the root was granted its own consciousness by Wuxia, it was in the form of Wuxia's will. At the same time, with the pillar of life continuously carving orderly laws onto the root along with the burning flame of life's refinement, the root became even more primordial as if it was returning to the true origin. All of its flaws were incinerated by the powerful flame of life into dissipating green smoke. The day of the full moon was 10 more days away, but it passed by in just an instant. In the last 10 days, a huge storm was set off in the eastern 100 cities, and many secret channels began to act, each began their own preparations. Numerous powerful experts maintained a great distance from the school despite the school inviting all the sects in the region to come and watch the execution. The vast majority of the sects were not willing to become involved in these muddled waters, so even those who came to spectate did not become the school's guests, they merely stayed far away to watch. There were even those who came with hidden intentions. They concealed themselves in the dark to watch the development, hoping that they could take advantage of the situation. A little friend will make an appearance. Chapter 365. The start of the battle. The day of the full moon arrived very quickly as countless experts gathered outside of the Tiger's Howl School. Some came from the great powers while others from the smaller ones, and don't forget about the vagabonds as well. At this time, the Tiger's Howl School's gate was wide open. The important defensive locations and grand formations were relaxed to give a hospitable appearance. Although there were sounds of explosions and moving treasures, the lion's roar Heavenly King still could not escape from the ancient treasure. Seeing this situation of carelessness, many people were startled and murmured to themselves, "The Tiger's Howl School is too confident. It looks like they are more afraid that Wuxia wouldn't come." The experts from all over the world held their breaths and gazed towards the school, eagerly awaiting for Wuxia's arrival. Meanwhile, the inside of the school was quiet. Although its disciples were still there, it was frighteningly calm as if respiration was the only sound to be heard. Time began to pass, but Wuxia still hadn't appeared. At this time, a spectator outside the school became impatient and grunted, "Why is Wuxia not here yet?" Compared to the spectators outside, the school was able to remain patient. They were not in a rush to start the execution. It was as if they would not start until Wuxia arrived. In fact, to the school, executing Qi Xiaodao was meaningless. Qi Xiaodao and the Heavenly King were just bait for Wuxia. If both of them died, what would they use to force Wuxia to take the bait? However, time continued to go on as the sun rose higher and higher. The observers outside of the school began an uproar. "It has been half a day, don't tell me that Wuxia is too scared to come? That is impossible, a fierce brute like Wuxia wouldn't be afraid of anything." An expert who had watched the battle at the Heavenly Tao Academy shook his head and said, "The word fear is not part of this little demon's vocabulary. He even slew people from the ancient kingdoms, so how could just a little Tiger's Howl School frighten him?" Hey, this is not necessarily the case. Inside the academy, there were those from the academy protecting him. Naturally, he would be more courageous. Now, this place is the home ground of the Tiger's Howl School, the fierce beast's lair. I'm afraid he doesn't have the courage to seek his death here. A disciple from an Eastern 100 great power sneered. After the battle at the academy, Wuxia could be said to have offended a lot of great powers, so many of them considered him as an eyesore, a thorn in one's side. This Li guy is not coming. Another disciple from a great power said with an offensive attitude, "Maybe this guy is hiding at some turtle's cave right now, not daring to come out. Maybe he is already pissing his pants and shivering in fear." A few powerful experts furrowed their brows to these offensive comments, especially those who were from the minor sects or walked on the vagrant way that supported Wuxia. "Wow, you are so amazing. To be able to say these words. But where were you when Wuxia was massacring everything on the battlefield? Are you courageous enough to say these words in front of Wuxia? I'm afraid you would be the one pissing your pants while standing before him. Who the hell do you think you are? Wuxia killed Huyu, slew Ba Xia, and ended Heavenly Prince Qing Xian, all of these geniuses were decimated by him, and all of them were renowned throughout the Eastern 100 cities. Which great character have you killed? A cultivator was annoyed with the comments from the great power's disciple, so they ironically replied, "You." The great power's disciple glared with his eyes, but the cultivator who retorted sarcastically also had some background, so he glared back without showing any signs of weakness. Such minor conflicts could only be considered the interlude. The great characters who were actually waiting for this battle managed to stay patient. This is a death trap. A wise master carefully observed the school from afar and eventually said, regardless of whether Wuxia comes or not, he will not be able to change the outcome. If he comes, his death is all but certain, same with the grandfather and grandson. If he doesn't, then those two will still die. After hearing these words, the Wisdom Master's junior couldn't help but say, but Wuxia is a powerful brute. He cultivates an immortal physique and possesses 2 immortal emperor life treasures. The school does not have anything that can stop these weapons, not even the prime imperial sire is capable of doing so. I feel like Wuxia's chances of victory is a lot higher. The Wisdom Master shook his head and said, if it was only the Tiger's Howl School, then Wuxia indeed has the greater chance of victory. Even though the 4 ominous graves are extremely powerful, with 2 immortal emperor life treasures, as long as he does not become enamored by the love of battle and strikes quickly before leaving, then he could still escape under the weapon's protection. But now, the situation has completely changed. Even if he has emperor weapons along with powerful allies, it would still be going headfirst into a net if he enters. Without a doubt, this Wisdom Master knew information that others were not privy to, along with a few surprising secrets. The Tiger's Howl School has backup? After hearing the words of his senior, the junior became quite disturbed. In the end, Wuxia had many enemies in the Eastern 100 cities. Many would find great joy in exterminating him. Not only backup. The Wisdom Master sighed and said, this is something that would slay God and devils if they stand in its way. This is a dead end, there is only death awaiting him. The group of juniors all became aghast. They quickly asked, what kind of character did the Tiger's Howl School invite? An extremely frightening existence, extremely frightening. The Wisdom Master looked at the school and sighed softly. Now, the sun finally reached the apex in the sky, and the Tiger's Howl Schoolmaster sneeringly said, "Humph, that little demon Li doesn't dare to come. Take them out and execute them, the younger one first, then the old." The crowd's furor resounded as the execution order was given out. Those who had a vendetta against Wuxia were delighted and one even laughed, Wuxia is really a turtle hiding in his shell. Yep. What is this about a fierce brute? In my eyes, he is only a weak, cowardly dog. He only knows how to bully the weak and fear the strong. At the critical moment when facing a powerful sect, what is he now doing besides hiding in fear? Another disciple from a great power became very elated. It was as if Wuxia not daring to show up was an extremely satisfying event in his mind. Pa! Before he could finish speaking, a violent slap sent all of his teeth to the ground, causing him to lose all sense of direction. Who sneak attacked your father? This cultivator struggled to stand up and finally screamed out. Who do you think it is? At this point, a lazy voice spoke. Wuxia slowly arrived with Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao at his sides. In an instant, Wuxia stood right outside of the Tiger's Howl School. He then took a glance at all the heroes from all over the world and calmly said, there are those who are annoyed with me, and I personally hope that they will step up. I am a very fair person, those who wish to get even with me can step out so that I can deal with you along with the Tiger's Howl School today. However, no one dared to step out as everyone held their breaths. The badgering disciples from earlier went pale and hid at the back. Not to mention stepping out, they didn't even dare to meet Wuxia's eyes, their legs wouldn't stop trembling. Who did not know about Wuxia's notoriety? Even the descendants from the ancient kingdoms were slain like dogs, so how could these ordinary disciples possibly compare to them? They were simply mouthing off at Li Qiye since he did not appear. Li Qiye was too lazy to care about these insignificant characters. He stood right outside the school and stared at the recently rebuilt gate. He couldn't help but reveal a smirk. He then stomped down with his foot and, with a boom, the recently rebuilt gate immediately collapsed again under this blow. Li Qiye then entered the school as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. "Little animal, you're seeking your death." This enraged countless Tiger's Howl disciples. They furiously screamed and several hundred disciples who were guarding key locations suddenly rushed forward. To a great power, the gate was their face and honor. Li Qiye stomping on their gate was equivalent to stomping on the Tiger's Howl school's face. However, even when facing the murderous onslaught of several hundred disciples, Li Qiye didn't even bat an eye. He still gracefully sauntered into the school. Zhang! Suddenly, the sounds of a sword and saber appeared. Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao immediately took action. One turned her sword into yin and yang as a grand formation came down murderously with the resonation of myriad swords. The other's saber could even sweep through the heavens with its invincible momentum. This saber could annihilate all in its domineering path. One with the Six Dao sword and the other with the tyrannical immortal saber. Both of them attacking at the same time painted the sky with a sanguineous picture. In just a short amount of time, several hundred disciples died before they could even scream. This scene left many in horror. Li Qiye's ferocity was something known by many people, but they didn't expect that the flower-like beauties, Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, would also be so crazily powerful. They both had auras capable of sweeping through the world. This is what a real man looks like. Countless people were envious of Li Qiye's maids for being so heaven-defying. However, Li Qiye was even more heaven-defying to have such heaven's proud daughters as his maids in the first place. Chapter 366, Dual Dominating Beauties, Kill Them. The Tiger's Howl disciples roared and suddenly, a few thousand disciples rushed out with a surging murderous momentum like a grand army. The school being able to survive until this day was not without reason. Get back! At this time, the Tiger's Howl schoolmaster yelled out and recalled all the disciples who were ready to kill. He knew that ordinary disciples, no matter the number, were only mere fodder. Zhang! However, before the several thousand disciples could retreat, a sword soared through the 9 heavens and the saber swept through the 8 desolaces. The 6 Dao yin-yang sword formation flew out from Li Shuangyan's hand. This extremely monstrous sword formation created thousands of blades of wind that acted like a meat grinder. In just a split second, a rain of blood appeared inside the formation as scraps of flesh flew everywhere. The tyrannical immortal saber in the sky swept through all by cutting down mountains as if they were leaves. This invincible saber caused blood to spurt like a spring, creating flowers of blood. At this moment, Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao paved the path for Li Qiye with their domineering might. This was a path to enter the ancestral ground of the Tiger's Howl school, leaving rivers of blood and mountains of carnage behind them. Such a murderous momentum caused countless spectators to become breathless. Even ancient saints would surely die if they tried to stop this unstoppable force. Too domineering. Seeing such a scene, no matter who they were, chills would spread throughout their shivering bodies. The Tiger's Howl schoolmaster's expression became extremely unsightly. He didn't even have time to respond, so he almost vomited blood from anger. These several thousand disciples, that were the pillar of the school, were massacred in just a blink. He wanted to invoke the grand formations due to wrath, but the deep voice of the prime imperial sire appeared behind him. Let them enter. A moment later, no one dared to stop the group of 3 as they quickly entered the heartland of the school. When Li Qiye stepped into the ambush range of the school, all of those who were inside took a sigh of relief. He had entered the trap and there was no chance for him to leave. At this point, numerous people right outside of the school were also eagerly watching the scene unfolding before them. You choose to not walk on the paved path towards heaven and instead barged into hell without an entrance, little animal, today will be your demise. The Tiger's Howl schoolmaster clenched his teeth and declared with all of his hatred towards Wuxia. Wuxia looked at him and lazily waved his sleeve to say, "Heaven and hell are of no difference to me, when I want to enter, I shall do so and none can stop me." Such audacity! A cold voice appeared, signaling the arrival of the Tiger's Howl Prime Imperial Sire. The 49 divine rings on his body slowly emerged like 49 grand Tao, suppressing this location and rendering others out of breath. With a chilling pair of eyes that were capable of piercing all things like lightning, he glared at Wuxia's group of 3 and emotionlessly uttered, "Since you are here, don't even dream about leaving. You are mistaken. I haven't thought about escaping at all." Wuxia calmly smiled, "I have to crush this place before leaving." Still blustering right before your doom. The Prime Imperial Sire's gaze became frightening as he chillingly declared, "If you surrender now, I can grant you a painless death as long as you hand over your immortal Emperor life treasures and your immortal physique law. If not, then I will let all of you experience a fate worse than death." Wuxia leisurely gave him a look and shook his head, "If you have any methods, then go ahead and use them. However, before I take action, I will give you a piece of merciful advice: evacuate your young and old. Then, at least you will have some blooming seeds for the future. Otherwise, when this location collapses and they start to scream for help, the heaven and earth will not answer their prayers." Ha ha ha, the Prime Imperial Sire gave a crazed laughter. Many of the elders and protectors of the Tiger's Howl School also roared with laughter as if this was the funniest thing they had ever heard. The Prime Imperial Sire replied with a sneer, "Foolish thing, I'll show you that fate today. Kill the Chi brat." Suddenly, the experts from the school immediately pushed Qi Xiaodao outside while the Prime Imperial Sire blocked Li Qia's path. The Prime Imperial Sire continued with a cold grin, "Just like you said, your prayers today will be unanswered by both the heaven and earth. I will first execute the Chi brat, then I'll slowly kill those by your side." The cultivators who were watching in the distance became drawn in. Killing Qi Xiaodao before Li Qia's very eyes would be a psychological attack in order to undermine his morale. However, Li Qia was not flustered and replied with a calm smile instead, "Go ahead, what are you waiting for?" Li Qia's attitude of not caring if Qi Xiaodao was executed right before him surprised the big shots of the Tiger's Howl School, including the Prime Imperial Sire. Pluff. While the upper echelon of the school was still a bit taken aback, a light suddenly flashed as the heads of the experts that were marching Qi Xiaodao fell to the ground before they could even react, resulting in blood spraying everywhere. The killer was Qi Xiaodao's executioner. A swing of his blade meant beheading another victim. He rescued Qi Xiaodao with an astonishing speed. In a brief moment, this executioner brought Qi Xiaodao right to Li Qia's side. This sudden development happened too quickly, and no one could react. All of the school's upper echelon was in a stupor. The executioner was their own disciple, so why did he suddenly betray the school and save Qi Xiaodao at the very last minute? Even the spectators outside were stunned by this sudden change of events with the betrayal of the school's own disciple. "Who are you? How dare you betray your own sect?" The Prime Imperial Sire was shaking with anger. Such a prime opportunity was ruined by a traitor. However, the executioner suddenly transformed into someone else in an instant and cheerfully laughed. "Who said your father was a disciple from your school? Who else could this person be besides Sikong Taotian?" He had already accepted Li Qia's order to infiltrate the school, and it was from his information that Li Qia was able to plan all of this. "Boy, you owe me your life now," Sikong Taotian said with a grin towards Qi Xiaodao. "Good, you guys can leave." After saving Qi Xiaodao, Li Qia told the group. "You want to go? The Prime Imperial Sire was furious. Such an eventful play was ruined, so he ruthlessly exclaimed, "You have entered an inescapable net. You cannot fly even if you had wings, so just accept your death." Finished speaking, he stepped forward while sending out all of the oppressive might of his 49 rings. "You alone wished to stop me?" Wuxia laughed as he glanced at the Prime Imperial Sire and leisurely continued, "If this is all there is to your plan, then it is a pity. Taking care of a little demon like you is not a difficult matter." At this time, another dreadful voice appeared. Boom! An old man stepped out and quickly blocked the path of retreat of Wuxia's group. The earth itself shook upon his arrival. The old man did not have an imposing stature, but he still had an extremely overbearing presence, as if his hidden power could erupt at any time. The ex-imperial advisor of the furious immortal Saint country. After seeing this old man, a sect master from the previous generation, right outside of the Tiger's Howl school, emotionally uttered a cry, "I thought he had already decided to live in seclusion? He is coming into being once more." The ex-imperial advisor of the Saint country is rumored to be an incredible heavenly sovereign. He has a grand completion tyrannical saint physique. Many people had heard of this legendary character since he was still renowned during the difficult Tao era. He might have already entered the Heavenly King realm at the start of his retirement. When his tyrannical saint physique was completed, the Lion's Roar Heavenly King had only just started his rise to prominence. A person movingly stated. The ex-imperial advisor of the Saint country was said to be unfathomable, and his grand completion physique was even more dreadful. It was one of the 18 saint physiques, and it contained an unrivaled power at grand completion. This was something capable of instilling fear in all existences. Wuxia glanced at the Prime Imperial Sire, then the ex-imperial advisor of the Saint country, before he leisurely smiled, "Only a minor character that's not worthy for me to take action." Such arrogant words made people glance at each other. This was at least a heavenly sovereign, and he also had a grand completion saint physique. However, after remembering how Wuxia had managed to kill everything in his path, they felt that he indeed had the capability to boast like this. Take care of the Prime Imperial Sire first. Wuxia withdrew his gaze and commanded Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao. Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao stepped forward without saying anything. One with the 6 Dao sword and the other with the tyrannical immortal saber. With these invincible weapons in their hands, both of their auras surged. Ignorant fools, mere mayflies wanting to shake the great tree. The Prime Imperial Sire angrily rebuked for being looked down upon by Wuxia. With a dark expression, the 49 divine rings opened completely as a heavenly sovereign's power quickly came crashing down towards Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan. In this instant, Li Shuangyan seemed to turn into a blooming sacred lotus. With immortal light everywhere, she quickly passed through the suppressing rings of the Prime Imperial Sire. With the sacred light protecting her, Li Shuangyan remained untouched by myriad laws and the heavenly Tao. This was her void imperfection physique. Shout out to Winerka for the updated link. Chapter 367, Battle against the Tiger's Howl School. In a split second, Li Shuangyan moved at an incredible speed to pass through the Prime Imperial Sire's divine rings. Her half-white half-black 6 Dao sword pierced through everything straight to the middle of the Imperial Sire's eyebrows. The Prime Imperial Sire became aghast and quickly flipped his palm over. With that, a myriad of pulsing laws came down like a furious dragon. Pluff! The sword went straight through the Prime Imperial Sire's palm seal, instantly spilling blood. The 6 Dao sword showed no mercy as it penetrated his hand. Amidst all of this, the heavenly palm seal and myriad suppression laws still couldn't touch Li Shuangyan. Under countless laws and the power of the Grand Tao, Li Shuangyan was still like a fish in water, free to come and go. Impossible. Seeing such a scene, countless people uttered a cry in shock. How could she actually be impervious to myriad Tao? The Prime Imperial Sire was at a disadvantage after the first exchange, and this left him with a shocked expression. He stared at Li Shuangyan in disbelief and shouted, "The Void Imperfection Physique. And it's at minor completion." In this world, only the Void Imperfection Immortal Physique was untouchable by a myriad of Tao. This physique was indeed the nemesis of many Tao laws since they were useless before it. Void Imperfection Physique. Many became dumbfounded when they heard this. It was already frightening that Li Qie cultivated the hell-suppressing physique, but his maid right now was cultivating one of the 12 immortal physiques as well. Well, with your cultivation, even the Void Imperfection Physique won't save you. The Prime Imperial Sire let out a cold smile. With a rumbling explosion, a divine sword appeared above his head, spewing and devouring essences at the same time. This soul-stealing sword caused others to shiver without being cold. This is the virtuous paragon, true treasure of a great paragon that had been bestowed a title. Seeing this divine sword with its own consciousness hovering about the Prime Imperial Sire, someone couldn't help but emotionally exclaim. Boom! At the same time, 6 fate palaces appeared above Li Shuangyan's head to immediately form a domain. The hymn of a sword formation rang as the 6 Dao sword turned into a gigantic 6 Dao yin-yang sword formation that entered this absolute domain. Zhang, zhang, zhang. In the blink of an eye, each sword beam became even larger than the heavenly pillars inside Li Shuangyan's domain. The sword beams utilized its supreme array to trap the Prime Imperial Sire right away. 6 palaces. She already has 6 palaces at the enlightened being realm. This means that she was once a supreme noble. It was indeterminable whether the spectators were envious or jealous at this scene. The Void Imperfection Physique alone warranted envy, but now they found out that she opened 6 palaces. The eyes of the spectators quickly reddened from greed. How could other geniuses get by in this world if she was here? Even an absolute sword formation domain cannot stop me. The Prime Imperial Sire uttered a loud roar as his 49 divine rings turned into a world. He wanted to tear apart the sword formation. At the same time, his divine sword also unleashed a slash that was capable of slicing the stars and severing the Grand Tao. Don't you even think about escaping. Chen Baojiao cried out in response. Her ancient saint aura suddenly and fiercely erupted. However, the most ferocious thing was the tyrannical immortal saber in her hand. One saber to punish the heavens with its heaven-traversing 8 saber technique. This explosive power was too terrifying. Zhang! The saber broke through the plethora of worlds as it shot through the sky like the blade of a true god, annihilating all of the worlds. An endless divine power rested in the bright glint of the saber as if it had already once annihilated the gods of this world. The tyrannical immortal saber and the heaven-traversing 8 saber technique, these were items passed down from the legendary era. The moment these two things combined their might, the resulting power could only cause others to shudder. Bang! This heaven-traversing blade actually fought against the virtuous paragon divine blade of the Prime Imperial Sire. However, Chen Baojiao was still only of the ancient saint realm, so she had to take several steps back from the blow. Get lost! But at this time, Chen Baojiao's stubborn temper erupted as she yelled. Her body suddenly became bright and, at this moment, she crazily absorbed the worldly essence along with myriad Tao. The power of the Tao around her body created an extremely terrifying storm that eventually aggregated in her blade in just 1 second. Zhang! Another technique from the 8 saber arts was unleashed from her rage. It severed the horizon and firmly knocked back the Prime Imperial Sire's divine sword. Even the divine rings around his body were pushed back from the powerful storm. At this moment, Chen Baojiao was surrounded by a terrifying storm that consisted of the Grand Tao and worldly essence. Its power could crush all things, and it accumulating on the blade increased her strike's effectiveness by several dozen times. What physique is this? Many people sucked in through their teeth in confusion after seeing this explosive Grand Tao storm on her body. The tyrannical sacred spring physique not only increased her cultivation by leaps and bounds, but it also allowed for her to absorb the worldly essence to create this terrifying storm. Even though Chen Baojiao did not open 6 palaces like Li Shuangyan, her physique allowed for her cultivation to quickly catch up to Li Shuangyan in just a few short years, allowing her to reach the ancient saint realm. At this moment, Li Shuangyan was a 7 celestials enlightened being and was 1 step away from ancient saint. Chen Baojiao had to restart her cultivation from the beginning after destroying her foundation, but she still managed to catch up. This was the strength of the tyrannical sacred spring physique. This physique was not necessarily stronger than the void imperfection physique, but it was also not likely to be any weaker than the immortal physiques. This was an ultimate and supreme physique. Kill! Li Shuangyan let out a cry as her hand moved the formation arrays. The moment it opened, cries of dragons and tigers emerged as if millions of prehistoric beasts were rushing out. This was the 6 beasts formation. It had an extraordinary origin. The moment these beasts rushed out, they used their crushing momentum to hunt down all enemies. At the same time, her true fate also jumped out of her master palace and used an unparalleled momentum to attack. Chen Baojiao also uttered a battle cry and unleashed a horizontal slash that carried the overbearing Grand Dao storm like a storm goddess. Even as a jewel sovereign, the prime imperial sire was startled by these strikes. He quickly grabbed the divine sword and took out a shield for his other hand. His shield was also a virtuous paragon true treasure. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the prime imperial sire used the shield to slam straight towards Li Shuangyan and sliced his sword towards Chen Baojiao. He understood that the tiger's howl merit laws were useless before Li Shuangyan's void imperfection physique. Even his jewel sovereign cultivation wouldn't do unless he had a heaven's will secret law. Thus, he used the shield to meet the enemy, using his powerful brute strength. There is no justice in this world. The actions taken by Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao astonished even the spectators outside. A once supreme noble who was now a 7 celestials enlightened being actually had a minor completion immortal physique. This allowed for her to even surpass the confinements of levels and directly fight against a heavenly sovereign. The other person was an ancient saint with an unknown physique. However, with just a glance, one could tell that this physique was only stronger than saint physiques, no weaker. And not to mention the divine saber in her hand that was capable of sweeping through the 8 decimalaces. Even though the prime imperial sire was a jewel sovereign that could easily kill enlightened beings and ancient saints under ordinary situations, he was not able to kill them because of the combined efforts of Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao. I can forgive Li Qie for cultivating an immortal physique, but his 2 maids. One person has an immortal physique while the other has an unknown powerful physique. Is there any justice in this world? Does he want to use physiques to bully the rest of the world? A person murmured right outside of the school. Countless covetous glimmers appeared in people's gazes. The appearance of these physiques meant that Li Qie had at least 2 immortal physique laws. Even immortal emperor lineages craved for these laws, so who could be exempt from such desires? The ex-imperial advisor of the furious immortal saint country was also alerted. Even though the saint country boasted of having an immortal physique law, its lower tyrannical immortal law had flaws despite being complete. How could he not be stimulated when 2 immortal physique laws appeared right before him? Little brat, be smart and surrender. This imperial advisor can grant you a peaceful death. At this time, the ex-imperial advisor stepped forward with a domineering momentum, attempted to suppress everything in Li Qie's direction. His own cultivation was very powerful, and his tyrannical saint physique had already reached grand completion. This allowed for him to challenge even heavenly kings despite only being a heavenly sovereign. With only you? Li Qie responded with a carefree laugh without batting an eye. Ba, ba. But before Li Qie and the ex-imperial advisor could begin their fight, an extremely terrifying lightning tribulation descended from the sky. In just a second, it became an ocean of torrential lightning followed by an evil energy that soared to the sky. Bang! The earth cracked after a loud explosion. Everyone then heard a cracking sound. The old treasure that was suppressing the lion's roar, Heavenly King, suddenly blew apart into several pieces and flew out everywhere. Open! After a sound that was akin to a dragon's roar, one could make out a golden lion capable of devouring the heaven and earth suddenly turn into a huge mystical form. It powerfully pierced through the sea of lightning. No way! Such a sudden change left the Tiger's Howl schoolmaster in shock. This ancient treasure was something passed down throughout the school's history and was extremely powerful. However, it was actually crushed by someone today. Ha ha ha! I have finally shattered this last tribulation. An imposing voice resonated as a lion-like old man appeared in front of everyone. The lion's roar, Heavenly King. He actually succeeded. Seeing this old man fight his way out of the ancient treasure suppression, many people were moved and murmured, "Is this a minor completion immortal physique?" It seems that the rumors were true. The Heavenly King had actually found his ancestors' unbeatable immortal physique law. In a split second, Li Shuangyan moved at an incredible speed to pass through the Grand Imperial Sire's divine rings. Her half-white half-black six-dao sword pierced through everything straight to the middle of the Imperial Sire's eyebrows. The Grand Imperial Sire became aghast and quickly flipped his palm over. With that, a myriad of pulsing laws came down like a furious dragon. Pluff! The sword went straight through the Grand Imperial Sire's palm seal, instantly spilling blood. The six-dao sword showed no mercy as it penetrated his hand. Amidst all of this, the heavenly palm seal and myriad suppression laws still couldn't touch Li Shuangyan. Under countless laws and the power of the Grand Tao, Li Shuangyan was still like a fish in the waters, free to come and go. Chapter 368, Tiger's Howl Ancestor, Grandpa. Seeing this old man that resembled a lion, Qi Xiaodao was both surprised and glad as he immediately shouted. At this time, the pair of lion-like eyes of the old man hovered upon the ex-imperial advisor from the Saint Country, then he loudly laughed. "So it turns out to be the ex-imperial advisor, you actually got involved in these muddy waters. Amazing, it seems that you have truly found your ancestors' immortal physique law. Nothing can be better since this is the thing our Saint Country requires." The ex-imperial advisor was not intimidated and instead was rather ecstatic. In fact, they suppressed the Heavenly King in order to test whether or not he actually had the immortal physique law. To find out that this was the answer, it was actually good news to them. No matter what, they wished to capture him alive and seize his physique law. Enough talking, it's time to fight. The lion's roar, Heavenly King laughed wildly like a lion. In just a second, the inner physique before his chest suddenly became bright and was brimming with immortal power, causing his blood energy to surge, promoting him into an invincible tyrannical lion. The minor completion furious immortal tyrannical physique. Seeing the frightening immortal power on the Heavenly King's body after his physique erupted, many people were shocked with envy. Just in time. I'd like to see your ancestors' immortal physique law. The ex-imperial advisor also roared. An immortal power surged from his body as well. It was dauntingly similar to the Heavenly King. At this time, universal laws began to resonate. These laws frantically increased the advisor's battle power and blood energy for a short period of time. This is also the furious immortal tyrannical physique, but it is from the lower immortal tyrannical physique law. A person emotionally exclaimed after seeing the old advisor's state. The lower immortal tyrannical physique law was the defining art of the furious immortal Saint Country. This art could be cultivated into the furious immortal tyrannical physique, but not just anyone in the Saint Country would be able to cultivate this law. Unless they were from the main branch, one would need to greatly contribute to the country and have their loyalty tested. Without a doubt, the ex-imperial advisor satisfied all of the conditions to cultivate this immortal law. Is the fate of this world going to be decided by immortal physiques now? A dumbfounded person murmured. Earlier, Li Shuangyan's void imperfection physique and Chen Baojiao's invincible nameless physique were already amazing enough, but now two furious immortal tyrannical physiques came out of nowhere. Seeing immortal physiques would normally be a rare sight, but now, one appeared after another. This was too ridiculous. Slay! The furious immortal tyrannical physique's essence was in its hegemonic nature of ruling by force. It could instantly increase the user's cultivation, battle power, and blood energy to an insane level, allowing the user to easily fight against a much more powerful existence. Not to mention, there were no negative side effects. At this time, the Heavenly King and the ex-imperial advisor were like two crazed lions. The two of them wildly cried out and fought in the sky, fiercely exchanging blows. Their extremely ferocious fight caused others to lose their minds. Do you guys only have these kinds of means? Li Qie was without an enemy, so he glanced at the Tiger's Howl schoolmaster and said with a smile, "If this is all there is to it, then you have left me very disappointed." Finished speaking, his hell-suppressing godly physique suddenly erupted. Bang! Li Qie's foot heavily stomped down, tearing the heaven and earth asunder. Rumble! Even though the surrounding area completely collapsed, Li Qie did not stop. One stomp after another, his feet rained down upon this land. Bang, bang, bang! The blasts resounded across the world. In just a short moment, the Tiger's Howl School was facing a cataclysm as an extremely powerful force tore apart the earth. Li Qie was the center of all of this. He used a crushing momentum to break mountains and temples one after another. This caused all the Tiger's Howl experts to turn pale as if the end was approaching. The hell-suppressing godly physique, another minor completion immortal physique. Even the cultivators in the distance felt their strength sapped from their bodies under the domineering might of this immortal physique. How can any of us live in this world? Today, so many minor completion immortal physiques have appeared. Right now, Li Qie and Li Shuangyan have minor completion immortal physiques. If they become virtuous paragons in the future and obtain grand completion immortal physiques, then even an immortal emperor would have a hard time suppressing them. A great character lamented with pain. Open the ancestral foundation. The schoolmaster was deathly pale as he crazily shouted. At this time, the school wanted to start up their ancestral foundation no matter the cost. After his command, wave after wave of universal laws, as big as stars, rushed out from the school's ancestral ground. Under the support of a massive sum of refined jades, the school was able to open its ancestral foundation. A long universal law then locked this earth and sealed the firmaments. It finally managed to stop Li Qie from using his immortal physique to destroy the school's ancestral ground. Little animal, if we don't mince you into pieces today, we will never let this go until we cease to exist. The schoolmaster couldn't help but scream in rage. How could he not be hurt after seeing their ancestral ground become so damaged? I'm afraid that using just your ancestral foundation won't do. It won't be me who will be minced, it shall be I who will stomp your Tiger's Howl School into nothingness. Li Qie calmly declared with a smile. Ignorant brat, our immemorial ancestral foundation shall never fall. Humph, a mere mayfly like you dares to even dream about shaking us. At this time, a cold voice appeared as if a dead person was crawling up from the ground. At this time, 4 ancient saints carried a palanquin outside. The old man who was laying on top of it only had a few strands of white hair left, plus his entire body appeared to be a dried-up skeleton, only his skin remained. This was someone who appeared to have only one breath left, someone that would find it difficult to even walk, someone who was just awaiting their inevitable demise. However, such an old man instilled a sense of fear in all the spectators. His corpse-like body was tiredly situated on the palanquin like a coiling dragon. When his eyes opened, a terrifying divine light flashed. It felt as if this divine light was capable of destroying everything. Anyone who saw this old man would not dismiss him just because he was lying on a palanquin. On the contrary, all of them shivered with creeps the moment they laid their eyes on this old man. Is this the ancestor of the Tiger's Howl school? Seeing this old man and feeling the shiver-inducing aura, someone couldn't help but murmur. I have heard of this old man before. Finally, a decrepit old demon monarch took a deep breath and said in horror, legends state that he is the 8th-generation great-grandson of the Tiger God. He had always been sealed in the deepest parts of the school with an era blood stone to resist the erosion of time. Many were horrified after hearing this. The 8th great-grandson of the Tiger God. Just how long had this person lived for? Even if he had been gathering dust underground, it was still enough to scare other people. When this old man was carried out, everyone from the Tiger's Howl school quickly prostrated and chanted, "O great divine ancestor." The dying old man that was lying on the palanquin spoke without any strength, "Junior, you were able to force me to come into being. Even if you die today, you have done enough to warrant a lifetime of arrogance and pride. Be reasonable and hand over the immortal physique laws." An old undying. Wuxia narrowed his eyes and peered at the ancestor before he cheerfully smiled, "I'm afraid today is the last time you will ever come into being. An existence only of the old undying level is not enough to protect the Tiger's Howl school." With that, Wuxia stomped down towards the old man with an unrivaled domineering attitude. Such a domineering style astonished everyone. This was an existence of the ancestor level. An old undying capable of petrifying anyone. Many great sects sealed one or two of these old undyings, but when these characters came into being, it could easily result in their death. This was why they would not easily come out unless their sects were facing certain destruction. Heavenly sovereigns and even heavenly kings were filled with dread when they saw this old undying ancestor, but Wuxia still stomped his foot towards him with an overbearing attitude. The ancestor on the palanquin didn't even move one bit. He simply flicked his finger and, with a pop, Wuxia was blown away, crashing heavily into a peak. So powerful. A finger easily knocked away Wuxia with a minor completion immortal physique. Many spectators felt their scalps tingle since they all knew about Wuxia's ferocity, yet the ancestor blew him away with just one finger. Crash! Wuxia rushed out from the rubble with some bloodstains on his robes. However, they were merely external wounds and were insignificant to Wuxia. It is a pity. You are far from enough. An existence that has yet to enter the path of the Grand Era, not enough to reach the apex. Wuxia burst out in laughter and didn't pay the ancestor any mind. Too arrogant. Many people sucked in air through their teeth and exclaimed after hearing Wuxia's words. The ancestor still sat on the palanquin, appearing to look down on all existences as he weakly spoke, "You do not know the immensity of the heaven and earth. Even though I haven't stepped onto the path of the Grand Era, it is still more than enough to kill a little brat like you." Above heavenly kings were virtuous paragons. There was a saying in this world, if immortal emperors do not come into being, then virtuous paragons were unbeatable. In fact, this phrase was very vague. Virtuous paragons were divided into many types, so even though the cultivators of this world considered any existence right below immortal emperor to be of the virtuous paragon realm for millions of years, virtuous paragons that did not enter the path of the heavens or the path of the Grand Era were called ordinary virtuous paragons. For these ordinary virtuous paragons, their levels, in ascending order are early era virtuous paragon, rising era virtuous paragon, peaceful era virtuous paragon, prosperous era virtuous paragon, and golden era virtuous paragon. It could be said that a golden era virtuous paragon was at the peak of ordinary virtuous paragons, but this was not the ultimate end of this realm. Might be an exaggeration. Chapter 369, Eight-Winged Divine Tiger. Once a cultivator reached Golden Era Virtuous Paragon, there would be two paths available to those who could continue onward, one was the path of the heavens and the other was the path of the Grand Era. These two paths were very easily classified. The path of the heavens was to reach the supreme heavenly Tao of oneself. People who traveled on this path had the chance to obtain the heaven's will and become an immortal emperor. However, the path of the heavens had always been very cruel and heartless throughout each generation, since those who walked on this path had to compete against countless others. Throughout the ages, countless heaven-defying existences all died miserable deaths on this path towards the heavens. In contrast, those who trod on the path of the Grand Era were more likely to die of old age. This was the Tao of the Grand Era that didn't compete for the heaven's will. This was a path that simply aimed for the apex of the virtuous paragon realm. Those who trod on the Grand Era's path could build a country to gather resources. Once they gained a certain degree of power, they would be able to open the divine investiture list. This meant that virtuous ancestors that reached the apex of the Grand Era's path were comparable to the mysterious true gods and could not be looked down upon by even immortal emperors. Future generations began to divide these two paths. They called the virtuous paragons that walked towards the heavens, heavenly paragons, and those that strode towards the Grand Era, divine paragons. Without a doubt, the ancestor of the Tiger's Howl school was a virtuous paragon, but he had not entered either of these paths. He was only an ordinary virtuous paragon. However, as an old undying that had been sealed for countless years and the ancestor of a great sect, he was still an existence worthy of awe and fear. Is that so? Wuxia smiled and said, "Then come out and show me the power of a virtuous paragon like yourself." Having said that, immortal emperor auras flooded the sky. At this moment, Wuxia's left hand wielded the violet imperial hammer and his right hand held the black tortoise rod. Immortal Emperor life treasures. The moment he took out these weapons, surging flame-like imperial auras appeared, causing everyone to shiver and nervously swallow their saliva. The violet imperial hammer of the azure mysterious ancient kingdom and the black tortoise rod of the brilliance ancient kingdom. Countless people were in awe before these two weapons. Some big shots couldn't help but to show their unsuppressible greed despite their legs growing weak. One of them even murmured, "This kid is too scary." To be able to actually unlock the Emperor seal of the ancient kingdoms, this is truly unbelievable. Many were driven mad from jealousy, seeing two Emperor weapons in the possession of Wuxia. Outside of immortal Emperor lineages, who would have two Emperor weapons? But this kid did. So how could they not go crazy from jealousy? And the even more astonishing part was that this kid could actually unlock the legendary Emperor seals to take others' Emperor weapons for his own use. Since he was facing Emperor weapons, even the ancestor of the Tiger's Howl school did not dare to act recklessly. In the end, the school was not an immortal Emperor lineage, they did not have Emperor merit laws, so before the might of an Emperor weapon, great sects like them were at a huge disadvantage. The ancestor solemnly stood up and opened his eyes. Suddenly, an endless net of lightning encompassed the entire school. At this moment, he was no longer an old undying nearing his end and was more like an awakened divine tiger. Before his piercing gaze, even heavenly kings would find that their legs would give in. Boom! The ancestor's powerful virtuous paragon aura destroyed the earth. At this time, 8 tiger wings appeared behind his back, turning him into a divine tiger with 8 wings. Even though his vitality had withered, his ferocious might still remained. I know who he is now. Someone saw the 8 wings behind his back and exclaimed in horror, he is the 8-winged divine tiger. During the generation of immortal Emperor Yin Tian, he was a virtuous paragon that once ruled over an entire territory. By accomplishing such a task, one could absolutely be referred to as a genius amongst devilish geniuses. Li Shuangyan had 6 palaces, and now Wuxia also had 6. Becoming dumbstruck in horror was the only appropriate reaction. Motherfucker. A big character from the previous generation couldn't help but let out some vulgarity. With these 2 great geniuses appearing in one day, what are our juniors going to do? It was not their fault for being lost in despair, since both Li Shuangyan and Li Qiye stole the radiance from all other geniuses. Before them, no one else would dare to call themselves a genius. This is simply mocking everyone else's futures. How are we going to live from now on? A young prodigy unwillingly spoke in a daze. Not to mention their immortal physiques, now they also have 6 palaces. Can't they leave some space for little shrimps like us to catch up? At this moment, the eyes of many were reddened from jealousy as they stared at Li Qiye. Many of those wished to peel off his skin and tear apart his tendons. Even a descendant of an ancient kingdom would not have as many luxurious things as he does. We're changing the battlefield. Come up. Seeing the eruption of Li Qiye's yin-yang sea of blood, even the tiger's howl ancestor couldn't keep his calm demeanor. He suddenly traversed through the air upward and shouted. So be it. Li Qiye laughed and also soared up to the sky. In an extremely short amount of time, Li Qiye's revolving crescent sun frantically urged the sea of blood to let out an endless sanguine tide. At this moment, Li Qiye's blood energy flooded the sky. Feel the rage of the Emperor weapons. Li Qiye screamed and used his endless blood energy to activate the 2 Emperor weapons. The moment these words came out, the 2 weapons directly attacked the tiger's howl ancestor. There were no merit laws nor techniques involved, it was only the direct attack of the invincible Emperor weapons. The moment these 2 weapons shot out, many strange images and phenomena appeared. A black tortoise caused the heaven and earth to molder while a violet hammer struck down the moon and sun. At this time, the entire Tiger's Howl school shivered in fear as countless people fell onto the ground, not being able to breathe from the pressure. Galaxy parting hook. The ancestor knew that there was no path of retreat, so he also uttered a loud cry like a divine god coming into being. The divine hook struck down as each galaxy was turned upside down into a faint sea of stars in order to block the incoming Emperor weapons. Bang! After a loud explosion, countless stars fell down as the firmament was shattered. The people on the ground suffered from the aftermath. Their blood energy went out of control, and those with a weaker cultivation directly vomited blood. Under this blow, the sea of stars was destroyed while the ancestor had to take several steps back, revealing a shocked countenance. How could this be? Even a virtuous paragon was not able to block the attack. This suddenly changed the demeanor of countless people. This is too heaven-defying. Li Qiye was able to unleash 30% of the immortal Emperor life treasures. His longevity treasure is way too powerful. I think it must be an immortal Emperor longevity treasure. A big character looked at Li Qiye's yin-yang sea of blood that was hovering in the sky. Even though he had just unleashed an Emperor-level attack, there was no sign of his blood energy drying up. This longevity treasure was way too formidable, rendering others absolutely horrified. One must understand that in order to unleash a strike from an Emperor weapon, one required the support and sacrifice of a large amount of blood energy. Not everyone could pay this price. Li Qiye also took a deep breath. His sea of blood was indeed extremely powerful, but by attacking with 2 Emperor weapons in this manner, he was still unable to bear it despite the support of his sea of blood. He felt out of breath and struggled to regain his composure after using a monstrous amount of blood energy. The Tiger's Howl ancestor was going insane. A junior like Li Qiye having 2 Emperor weapons was one thing, but he also had an immortal Emperor longevity treasure. An immortal Emperor longevity treasure working together with immortal Emperor life treasures, this was a perfect synergy. Bao, Li Qiye versus the first, official, virtuous paragon. I wonder how many virtuous paragons we have seen so far. Once a cultivator reached Golden Era virtuous paragon, if they could still continue onward, then there were 2 available paths. One was the path of the heavens and the other was the path of the Grand Era. These 2 paths were very easily classified. The path of the heavens was to reach the supreme heavenly Tao of the self. People who traveled on this path had the chance to obtain the heaven's will and reach immortal Emperor. However, The path of the heavens had always been very cruel and heartless throughout each generation, since those who walked on this path had to compete against countless others. Throughout the ages, countless heaven-defying existences all died miserable deaths on this path towards the heavens. In contrast, those who trod on the path of the Grand Era were more likely to die of old age. This was the Tao of the Grand Era that didn't compete for the heaven's will. This was a path that simply aimed for the apex of the virtuous paragon realm. Chapter 370, Battle Against the Divine Tiger. Damn it. One person with 2 emperor weapons and an emperor longevity treasure. This is a rich young master, no, an imperial young master. Only the direct children of immortal emperors would be able to enjoy such privileges. A person exclaimed with indignation. After a sad bellow, he was also killed by this attack. In just the blink of an eye, 2 experts from the Tiger's Howl school were killed. The Tiger's Howl ancestor was stunned. He couldn't help even if he wanted to, since Li Qia's 2 emperor weapons had been fixated on him. Seeing such a scene, not only the Tiger's Howl disciples, but even the spectators outside were astonished. Li Qia's camp was way too powerful. If this is the limit of your capabilities, then there is no chance of stopping me today. Li Qia glanced at the Tiger's Howl ancestor, whose face had become cold to the extreme. Angered to the point of vomiting blood, the ancestor angrily laughed and then coldly declared, "Good, good. Junior, do you think you are the only one with immortal emperor life treasures? Please come out, ancient kingdom's emperor weapons." Bang, bang, bang. The moment the ancestor finished his words, an immortal emperor's aura suddenly ravaged the nearby land with a force even more powerful than Li Qia's 2 emperor weapons. In just a split second, 4 emperor weapons appeared on the side of the Tiger's Howl school with a terrifying pressure that shook the entire eastern 100 cities. An immortal emperor true treasure. At this time, people felt a presence as if an immortal emperor had personally come. They couldn't help but become pale from fear. At this time, 3 immortal emperor life treasures and 1 immortal emperor true treasure descended to the school and sealed this entire location. Even the spectators right outside had to lie limp on the ground. Is this the prelude to the eventual sinking of the Tiger's Howl school? At this moment, countless old undyings of the great sects at the eastern 100 cities became alarmed after feeling the immortal emperor true treasure's presence. The evil subduing rod, immortal emperor Fu Mo's true treasure. And also the water dragon rod, the fire phoenix rod, and the wood tiger rod. Seeing the 4 weapons, someone became overwhelmed with shock and murmured, "All of immortal emperor Fu Mo's weapons have gathered here today." Immortal emperor Fu Mo of the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom had left behind an arsenal of weapons, including the evil subduing rod and his rods crafted after the 4 images. It was said that this arsenal could turn into an invincible emperor formation. Including the black tortoise rod in Li Qia's hands, all of immortal emperor Fu Mo's weapons had appeared at the Tiger's Howl ancestral ground. But outside of these 3 life treasures, even an immortal emperor true treasure arrived. Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath after seeing such a scene. Today was a battle between immortal emperor weapons. Such a grand performance. All the emperor weapons of an immortal emperor have arrived. Only an ancient kingdom would be able to put on such a play. Seeing the 4 weapons suppressing the 4 directions of the school, many were awestruck. This is the Tiger's Howl school working together with the furious immortal saint country in the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom. It's not just the school alone. Maybe the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom is the real mastermind behind all this. A sect master figured it out and emotionally spoke. The Tiger's Howl school was merely the battlefield, the real player was the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom. The Brilliance Ancient Kingdom finally came. Li Qia became serious and commanded the group of Li Shuangyan, "All of you leave first, I shall deal with them." It is too late to leave. At this time, a terrifying voice resonated. A faint shadow appeared in the sky. The emergence of this shadow made the world seem insignificant. Wherever he stood was his personal domain, he was a god that controlled the heaven and earth. Countless people felt the impulse to kneel down in worship before this faint shadow as if an almost primal, instinctive fear emanated from the depths of their minds. The Brilliance Ancient Kingdom's divine beast protector. Li Qia's eyes narrowed as he stared at the fuzzy shadow in the sky and said, "The divine beast protector from the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom." After hearing this name, someone screamed. Even old undyings that hid in the darkness became shocked and murmured, "Is this an eternal existence?" The title of eternal existence would not be granted to just anyone. Even an old undying like the tiger's howl ancestor was not qualified to be called an eternal existence. Even legendary masters lacked this privilege. It was said that only people who opened the divine investiture list could be called eternal existences. Although there were no clear standards to this title, eternal existences were far beyond ordinary virtuous paragons. This was something known to everyone. Damn it! One person with 2 emperor weapons and an emperor longevity treasure, this is a rich young master, no, an imperial young master. Only the direct children of immortal emperors would be able to enjoy such privileges. A person exclaimed with indignation. Good, 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 the Tiger's Howl School's ancestor was laughing from anger. He, a terrifying ancestor, had been sealed for so many years underground, had to come into being today just for a little junior. He thought that he could deal with this as easily as flipping his palm, but he didn't think that he couldn't garner even the least bit of advantage. As a powerful ancestor who failed to kill a junior even after using his true fate weapon, it was extremely humiliating for him. Take this. In a wrathful outrage, the ancestor took out a treasure that stole the colors from the moon and sun while the stars lost their luminosity. Chapter 371, Realm God. Coming into being, the Brilliance Divine Beast Protector had always been resting at the capital of the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom, utilizing its great resources and an era bloodstone to resist the withering of time. After tens of millions of years, no one dared to provoke the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom. Even powerful virtuous paragons wouldn't cause trouble inside the kingdom's territory, let alone oppose it. Many people knew that outside of the kingdom's own great resources and secrets, its divine beast protector had always been alive. Today, it personally came here and shook everyone's hearts, who knew how many people lost all of their courage after hearing this name. Now this is the real death trap. A knowledgeable master murmured, no matter how heaven-defying Li Qia is, he will not be able to escape this inevitable doom. Besides those at the Tiger's Howl School, many revealed a gloating grin. Li Qia was too heaven-defying and devilish. As long as he existed, he would forever be an unreachable mountain for the rest of the younger generation. My Dao clone has to personally arrive just for a junior, this is valuing you too much. The faint figure in the sky looked down at Li Qia and said, however, it will all be worth it. It is a Dao clone. People glanced at each other, but they were still astonished. Even if it was only the Dao clone of the divine beast protector of the ancient kingdom, it was still enough to suppress many virtuous paragons, not to mention it also brought along 4 emperor weapons. This was unbeatable. These spectators took deep breaths. They all understood that with the appearance of the divine beast protector, this battle was about to reach the climax. Junior, even the gods would not be able to save you today. The Tiger's Howl ancestor coldly spoke. Their school had suffered heavily after this battle, but for the emperor laws and physique laws, it was all worth it. Don't meaninglessly struggle. The overbearing shadow looked down at Li Qia and said, you should meekly hand over your emperor weapons and physique laws. Then, I shall grant you a swift death. An existence like the Brilliance Divine Beast Protector would not easily come into being due to having to pay an extremely high price. Even if it was only its Dao clone, the price would be astounding. These types of eternal existences did not have much lifespan left, they were just barely holding on. Unless it was a disaster, they would absolutely not come out. However, in order to regain the Emperor weapons and physique laws in the hands of Wuxia, the Tao clone of the Divine Beast Protector had no other choice. This was all worth it in its eyes. At the moment, there were three great immortal physique laws: Li Qia's hell-suppressing godly physique, Li Shuangyan's void imperfection physique, and the Heavenly King's furious immortal tyrannical physique. If their brilliance ancient kingdom could obtain these three physique laws, then its potential would become unimaginable. Perhaps they could even catch up to lineages like the Eternal River School or even far exceed them. At this point, all the spectators held their breaths. Even the lion's roar Heavenly King was as pale as a sheet. This was a dead end. If it was someone like the tiger's howl ancestor, then they still had a chance of surviving. However, when an existence like the Brilliance Divine Beast Protector appeared, even if it was only a Tao clone, there would be no way out for them. Li Qia is finished. Not even two Emperor weapons can save him. A person couldn't help but say after seeing the current situation. There was also a disciple from a great power who sneered, he was seeking his own death. Coming from a small sect, no matter how heaven-defying he may be, he still would not be able to overturn the grand tide. Opposing an ancient kingdom was a foolish endeavor. The Brilliance ancient kingdom had two immortal emperors and stood strong for millions of years. How could a junior like him be able to affect them? Let us watch to see how this genius will pathetically die. Another great power's disciple excitedly spoke. To those who had grievances with Li Qia, this kind of development was their greatest wish. What a pity! Li Qia glanced at the faint shadow in the sky and said, only a Tao clone, truly a disappointment. Why would I personally come for an insect? The shadow looked down and said, hand over the immortal physique laws. Li Qia laughed and said, if your real body came, then I might have let you see my immortal physique law. What a shame, I was waiting for your real body to come so that I could refine it. Even if an old guy like you, someone who had lived for generation after generation, is really hard to chew, I really wanted to refine you and turn your beast blood into treasure blood. This is a really nutritious thing. These words surprised everyone, and they all felt that Li Qia had become crazy. This was an eternal existence, someone even stronger than legendary masters. One could not compare it to the likes of an old undying like the tiger's howl ancestor. An existence like the Divine Beast Protector could easily kill ordinary virtuous paragons. As for heavenly sovereigns and heavenly kings, they were nothing but ants in their eyes. Li Qia blustering about refining an eternal existence of the Brilliance ancient kingdom was simply too audacious. Don't tell me this brat has gone crazy from being too scared? Someone couldn't help but laugh, he wants to refine an eternal existence? It could crush him with just one finger. My patience is limited. At this moment, the faint shadow in the sky coldly declared, hand your immortal physique laws over. If it wasn't for the laws, he would have killed Li Qia already. Forget it, I have no interest in a Tao clone. However, your immortal emperor life treasures might not be too bad. Li Qia said with a smile, you can go now, but leave behind the 4 emperor weapons. Even the lion's roar Heavenly King's mouth was wide open after hearing Li Qia trying to chase away the Divine Beast Protector's Tao clone as if it was a fly. The Divine Beast Senior could kill you just by lifting its finger. The 4 emperor weapons aren't here for you. You think way too highly of yourself, they were meant for the Heavenly Tao Academy. It is a shame that they didn't come, otherwise, they would suffer the same fate as you. The tiger's howl ancestor chillingly said. This was a grand plan. The tiger's howl school didn't only want to kill the group of Li Qia. If the ancestors of the Heavenly Tao Academy came to help him, they would also be killed. It is time to end this. Li Qia didn't look at the tiger's howl ancestor, but rather, at the faint figure in the sky as he smiled, today, your Brilliance ancient kingdom will surely fall. My only regret is that I couldn't wait for your real body so that I could use it to strengthen my own. You deserve death. The glare of the faint figure in the sky became extremely fierce. It was as if this figure could pierce through the endless river of time. When it became angry, even the lion's roar heavenly king knelt down on the ground, sweating profusely. Boom! The heaven and earth shook along with the entire Tiger's Howl school. No, the entire Eastern 100 Cities was shaking as if an immortal emperor was going on a journey to flip the entire region. And it wasn't just the Tiger's Howl school, everyone in the Eastern 100 Cities felt the appearance of an invincible existence. One step of his immediately trod across the entire world. Who came into being just now? In this split second, countless old undyings opened their eyes from fear. Some even crawled out from the earth in shock. Even the souls of eternal existences fluttered away from fear. Boom! Another loud explosion detonated. At this time, the entire Eastern 100 Cities was like a little boat made out of a single leaf in a torrential storm. At the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom, countless immortal lights and emperor auras were exuded, flooding the world as supreme formations were formed. But all of this was for naught. Many people saw an astonishing scene. Each and every defensive formation inside the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom was annihilated. A gigantic hand descended from the sky, shattering them one by one. The Realm God. At the Ancient Kingdom's deepest parts, a crazy scream emanated with a hint of unwillingness. You are not supposed to be able to leave your ancestral vein. That is a thing of the past. A majestic and solemn voice came from the sky as a person landed. As something unable to be hindered by anything, it immediately walked into the deepest parts of the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom. Rumble. At this second, immortal Emperor True Treasures soared to the sky along with many immortal Emperor Life Treasures in order to engage the enemy. Break. The Realm God was unbeatable. Its hand was holding onto a giant cauldron that poured divine flames in order to directly refine its enemies. The Chaos Cauldron. Within the depths of the ancient kingdom, a person roared, "Realm God, do you wish for an irreconcilable blood feud with my Brilliance Ancient Kingdom?" Correct. The Realm God rushed inside as the Chaos Cauldron kept on attacking. With rumbling explosions, the ancestral ground of the kingdom was annihilated. Then, the voice of the Realm God spanned across the earth. The day when all of you attacked my heavenly Tao Academy was the day that you should have known this would happen. Die. At this time, an extremely monstrous shadow from the depths soared up high and personally controlled all the Emperor weapons. Chapter 372, Realm God sweeping through the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom, the invincible divine beast protector. Countless old undyings saw this large shadow and movingly stated, "You alone won't do." The unbeatable Realm God directly slammed down with its Chaos Cauldron and blew the opponent away. Such a display of power terrified all the spectators. Realm God. At this time, the faint figure above the Tiger's Howl school madly shouted and then instantly broke into pieces without leaving behind a single remnant. This scene surprised many people. The sudden destruction of a Tao clone meant that the real body had suffered a grave wound and therefore couldn't support the distant Tao clone. Many would have nightmares after today. At this second, an invincible aura swept through the entire Eastern 100 Cities as all existences began to tremble in fear. No. How could this be? Shouldn't the Realm God be rooted in the ancestral vein? How could it leave the heavenly Tao Academy? At this time, the Tiger's Howl ancestor became haggard and said. Many currently dumbstruck spectators, including the Great Power's ancestors, knew that the Realm God had lived for a very long time and was on the verge of dying. Unless the Academy was facing certain destruction, it would not come into being. Moreover, it was rooted within the ancestral vein, and its inability to leave was also common knowledge. It would never leave the vein unless it was tired of living and wished to die from old age. However, the Realm God right now had no qualms with leaving the Academy. It went by itself to the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom. What was the meaning of this? How could this be? Has the realm god been reborn for another generation? At this time, countless outsiders felt their hair standing on end as cold chills traveled through their spines. Many became regretful for attacking the academy in the past. Back then, they assumed that the realm god was no longer going to make it after having lived for so long, not to mention that it had become crazy. In their eyes, its death was all but assured. Especially when the disaster fell upon the academy that year. The realm god still didn't appear, and this only further fortified their disposition regarding the realm god's inability to come into being. At the moment, there was no sign of it weakening as it left the academy and killed its way into the ancient kingdom. This was not good news to those who once teamed up to siege the academy. Rumble. The Brilliance Ancient Kingdom's land began to sunder as the battle reached a new height with countless divine lights encompassing the entire area. Countless existences inside were suppressed to a state of prostration on the ground, they were unable to move one bit. Activate the Emperor Foundation. The terrified voice of the Divine Beast Protector resounded across the earth. At this time, those who could hear this were shaking with fear. Without a doubt, even the Divine Beast Protector was not able to withstand the onslaught. As an imperial light covered the ancient kingdom, it was as if an immortal emperor had come back to life. An invincible aura swept through the world and trapped the realm god inside. Realm god, my Brilliance Ancient Kingdom is eternal. You can't do anything before the Emperor Foundation of two emperors. The Divine Beast Protector uttered in a craze. If your immortal emperors were still alive, then I might retreat. Alas, your emperors are no longer of this world, so your Emperor Foundation cannot trap me. The extremely domineering realm god, with its giant hand holding the Chaos Cauldron, tore the sky apart and rushed in without any hesitation. Such a grand battle startled the entire Eastern 100 cities. Immortal Emperor True Treasures soared to the sky with life treasures everywhere, however, the realm god was invincible. The Chaos Cauldron in its grasp was unstoppable even when facing True Treasures. This was a battle that shook even the heavens. With the realm god taking action, all contemporary great powers were aghast. It was an extremely ancient being. Even though legend stated that it was unbeatable for a generation as the protector of the academy, something that could not be defeated even by immortal emperors, not everyone deemed this as trustworthy, especially when it had not fought in a very long time. And so, everyone who knew of its existence assumed that its lifespan and blood energy were completely dried up. However, its attack today against the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom was of an unparalleled magnitude. At this time, everyone felt sweat forming on their bodies and understood that the phrase, the Heavenly Tao Academy, unshakable for millions of years, was not just mere empty words. It is our turn now. At the Tiger's Howl School, although no one could see the battle at the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom, all the experts were astonished when they felt the invincible momentum. It was as if the realm god was the sole ruler of this world. Many people finally calmed down while Wuxia slowly looked at the Tiger's Howl ancestor and spoke. In a state of panic, the Tiger's Howl ancestor initially thought that this battle was already won with the Brilliance Divine Beast Protector's Tao clone personally arriving with 4 Emperor weapons. They not only wanted to catch Wuxia, but also all of the 7 ancient ancestors if they decided to help Wuxia. However, in contrast to their expectations, only Wuxia came, none of the 7 ancient ancestors showed up. And the worst part was that the realm god came into being and swept through the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom. Now, the Tao clone of the beast didn't even have the chance to attack before it disappeared. One could only imagine how terrifying this battle was if the true body of the Divine Beast Protector became gravely wounded right from the start. The guaranteed victory had been completely reversed, causing the Tiger's Howl ancestor to become pale. However, in the end, he was still a virtuous paragon capable of calling for the wind and summoning rain. He took a deep breath and made a decision before speaking in a cold tone, the victor has yet to be decided. At this point, his eyes fell onto the 4 Emperor weapons. The 4 Emperor weapons were meant for the 7 ancient ancestors, so they were part of a sure-kill formation. You plan to control 4 Emperor weapons with your withered blood energy? Looking at the 4 Emperor weapons, Wuxia narrowed his eyes and then smilingly spoke, "Fine, I still need 4 suitable weapons. Make your move." At this time, he was fixated on the weapons from the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom. He already had the Black Tortoise Rod, so these other 4 weapons were a perfect match for it. Go! The Tiger's Howl ancestor suddenly disappeared from the horizon and emerged at the top of a peak. This was the focal point of the sure-kill formation. At this time, all of his blood energy gathered into this place to activate the 4 Emperor weapons as they exuded an endless amount of Emperor power. A buzzing sound resonated. The ancestor wanted to use this formation to kill Wuxia, but the 4 weapons suddenly quivered and tore apart the void. Not good. With an unexpected look on his face, Wuxia wanted to take action, but he was too late. In a split second, the 4 Emperor weapons tore apart the void and suddenly disappeared. Boom! At this time, the sky at the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom became damaged to the point where a black hole was formed. At this moment, the immortal hymns of immortal emperors preaching the Tao resounded in the air. So fast. I didn't think the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom would have to utilize their true strength in such a short period of time. Wuxia suddenly felt regret. He didn't think the kingdom had to use all of their might. They even summoned back their 4 Emperor weapons at the Tiger's Howl School. If I had known this, I would have taken action earlier. Wuxia knew that he should have unleashed his secret move earlier and seized the 4 Emperor weapons before doing anything else. Now, it was all too late. The succulent duck before his mouth had flown away. At this moment, many in the Eastern 100 cities were alarmed. They didn't think that the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom would be on the verge of faltering due to the attack of the Realm God. They actually had to use their hidden strength after such a brief moment. The Tiger's Howl ancestor's face was now deathly pale. His biggest sure-kill method was suddenly gone. It was as if the heaven and earth no longer answered his prayers. Let us end this battle. This is your last chance to use whatever means you have. Otherwise, I shall refine this earth. Wuxia was in a bad mood after the 4 Emperor weapons flew away. He no longer wanted to waste time and wished to end this battle so that he could run to the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom and steal their creations. With a livid look, the ancestor finally ground his teeth and harshly spoke after stomping on the ground, "Little animal, we shall die together. Open the ominous graves." As his words fell, all of his remaining longevity blood spewed out onto the 4 ominous graves at the depths of the Tiger's Howl ancestral ground. In an instant, the 4 graves became quite demonic. Rumble. At this time, the entire school shook as if everything was affected by this sudden development. A burst of grave-opening sounds rang loudly as an underworldly energy suddenly filled the sky, turning the school itself into hell. The 4 ominous graves were finally opened with rumbling explosions appearing everywhere. 4 monstrous images came out from the graves like 4 gods of death. A towering gloom and ghastly aura surged throughout the school with the 4 great images standing above it as if they wanted to turn this place into a land of death. The legendary ominous graves of the 4 images. Many people right outside of the school suddenly shivered since these images were extremely daunting. The white tiger, the azure dragon, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise, these huge shadows stood there like 4 mythical beasts. Their empty eyes caused others to feel the creeps. These are extremely legendary existences that were refined into the ancestral foundation of the school by its progenitor, the tiger god. Chapter 373, 4 Ominous Images, Slay. The Tiger's Howl ancestor uttered a loud cry as all of his blood energy was consumed by the 4 ominous graves. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, his death was assured. Even if Wuxia didn't kill him, he was doomed to die of old age. Rumble. The four great images came pressing forward with an endless amount of dark energy. Bang! Wuxia met this attack with the Emperor weapons, but he was still blown away. Nevertheless, he roared as the sky became bright due to his hovering Grand Tao. At this time, Wuxia revealed all of his strongest techniques: 1,000 hands against the 9 worlds, daylight immortal secret, and 9 sun locking heaven law. With the hands lifting up 3,000 minor worlds, their combined power aggregated on the 2 emperor weapons. The heavens will secret law descended like a heavenly path with all of the forces in the world focused on Wuxia's body. The 9 suns began to rise as an endless amount of refined flames became the most powerful catalyst for the 2 emperor weapons. Boom! After a loud blast, the 2 emperor weapons in Wuxia's hands exuded an immemorial emperor power to stop the suppression from the 4 great images. However, like before, Wuxia was still unable to withstand this force. At this time, the Grand Tao shattered as the earth beneath his feet fractured. Rivers and ancient pavilions all fell apart as the universal laws under the Tiger's Howl School could no longer protect this area. Thick strands of laws began to burst. In a short period of time, miserable screams emanated throughout the school. Many disciples brought along the young and old to escape from this place that was facing its impending doom. Poof! 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 At the worst possible time, a problem appeared on Wuxia's body. His true fate appeared to be affected by the 4 images as an evil aura emerged and spewed out countless flames. These evil flames towered over Wuxia like a tide and turned into a terrifying vortex that wanted to engulf him. Fate calamity. Seeing this evil ocean-like vortex appearing above his head, even the group of Li Shuangyan was shocked. His fate calamity picked the worst time to appear. Not good, Wuxia's fate calamity appeared. Many people outside of the Tiger's Howl School were astonished when they saw this torrential vortex. Even the heavens wished to destroy you. The Tiger's Howl ancestor let out a crazed laughter and ordered the remaining elders and protectors, use all of our refined jades and open all the ancestral foundations. Today, if our enemies do not die, then we shall perish. A loud sound exploded after his command. The light of refined jades came forth from the deepest part of the school, followed by the surging evil aura of the 4 ominous graves as if the entrance to hell had been opened. This dark energy was immediately devoured by the 4 giant images. They became much stronger as they came down on Wuxia. Wuxia spewed out spurts of blood while retreating. Each of his steps carried a force so great that it shattered mountains and peaks. At this time, the school let go of all caution and unleashed all of their ancestral foundations. In a short amount of time, the earth shattered and only the elders and protectors remained. All of the weak disciples carried the old and young to the outside. An even more terrifying thing happened after a buzzing sound. An extremely huge evil gate opened in the horizon with billowing dark energy like a raging ocean. It was as if this gate wanted to turn this location into a land of evil. The fate calamity's tribulation is here. Countless people outside of the school looked up to see the evil gate opening its doors in the sky, creating many ominous phenomena. All of the spectators were stricken with horror. This heart demon is so powerful. Only a 6-palace royal noble would have such a powerful fate calamity. Some in the distance were startled while others were gloating at Wuxia's misfortune. Ha ha ha, little animal, the heavens surely shall end you. After seeing so many evil images descending from the sky, the Tiger's Howl ancestor wildly laughed. Time to end this. Take a look at my trump card. Wuxia was not afraid and laughed contrary to expectations. With a boom, his 6 palaces turned into an endless domain that was filled with primordial energy. Boom! The tiger vein of the Tiger's Howl School was torn apart as the earth itself cracked. Inside Wuxia's absolute domain was a huge lake filled with worldly essence. The Terra's root was growing inside this lake. An incredible thing happened at this time. The endless worldly energy from the crack in the tiger vein suddenly spewed out a huge pillar that was crazily absorbed by Li Qia's domain. No! The tiger's howl ancestor bellowed and didn't dare to believe his eyes. This was an impossible matter since even he couldn't control the worldly essence from the white tiger vein. Even their progenitor, the tiger god, could barely control it. Yet, at this moment, its worldly essence was suddenly devoured by Li Qia. He was completely reluctant to believe such a thing was happening. How is this possible? Even the spectators outside were stunned at Li Qia's domain suddenly swallowing the worldly essence of the white tiger vein. One shouldn't be able to control this grand vein, let alone swallow its energy. However, no one knew that the Terra's root of this place had already been refined by Li Qia and was now firmly planted in his domain. With its help, devouring the energy of this entire white tiger vein was a trivial matter. Bang! After he finished the devouring process, his absolute domain suddenly turned into his third eye, immediately bringing forth the hottest and brightest radiance. At this time, his absolute domain seemed to be the origin of the grand Tao as it burst with its power. This was the strongest orderly Tao that could crush all things. Before the countless evil images that were being released from the evil sea above Li Qia's head could descend to the ground, they were all rendered into ashes before this invincible and destructive blow from the brightest radiance. I was waiting for this moment. Li Qia, in the most elegant manner, destroyed his fate calamity, easy and absolutely perfect. All of this happened in the mere blink of an eye. From devouring the worldly essence of the tiger vein and using one blow to destroy the fate calamity's tribulation, barely any time had elapsed. Everyone stared with their mouths wide open since they had never seen such a shocking scene before. One blow to surpass the fate calamity and completely destroy it. It is over. Li Qia's expression darkened. With the immortal's blood spear in his hand, he threw it down. This was a strike to punish the gods and devils. A spear that sent fear into the hearts of myriad worlds. Something that was capable of causing the downfall of gods and warranting retreat from immortal emperors. When this spear was thrown, it left an indelible mark in the horizon. In a great battle, tearing apart the sky was a common thing. Even if the sky was split, it would easily recover since very few people could destroy the fabric of time and space forever. However, this spear left behind an everlasting mark that was unlikely to go away for a very long time. Regardless of whether they were outside the Tiger's Howl School or simply within the eastern 100 cities, countless people were forced to prostrate on the ground. At this moment, many ancestors from the great powers lost their minds from fear. Someone is unleashing an imperial massacre or a heavenly annihilation. An old ancestor let out a loud scream. An imperial massacre was the ultimate blow of an immortal emperor life treasure. Outside of immortal emperors, very few descendants could unleash such an attack. A heavenly annihilation, on the other hand, was the ultimate attack of an immortal emperor true treasure. These attacks were just like their names, the massacre committed by immortal emperors or the annihilation carried out by the high heavens. These were the most terrifying attacks this world would face, and even virtuous paragons would lose their colors when they heard about them. No. In the end, the Tiger's Howl ancestor let out an indignant scream. With a loud explosion, the ancestral ground of the school was suddenly wiped out, leaving only a bottomless black crater. At this time, Li Qia carried the immortal's blood spear with a frightening murderous intent that filled the entire horizon. Even the old undyings that hid in the darkness to watch the fight felt their legs give out. As for existences like the lion's roar heavenly king, they lay flat on the floor after being completely horrified. Some of the stunned spectators had their mouths opened so wide that one could fit an egg inside. Some would find that their jaws became dislocated from this shock. Under this one spear, the ancestral ground of the school became ashes. This place that once resembled a giant tiger had fragmented as countless mountains and rivers collapsed while the main area became a horrifying crater. What a shame! Li Qie put away the immortal's blood spear and murmured, "One step too late from seizing the immortal emperor true treasure." He borrowed the spear from Zi Queening in order to suppress the true treasure, but he took action way too late. "We're going." In the end, while the group of Li Shuangyan was still in a daze, Li Qie commanded. They all woke up immediately and followed him right away. "Even the heavens wish to destroy you. Ha ha ha, little animal, the heavens surely shall end you." Chapter 374, Intimidating the Eastern Hundred Cities. Sikong Taotian and the Lion's Roar. Heavenly King would have nightmares from this event. This was too domineering. They had never seen a fate calamity get destroyed in one blow without even having the chance to fight back. Under this one spear, the tiger's howl ancestor, for ominous graves, and even the school's ancestral ground became nothing in an instant. An imperial massacre. No, it had to be a heavenly annihilation. A long time after Li Qie's group left, the people who were in a daze finally calmed down and exclaimed in shock. Heavenly annihilation, the ultimate attack in this world. Many looked at the ancestral ground that was now a dark crater, then they looked at the unerasable remnant in the sky. They felt their entire bodies become slowly drenched in cold sweat. Even the spectating ancestors from the great powers were shivering, since even they would die under such a blow. However, they didn't know that it was not a heavenly annihilation nor an imperial massacre. Li Qie's immortal's blood spear was neither a life treasure nor true treasure. It was just that this spear had once tasted the blood of an immortal emperor as it pierced through his throat. Li Qie took the group of Li Shuangyan on a journey to the Brilliant's ancient kingdom. He was not willing to accept the escape of the evil subduing rod. He wanted to seize it as the realm god was attacking the ancient kingdom. However, before he could reach it, a thunderous message spread across the Eastern Hundred Cities that left everyone aghast. The Brilliant's divine beast protector has been slain by the realm god. The ancient kingdom has surrendered. The Brilliant's ancient kingdom, one sect with two emperors. This unshakable monster within the Eastern Hundred Cities had to surrender before the murderous might of the realm god. The realm god has shown mercy to the Brilliant's ancient kingdom. The kingdom will pay 10 times the losses the Academy suffered last year and will declare a state of containment. They will never come into being again. While everyone was still dumbfounded from shock due to the first piece of news, the second piece of news that was even more shocking arrived. Everyone became paralyzed for a long time. An ancient kingdom had been defeated. The realm god is too fast. Li Qie heard the news before they arrived and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Since the realm god forgave the ancient kingdom, there was no chance for him to get the evil subduing rod. The realm god is too merciful. Even the Lion's Roar heavenly king couldn't help but say. Sikong Taotian shook his head in response. The Heavenly Tao Academy had always been like this. Also, destroying the Brilliance Emperor Foundation must not be so easy. It was very likely that the realm god didn't want to leave the Academy for so long, so it spared the ancient kingdom. Damn! Let us go, I have lost an immortal emperor true treasure. Li Qie was quite annoyed and regretted delaying his first move. If he knew this was going to happen, he would have suppressed the true treasure first before doing anything else. The terrifying news regarding the ancient kingdom's defeat and the destruction of the Tiger's Howl School swept through the Eastern Hundred Cities overnight, startling countless people. This generation is over for the Brilliance ancient kingdom. Even though the merciful realm god spared the kingdom, its divine beast protector, all of its ancestors, and even the elders and protectors died in the battle. After just one fight, the elites of the kingdom were basically wiped out. Even if they sealed their kingdom for a generation, they would not be able to recover and will be on the decline from now on. An ancestor who witnessed the battle with his own eyes spoke with his back still drenched in cold sweat. The realm god's domination could even take down a monstrous existence with two emperors, so what other lineages dared to oppose the Academy now? During the time when people were still trying to cope with this news, on the second day, right outside of the Heavenly Tao Academy, a group of gray-haired old men all prostrated right outside of the academy. These were all famed existences, the ancestors of the great powers that were involved in the alliance that sieged the academy that year. The great powers' ancestors who participated in that battle are kneeling right outside of the academy's entrance. They're ready to accept their punishment and are willing to commit suicide to make amends. This shocking news quickly got out. Even many students from the academy were unable to remain calm. These gray-haired old men prostrating before their gate were all apex existences that could look down with disdain towards heavenly kings. But today, they were all kneeling for forgiveness. The fate of the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom scared everyone shitless. The great powers who participated in that alliance couldn't do anything except admit their crimes. Their ancestors were willing to kneel down before the academy and pay for all the damage the academy suffered last year. They were even willing to commit suicide as long as the realm god agreed to spare their sects, just like how it spared the ancient kingdom. The other great powers were not comparable to a dual emperor sect like the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom, so opposing the academy was like throwing an egg at a stone. Ultimately, these ancestors didn't dare to waste time on thinking. They all ran here overnight to kneel before the academy and beg the realm god to forgive their sects. The sheer amount of ancestors kneeling right outside the academy created a scenery that would render spectators speechless. This is how a man should be. After seeing this scene, Qi Xiaodao, who managed to barely escape with his life, felt his blood boil. Li Qiye smiled and said, "There will come a day when myriad races in the 9 worlds come to pay tribute to me, and all the gods and devils shall prostrate before me." These overbearing words astonished the group of Sikong Taotian. It sounded so arrogant that it was almost to the point of being ignorant, but at this second, it was as if they could envision the scene foretold by Li Qiye. After this heaven-shaking battle, the entire Eastern 100 Cities was in a state of panic, especially those great powers who participated in the battle that year. It was as if a calamity was looming over their heads. The realm god sweeping over the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom in one night had scared many people witless. If an immortal emperor did not come out, there might not be anyone who was capable of fighting the realm god. On the third day, after paying a substantial price to earn the realm god's forgiveness, many great powers were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief since they were finally able to avert this disaster. Ever since the Black Dragon King fought against immortal Emperor Ta Kong, there had not been an event as great as the decline of the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom. Even a dual emperor monster could fall before the might of an invincible existence, so no other great powers were safe. Compared to the defeat of the Ancient Kingdom, the destruction of the Tiger's Howl School was not a hot topic. This was not anything strange. Since the school and the Ancient Kingdom were not even close to the same level, its destruction was not as impressive. It was not until 4 or 5 days later, when everyone recovered from the shock of the Ancient Kingdom's defeat, did the destruction of the Tiger's Howl School come into the view of many great powers. One wrong move from the Tiger's Howl School costed them everything. They lost the inheritance that was accumulated bit by their past ancestors. After hearing the news, a person lamented with emotion. Another person added, "The Tiger's Howl School is finished." It is just like what Li Qiye said, there will no longer be a Tiger's Howl School at the Eastern 100 Cities from now on. At that time, Li Qiye had announced that the school's name would be erased from the Eastern 100 Cities. Countless people then sneered at his overestimation of his own abilities. However, those people were now regretting everything. Why did they feel the need to mouth off Li Qiye in such a manner? What if Li Qiye retaliated? Wouldn't they become the second Tiger's Howl School? In the eyes of many, the Tiger's Howl School was finished, but there was still a chance for the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom in the far future. This generation was finished for them since they had to seal themselves, but their Emperor Foundation still remained. This was not the case for the Tiger's Howl School. It lost its ancestral foundation, and moreover, even its white tiger great vein had been sucked dry of its worldly essence by Li Qiye, so only ruins remained. Although many disciples managed to escape, the loss of the ancestral foundation and the Great Vein had completely cut off all hope for the school. A great power could come back from losing its elites in battle and also endure the loss of weapons and merit laws. After all, any great power could find all of these things in the future and train new personnel. However, the destruction of the ancestral foundation was irrecoverable. The ancestral foundations of these great powers were all paved by extremely powerful existences. If one was not a virtuous paragon, then they would not even be qualified to talk about erecting a kingdom or a sect. The ancestral foundation of a power was the embodiment of the effort of the past sages. It was the result of their blood and sweat of countless generations. Fixing a destroyed ancestral foundation was even more difficult than reaching for the heavens. However, what was even more disastrous was the destruction of the Great Vein. This was the real cause for despair. Chapter 375, Preparing for the Journey. Take a step back and look at the overarching situation. Even if a great power's ancestral foundation was destroyed, it would still have the chance to be rebuilt in the future. However, if a great vein was destroyed, then it would truly be over. Great veins were created by the heaven and earth after millions of years of accumulation. A destroyed ancestral foundation meant that it could not be recovered for a generation, but a destroyed great vein meant that it could never be rebuilt. After both were destroyed, even when their young and old managed to escape along with some disciples, there was no chance for them to rebuild the Tiger's Hull school. Regarding this topic, a sect master emotionally said, "Destroying a sect just like he said. This Wuxia is really too heaven-defying and devilish. As long as he is alive, all of the other descendants from both the great powers and ancient kingdoms will be completely eclipsed. This isn't the work of a human. To single-handedly destroy a great power. Forget about the younger generation, even predecessors at the Heavenly King realm didn't have this kind of power. Even the legendary 4 ominous graves of the Tiger's Hull school couldn't stop him, so how could people not become horrified? At this point, whenever the conversation was about Wuxia, the other geniuses from many lineages turned sour as they could only stay silent. Back in those days when Wuxia had just arrived at the Eastern 100 cities, many geniuses and descendants paid him no mind. However, after sweeping through everything and destroying the Tiger's Hull school, all of those geniuses who once looked down on him were frightened and found themselves lacking when compared to him. With the current situation, I'm afraid even Goddess Mei Suyao and deity Jikong Wudi have been overshadowed by Wuxia. With a fierce monster like him, would any other young person have a chance to shine? A great character from the last generation exasperatedly said. A prosperous age arrived with the end of the difficult Tao era, so many great powers hoped that their disciples could compete for the apex against all the other heroes of this generation. Before this, geniuses like Hu Yu, Ba Xia, Zhu Huangwu, and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian were already running the other young prodigies out of breath. As for Mei Suyao and Jikong Wudi, these two were at an unreachable height. Like divine mountains, they blocked the path of the entire younger generation. However, the Wuxia of today sent countless peers into despair. As long as he remained in the Eastern 100 cities, they would only feel fear. Every young cultivator had to retreat before his sight. Since he could destroy a grand sect, who could manage to oppose him? This storm of a discussion lasted for a long time. Some were happy and some were sad regarding such a great event. When many were bustling and busy with small talk, Wuxia had returned to the Heavenly Tao Academy. However, before his return, he summoned the Lion's Roar Heavenly King. The Heavenly King was a famous character even amongst the previous generation's experts. But today, he didn't dare to put on a show before Wuxia. Wuxia took out the ancient box that Lion Monarch Ba Xia gave him. This box was meant for the Heavenly King. After opening the box, he was completely taken aback. This is my ancestor's immortal physique law. How is this possible? The lion's roar. Heavenly King stuttered in astonishment, even my clan did not have this. Qi Xiaodao, Qi Xiaodai, and their father, who were beside him, were also shocked. An immortal physique law was something that even immortal emperor lineages coveted. The Heavenly King stared at Wuxia in disbelief, since this item that was not even in their clan's possession was in his hands. In their clan, there was a rumor that the lost immortal physique law was taken away by their ancestor. Especially those who were antagonistic towards him in the past, they quickly took the scenic route whenever they caught a glimpse of him. How could they mess with someone who easily destroyed the Tiger's Hull School? Wouldn't that be courting death? As for the disciples of the Grand Era Hall, its students were ecstatic to hear of his return, and they even put on a very warm welcoming ceremony. There were so many enthusiastic sisters that it became a bit unbearable for Wuxia, so he left this trifling matter to Qi Xiaodai. He was too lazy to show himself afterward. He no longer intended to stay here any longer. Instead, he planned to go to the sacred netherworld. After appointing a time with the realm god, Wuxia prepared to leave. But before the decided time, Wuxia spoke to Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, "The two of you should go back. I will come back after dealing with my business at the sacred netherworld. How about we go with you to the sacred netherworld?" Chen Baojiao didn't dare to ask, but Li Shuangyan wanted to tag along. Wuxia smiled and shook his head to say, "Under normal circumstances, I would surely take you two along, but right now, it is not possible. The world path connecting the 9 worlds had been destroyed, so the spatial wall is very hard to crack. Although the realm god has the power to open the spatial wall, it is still very dangerous. Having more people go would only add to the realm god's burden. And what's even more crucial is that my destination is a bit problematic, so you guys following me will only add to the mess. Next time, I will take you guys along to the other worlds." Relative to others, Wuxia favored and thought highly of Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan. The two indeed wanted to go to the sacred nether world to broaden their horizons, but after hearing what Wuxia said, they had to give up on this thought. In the end, nothing was more important to them than Wuxia's safety. Eventually, Wuxia took out the black tortoise rod and the imperial violet hammer. He wanted to let the two take them back to the cleansing incense ancient sect, so he reminded them, "Try your best not to use these items unless there is no other choice. Let them be the secret treasures of the sect." Immortal Emperor life treasures were definitely things that could incite the greedy hearts of others. Any sect would desire this kind of powerful item. Not to mention that his weapons were also taken by force, thus giving others a justifiable reason to steal them. Wuxia hoped for the cleansing incense ancient sect to use them carefully in order to avoid trouble in the future. "What about you?" Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao were startled by this, and Chen Baojiao had to ask. Regardless of who it was, having 2 emperor weapons as protection was better than anything else. Wuxia couldn't help but reveal a smile to say, "Your young noble has many protective treasures. These are only life treasures, not anything, really. Next time, I will seize a few immortal emperor true treasures." Chen Baojiao couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this, and Li Shuangyan also smiled. To others, emperor weapons were something that they could only come upon with luck and fate, but their young noble made it sound as if they were easily obtainable. Might be a bit dramatized. Chapter 376, Past Grievances. Before leaving for the sacred nether world, Wuxia returned the immortal's blood spear to Zi Queening. She then asked, after accepting the spear, "I have to go back to the Heaven Protector City, do you have anything that you want me to do?" Wuxia gave her a look and smiled, "Even if I have something for you to do, I'm afraid you wouldn't believe me. Forget it, I'll personally visit your Heaven Protector City later." In fact, he would have gone to the Heaven Protector City sooner or later anyway. However, he was not in a rush at the moment. Although he didn't mind starting a massacre at the Heaven Protector City, out of love for the Black Dragon King, he didn't hope that it would escalate to such a state. Tell me. If I am capable, then I will surely lend you a hand. Zi Qining pondered for a moment before speaking. Li Qie was all smiles as he said, if you really want my advice, then I'll give you one, keep an eye out for Gu Zun. Zi Qining's mind trembled after she heard Li Qie's words. Keep in mind that Gu Zun was an elder of their Heaven Protector city, the one who was truly in power. One could even describe him as their high ancestor. And now, an outsider wants her, the descendant, to watch out for her own ancestor. If it was anyone else, they would surely think that Li Qie was crazy. See, you do not believe me at all. Li Qie waved his hand and smiled, just let it be up to fate. Do whatever you want as long as you maintain a hint of caution. Zi Qining became silent for a moment. However, she wasn't able to hold back her question, do you have some sort of grievance with our ancestor Gu? Grievance? Li Qie squinted his eyes and gently shook his head as he smiled, frankly, your Gu Zun is still not worthy of having a feud with me. If it wasn't because of the Black Dragon King's plea, Li Qie would have already killed Gu Zun in a past era instead of letting him do as he pleased at the Heaven Protector city. However, he chose not to bring this up. Zi Qining's gaze became serious. Any other listener would think that Li Qie's tone was too boastful because Gu Zun of the Heaven Protector city was one of the strongest existences. Perhaps, he was only a little bit weaker than the realm god. She became quite perplexed because their ancestor Gu had not come into being for a very long time. Logically speaking, he should have never met Li Qie, so there should not have been a chance for grievances to form between the two of them. However, Li Qie was clearly antagonistic towards him. All right, little girl, I know you have a lot of questions on your mind, but I cannot reveal many things to you. In short, you came from the little sea village, so you will not be on the same side as old man Gu Zun. Regarding this, you can go talk to the old men in the village. As for Gu Zun, if you really want to know, then I can tell you one thing. Li Qie greatly valued Zi Qining, so he revealed one thing to her, your Heaven Protector city has a certain treasury, a real treasure trove that is vastly superior to your city's treasury. A treasury? Zi Qining was stunned for a moment with a shocked expression. She was then reminded of a few things that were not talked about back at the city. Its disciples did not know about this, and she only sometimes heard a few ancestors talk about it in secrecy, so she didn't know the exact details regarding this particular treasury. Now, Li Qie raised this issue that was unbeknown to her, the official descendant of the city, as if he knew everything. It seems that you don't know about this matter. Li Qie said with a smile, it does not belong to your Heaven Protector city, but Gu Zun had coveted it for a very long time. This was Li Qie's treasury. But of course, he could not say these words. What kind of treasury is it? Zi Qining took a deep breath and asked after failing to hold on to her curiosity. Well, how should I say this? Li Qie smiled and leisurely said, if immortal emperors knew about this treasury, they would start to salivate uncontrollably. There are things in there that even they do not possess. Zi Qining couldn't help but become astounded. A treasury coveted even by immortal emperors. Just what kind of treasury was this? Gu Zun had been after this treasury for a very long time, but unfortunately for him, he would not be able to open it even if he had 10 generations of time. Li Qie shook his head and said, your so-called ancestor is only an ungrateful wretch. Too much time has passed, and your city's ancestors have nearly all passed away. That year, if it wasn't for the intercession of your patriarch, the Black Dragon King, an ingrate like Gu Zun would have been thrown into the blue abyss a long time ago. You are besmirching our ancestors' name. Zi Qining could no longer bear it and had to protest. In the end, she was still the Heaven Protector descendant. Li Qie gently shook his head and replied with a smile, it is fine if you don't believe me. If there is still an old man from the same generation as Gu Zun, you can go back and ask about it to see whether or not Gu Zun was nearly thrown into the blue abyss that year. If it wasn't for your Black Dragon King. Ha! Even if he had 10 more lives, it still wouldn't be enough. The stunned Zi Queening had to think about this for a moment. When their patriarch, the Black Dragon King, was still of this world, their city's prestige towered over the 9 worlds. Who would dare to oppose them? Who would actually dare to capture their ancestor Gu and attempt to throw him into the blue abyss only to have their patriarch intervene? A very long time ago, Wuxia wanted to kill Gu Zun. However, the Black Dragon King had promised a certain somebody to take care of her descendants. During that era, Wuxia ordered his followers to capture Gu Zun and throw him into the blue abyss, but he was let go on account of the Black Dragon King. Zi Queening was in a daze since she had never heard of this tale before. She couldn't even imagine it. Who would dare to capture ancestor Zhu while their patriarch was still alive? This was definitely a tale that could pierce the heavens, but there were no rumors about it at the Heaven Protector City. Zi Queening became quite curious about what type of person was it that warranted their patriarch's personal plea. No need to think too much, just do a good job at cultivating. The matter of old man Gu cannot be inquired with your current cultivation. Wuxia shook his head and continued on, wait until you are powerful enough to be in charge of the Heaven Protector City. Then, I will let you know. Right now, all you need to do is cultivate well. Do not disappoint me. After hearing this, Zi Queening paused for a moment, especially because of the implications of his last sentence. Zi Queening didn't understand why Wuxia knew so much about their Heaven Protector City at all, but she felt that there was a great relationship between Wuxia and the city. It was just that she was not privy to the exact details. After meeting Wuxia, she felt that there were many secrets behind the city that she did not know. Sometimes, she even suspected that the reason behind her becoming the descendant of the city was not so simple. A long time ago, an ancestor once told her that she had unparalleled talents and was chosen as the new descendant by the other elders. Later on, there was another rumor saying that she was the heir chosen by the patriarch many generations ago. To this day, she herself was in doubt about whether becoming the descendant was due to her own talents, or if it was due to the Black Dragon King choosing her since she came from the little sea village. She had absolute confidence in her talents, but after experiencing a few things, she felt that the selection for her to become the successor was more than what it appeared to be on the surface. Especially after meeting Wuxia, she became suspicious of both of these possibilities. Perhaps it was not the Black Dragon King's choice, and perhaps it wasn't even because of her unparalleled talents. It could be an unknown reason that stemmed from behind the scenes. All right, little girl, don't think too much. Seeing her in a daze, Wuxia shook his head and said with a smile, there are certain things that you would be better off not knowing right now. The only thing you need to do is to train in peace. Zi Queening finally took a deep breath and said, very well, I will wait for you to come to my Heaven Protector City in the future. Wuxia smiled and said, I certainly must go to the Heaven Protector City, but you shouldn't look forward to it too much. My trip to the city will not necessarily be a good thing. If it does not bode well, then rivers will run with blood. With a shaken heart, Zi Queening quietly left. She immediately departed from the academy on that very day to run back to the Heaven Protector City. After she left, Wuxia couldn't help but sigh softly. Before Wuxia's trip to the sacred netherworld could begin, old Taoist Peng came to see him. Of course, he didn't come to see Wuxia off. Hee, I heard from the realm god that young noble Li wants to go to the sacred netherworld. The old Taoist said with a grin. Wuxia gave him a look and said, if you have something to say, then say it. Don't walk in circles with me. The old Taoist let out an awkward laugh and replied, I heard that the sacred netherworld's eyelet ghost eyes is a delicacy known throughout the 9 worlds. This old Taoist wants to have a taste, and since young noble Li is going to the sacred netherworld, do you mind taking me along? Wuxia glared at him and said, you should be asking the realm god, not me. So? Did it refuse you? The old Taoist was very embarrassed and tried to hide it with a smile. Li Qie shook his head and said, "Forget it, this is an impossible matter. My destination is a bit problematic, and the realm god cannot guarantee an accurate landing. Not to mention, rather than bringing an old man like you to the sacred nether world, I would rather bring a beauty as my companion. At least she would be more pleasing to the eyes than you." Before leaving for the sacred nether world, Li Qie returned the immortal's blood spear to Zi Queening. She then asked after accepting the spear, "I have to go back to the Heaven Protector City, do you have anything that you want me to do?" Li Qie gave her a look and smiled, "Even if I have something for you to do, I'm afraid you still wouldn't believe me. Forget it, I'll personally visit your Heaven Protector City later." In fact, he would go to the Heaven Protector City sooner or later anyway. However, he was not in a rush at the moment. Although he didn't mind starting a massacre at the Heaven Protector City, out of love for the Black Dragon King, he didn't hope that it would escalate to such a state. "Tell me. If I am capable, then I will surely lend you a hand." Zi Queening pondered for a moment before speaking. Chapter 377, Departure. Li Qie's words left the old Taoist with a sad face. Then, Li Qie looked at him and continued on, "It might seem that you are firm, but your heart has been wavering. If you continue on like this, when will you ever finish cultivating the eternal physique?" The old face of the Taoist became hot as he forced a wry smile. He, it is only a little trip to the outside. Cultivating day after day is very boring. Taking in some fresh air will help my cultivation. If that is the case, then you should take a trip to the Grand Middle Territory. Li Qie became serious and said, "There are a few secret realms in that region. I can tell you some of the locations, so you can try to find some supreme delicacies. And since you will already be in the region, you can just stay at the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect for around 10 years as a guest elder. It would not be a bad choice." You want to drag me into a pit of fire?" Old Taoist Peng was not willing to do so and replied, "This would be a laborious trip." The old Taoist was as cunning as a devil. Li Qie glanced at him and leisurely said with a smile, "If you don't want to go, then I won't force you. However, I think there really are ruins from the legendary era that had not been visited by anyone for a long time. The divine carp in that sacred lake might have become a god. Buzhou Mountain Snapper. This must be the most delicious thing in this world, something that only belongs in the land of fairies." However, there were no inhabitants and no sign of life, as if it had been deserted for a long time. Stargate, something capable of reaching all the other worlds. Not long from now, this place will become very prosperous, a place where all the major heritages will stay together. Li Qie said with emotion after seeing this abandoned ancient city. Back then, during that day when the Black Dragon King fought against immortal Emperor Takong, they didn't dare to stay in the 9 worlds and had to enter space, the battlefield of the legendary era, but they still destroyed everything. The realm god continued on. The Black Dragon King tore apart the heavens will and eventually broke the channels that connected the 9 worlds, so the spatial walls became sealed. From that day on, the 9 worlds were separated and cultivators could no longer travel from one world to another. Even people capable of opening the divine investiture list could not do it carelessly. Over 30,000 years ago, the 9 worlds were connected. As long as one had enough refined jades or was powerful enough, they could use stargates. Each world had a stargate capable of traveling to another world as long as one could pay the fee. Unfortunately, the fight between the 2 great ones destroyed the paths to the 9 worlds, so the connections were completely severed. In fact, within the last 30,000 years, many people tried to open the path to the other worlds. Unfortunately, since the spatial walls were closed, it was impossibly difficult. Even if one could open a channel, the path itself would be extremely unstable. Even virtuous paragons would not recklessly attempt to use such a channel since the collapse of the path would result in unimaginable consequences. Even death was not out of the question. When the realm god took Wuxia into space, many people were alarmed when they saw a pine branch stretching out into the sky. What is the realm god doing? After the realm god's heaven-shaking battle, at this moment, even a whiff of the wind from the academy would garner the focus of all others. So this sudden move from the realm god instantly startled many old undyings within the eastern 100 cities. In a short period of time, many looked up towards the horizon while the more powerful cultivators opened their heavenly gazes to look all the way out into space. These ancestors saw a branch of the realm god carrying Wuxia into space, and they all became quite surprised. A heavenly gaze of an ancestor noticed their destination and murmured, "That is the place with the stargate." Many ancestors and legendary masters were touched by this scene. Ever since the paths that connected the 9 worlds were destroyed, all of the lineages in this world deserted the stargate, so it became an empty city in the last 30,000 years. Very few people traveled to the stargate in recent years, since traveling in space necessitated a great flying treasure with a powerful master at the helm. In the present times, there was no point in going to the stargate, so no masters were willing to waste their time doing such a thing. Today, the realm god suddenly carrying Wuxia to the stargate shocked many people. An ancestor from a great sect took a deep breath and muttered, "Is this Wuxia trying to go to another world?" Many shivered as they came up with such a thought. Wuxia, at the mortal emperor world, was able to do as he pleased. Why did he suddenly want to go to another world? So bold. He wants to go to another world in the present times. He has to forcefully open the spatial wall. It is hard to imagine the consequences of failure. Even a legendary master felt a chill in his heart. Wuxia's words left the old Taoist with a sad face. Then, Wuxia looked at him and continued on, "It might seem that you look to be firm, but your heart has been wavering. If you continue on like this, when will you ever finish cultivating the eternal physique?" The old face of the Taoist became hot as he forced a wry smile. He, it is only a little trip to the outside. Cultivating day after day is very boring. Taking in some fresh air will help my cultivation. If that is the case, then you should take a trip to the Grand Middle Territory. Wuxia became serious and said, "There are a few secret realms in that region. I can tell you some of the locations, you can try to find some supreme delicacies. And since you will already be in the region, you can just stay at the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect for around 10 years as a guest elder. It would not be a bad choice." You want to drag me into the pit of fire? Old Taoist Peng was not willing to do so and replied, "This would a laborious trip." The old Taoist was as cunning as a devil. Chapter 378, Entering the Sacred Nether World. In fact, after the paths collapsed, there were legendary masters who wanted to forcefully penetrate the spatial wall to enter another world, but alas, no one had heard of a successful attempt. Later on, even when a divine investiture expert came into being to open a path, they still did not dare to enter the channel. This type of channel was extremely unstable and could collapse at any moment. Even a more powerful existence would die under such a force. In the current mortal emperor world, I'm afraid that only the realm god can safely go to another world. An ancestor from a great sect had to admit this fact amidst the astonished spectators. The reason why the realm god had this title was because of the rumors of it being an existence that was most adept in spatial techniques. Some said that the realm god's achievement in spatial techniques shamed even immortal emperors. In a short amount of time, countless gazes were fixated towards the sky. Of course, all of them wanted to see if the realm god could actually take Wuxia to another world. Then, there were those who were both celebrating and lamenting. Nothing could be better than Wuxia going to another world. Let a devil like him bully the geniuses of the other worlds. A monster like him staying at the mortal emperor world would only overshadow all the other geniuses. Even though this thought was a bit depressing for many people, they looked forward to Wuxia's departure from the mortal emperor world. A supreme existence like Wuxia was a form of cruel emotional torture to all the other geniuses since he loomed over them like a huge shadow. A monster like this going to another world to bully other people was worthy of celebration. At the area where the Stargate was situated, an ancient Tao platform had been silenced for more than 30,000 years. At this time, the realm god used a great technique to create an extremely large Tao gate that shone brightly. Anyone who stood before this Tao gate would feel as if one could traverse across space and time. Ready? Eventually, the realm god asked Wuxia with a serious tone. Even an invincible existence like the realm god became solemn. If it was personally traveling, then it could absolutely make it to the sacred nether world unscathed, but at this moment, it was Wuxia who was going. The yin-yang refining immortal mirror appeared over Wuxia's head. This supreme treasure of the Middle Continent ancient kingdom poured an endless immortal spatial void to protect Wuxia's body. At the same time, the yin-yang fishes jumped out and swam around him. Go, I am ready. You can lock onto the coordinates now. Wuxia took a deep breath and, with a serious expression, he then nodded his head towards the realm god. The pine branch raised Wuxia up along with a shout from the realm god, "Open." The moment this word came out, a buzzing sound could be heard. In this instant, the pine tree was like the sharpest divine spear in this world, something that could be stopped by nothing. In just a second, the pine tree that carried Wuxia entered the Tao gate. His body was suddenly trapped in a giant crystal. With a loud pop, the unstoppable pine branch pierced through this unbelievably thick crystal barricade. It seemed like such an easy matter, but all the cultivators back at the Eastern 100 cities felt a powerful wave that emanated from the Heavenly Tao Academy when this blow hit. An invincible aura swept through the cities. This sudden eruption sent chills down the spines of many people. At this moment, everyone understood that the realm god's blood energy had exploded in order to unleash a heaven-destroying strike. This blow might have penetrated the spatial wall. A legendary master murmured after calculating the power of this attack from sensing the invincible aura that swept through the region. With a pop, the pine tree punctured the crystal wall and quickly sent Wuxia into a pathway. In this split second, Wuxia witnessed an extremely magnificent world that was filled with life and endless vitality. Anyone would be astonished by such a scene since the landscape of an entire world was before their very eyes. In this instant, the realm god locked onto a certain coordinate. Then, the pathway sent Wuxia off like a storm, using the realm god's utmost speed. The endless storm within the pathway chaotically destroyed everything. The turbulence of time and space was something to be feared, even virtuous paragons were no exceptions. In this place, carelessness would only result in death. However, the realm god was indeed a divine existence. At this time, it used an unbelievable speed to send Wuxia through the majority of the turbulence. Time itself was not a match for his speed, so spatial gaps were no longer a concern. Wuxia was sent to a certain chaotic sphere. It was as if this sphere had naturally formed itself and was then filled with great sects of the heaven and earth. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the pine branch also penetrated this chaotic sphere. Keep in mind that this strike of the realm god could easily kill a large group of virtuous paragons, but it still couldn't pierce through this chaotic sphere. Open! The realm god crazily roared. At this second, the pine branch became extremely bright and sharp as if it could even pierce through the body of a celestial existence. Primordial chaos gushed everywhere after the realm god finally managed to pierce through this chaotic sphere. Then, it immediately threw Wuxia inside. Bang! A loud destructive sound resonated right when this chaotic sphere was pierced. Suddenly, an endless wave of Emperor aura emerged. This emperor aura instantly annihilated the pathway as if an immortal emperor came to life. Immortal Emperor Fei Yang, truly amazing! Li Qiye screamed. With one hand holding the fragmented realm spatial disk, he slammed it into the chaotic sphere. At the same time, the yin-yang refining immortal mirror also shot out an immortal light to block the power of this chaotic place. Buzz! The yin-yang fishes jumped up and carried Li Qiye as they soared towards the chaos. But during Li Qiye's advance, the vast emperor aura crazily erupted once again as if it wanted to crush him. At this critical juncture, the fragmented realm spatial disk spewed out a brilliance and immediately sucked Li Qiye inside. Rumble. The emperor aura failed to crush Li Qiye, resulting in the pathway getting ravaged from the enraged emperor aura. At this time, the realm god used an unbelievable speed to retreat as the emperor aura wildly pursued it. Boom! In the end, under the devastation of the emperor aura, the entire pathway collapsed. At the most critical moment, the pine branch of the realm god managed to escape to the outside. The collapse of the pathway emitted a terrifying power that alarmed even the legendary masters within the eastern 100 cities. Many looked up to the sky and saw the retreating pine branch. An ancestor with keen eyes noticed that there were burn marks on the pine branch, and this astounded many people. Did the pathway actually collapse? Seeing the burns on the pine branch, an ancestor took in a deep breath and murmured, "Where did Li Qiye want to go?" Even a pathway opened by the realm god was destroyed. Just what kind of powerful suppressive force was present at his destination? This is terrible. The hearts of many legendary masters sank when they saw the wounds on the branch of the realm god. Even a pathway created by it was destroyed. The difficult Tao era was over, and a new heavens was being created to signal the start of a new grand era. Many hidden existences had begun to take action, some even planned to go to different worlds, but after seeing the realm god situation, they quickly dispelled this thought. Despite it personally escorting Li Qiye, the pathway was still destroyed. If it was them who met such an event instead, death would be assured. The group of Li Shuangyan was shocked to see the wounds on the pine branch back at the academy. They all felt that something terrible had happened. He is fine and had arrived safely. The realm god spoke. The group of Li Shuangyan finally felt relieved to know that Li Qiye had made it safely. They then bowed to the realm god before they left. The realm god then stared at the horizon and, after a long silence, it finally lamented with a sigh and uttered, "It really is that legendary existence, the most mysterious existence. Tens of millions of long years. This generation will be constantly troubled with restless times. It is truly a pitiable fate for those who live in the same era as him. Who in this world could possibly compete for the heavens will against him?" Eventually, the realm god no longer spoke and quietly went into a deep slumber. However, on the second day after Li Qiye's departure, many pieces of news began to leak. Have you heard? People said that Li Qiye wanted to go to another world and, in the end, the pathway collapsed and he died in there. A person said while acting mysteriously. Despite his attempt at being secretive, there was still a hint of gloating and delight. Many people naturally became elated after they learned of Li Qiye's death. A disciple from a great power sneered, "Someone who commits many bad deeds will naturally be punished one day," and that day had finally come. That's right, the heavens is not blind. It will not forgive anyone. A personally cheerfully laughed. To people like them, this was the best pieces of news they heard this year. But there were also those who pitied him. A great character from the previous generation lamented, why did he have to seek his own death? He would be alive and kicking if he stayed in the mortal emperor world. Why the need to do this? Li Qiye's might would allow him to tread on the path of the heavens with no problem. It could even be said that he had a great chance to reach the heavens will. But now, he already buried himself before becoming invincible. A cultivator couldn't help but say. The path of the heavens is arduous, so it is better to be careful. No matter how stunning a genius may be, they could still die an early death on this path. Someone finally ended with these words. Tonight's teaser is from Nacht. Immortal Emperor Bao is busy pumping out chapters, so I've taken over, wahaha. There is no going back. Chapter 379, Soaring Remembrance Village. The Sacred Nether World and the Mortal Emperor World are two of the 9 worlds. If the Mortal Emperor World was the ancestral home of the human race, then the Sacred Nether World was the origin of the ghost race. In fact, whether or not humans originated from the Mortal Emperor World was still up for debate, but since the beginning of the Desolate Era, humans had been at that world and began their explorations. After countless efforts of many sages, they finally took root in that world as the strongest race. Today, whether or not the Mortal Emperor World was the origin of the human race no longer mattered to its inhabitants. The only pertinent matter was that it had become the ancestral ground for human generations from that point forth. However, the Sacred Nether World was different, since its ghostly inhabitants were certain that this place was their origin. Of course, certain ghost tribes called this world the Ghost Immortal World because they preferred to call themselves Ghost Immortals, but outsiders kept on calling them the Ghost Race. Since this world was the origin of the Ghost Race, perhaps people would think of it as a place infested with nether energy. However, the reality was that this was completely false. The Sacred Nether World was a place with beautiful scenery, just like the Mortal Emperor World. There was an endless amount of mountains and rivers worth exploring. Even the members of the ghost tribes didn't all have nether energy. In fact, there were many different ghost races with unique characteristics, but outsiders all generalized them together as a unified ghost race to distinguish them with the human race, the blood race, and others. Only a handful of tribes had a relatively thicker nether aura, while others were not that different from ordinary humans. Then, there were also some who had physical bodies and were not actually ghosts. The majority of the ghost tribes were just like humans, their future generations were comprised of their offspring. The two worlds were similar in that they were extremely vast. There were 4 domains at the Sacred Nether World. To the east was the Nether border, the south was the distant cloud, the west was the Green River, and the north was the misty field. These 4 locations were called the 4 Desolaces. However, the old village head's home had been very rowdy because a haunting phenomenon had been occurring inside his house. At the Sacred Nether World, the domain of the ghost race, it would be silly to make a fuss about ghosts. In this world, not to mention cultivators, even ordinary mortals didn't believe that there were ghosts in this world. If there were actually supernatural ghosts, and if they were just like the ghost race, then they were not that much different compared to humans, so mortals would never be afraid of such a thing. However, strange things had been happening in backyard of the old village head. A ghastly shadow would drift back and forth regularly regardless of whether it was night or day. The ones who were more timid were easily scared out of their mind at such a sight. It seemed that a young ghost was haunting the old village head's backyard, but their group couldn't describe its exact figure. In summary, it was a young shadow, but this shadow had no true substance. It flew like an ethereal existence in the backyard of the old village head. This haunting ghost was quite a sight for the husband and wife pair. They had lived for very long, so, to them, humans and ghosts were the same, but this actually made their house become more lively. At the very least, the villagers would visit their house to look at this ghost. Nevertheless, the other villagers still tried to convince the couple to perform a passing rite for this ghost. Regarding such advice, the old village elder said with a smile, "This ghost is just wandering in our backyard and isn't committing any bad deeds. One day, it will naturally become bored and leave." Old man Yang, this isn't the case. Who truly understands these ghosts? Maybe one day, it will hurt someone. What are we going to do then? A person in the village tried to persuade him with good intentions. "Oh right, isn't your little girl studying at the Thousand Carp River? Why not have her come back and take a look? With her skills, giving a little ghost a peaceful passing shouldn't be difficult. Another villager came up with an idea. At last, the old village head couldn't handle all the counsel from the villagers, so he could only go to the Great Wisdom Temple right outside of the village to invite the temple's presiding abbot, Monk Daji. According to the villagers, Monk Daji was a monk with boundless Buddhist wisdom, but one would be gravely mistaken if they were to imagine him as a monk with long eyebrows and a white beard. He was a very young monk, only around the age of 20. His head was smooth and reflective and had 2 crooked rows of 3 ornament markings. Seeing just how crooked they were left people wondering whether his markings were real or not. Monk Daji's eyes were very bright, and he always had a smile on his face. When standing before the public, this smile appeared to be kind and compassionate, but when no one was paying attention, the smile became a bit villainous. It would give others the impression that he was a thief. Chapter 380, The Village's Secret. A series of large round Buddhist beads hung around Monk Daji's neck. If he didn't look like an accomplished monk before, then just by wearing these beads, others would be convinced that he was one. Buddhist lights flashed inside these beads as if there was a Buddha inside each of them, sitting in a solemn pose. Sometimes, loud chants could be heard. Whether he was an accomplished monk or not, these Buddhist beads alone commanded respect from others. Monk Daji was the abbot of the Great Wisdom Temple, but the reality was that he was the only one that was part of this temple. The abbot was him, the monk was him, and the servant was him as well. Among his women, there were many with supreme intelligence, and one of them used an unimaginable method to steal the seed of immortal Emperor Fei Yang. After bearing his child, this woman did not ask for an official title from the emperor and instead disappeared from this world. From that point forth, no one saw her again. This peerlessly intelligent woman was very much in love with immortal Emperor Fei Yang. She bore his child not to become the empress nor his wife. She quickly left the emperor and went into hiding in order to raise his child to continue his bloodline. This woman disappeared for many years in this world. No one knew that she was living in seclusion in the mortal world and had turned into an ordinary mortal. Eventually, this woman passed away. Her offspring with immortal Emperor Fei Yang also did not become a cultivator, but rather thrived as a mortal. The village built by her was named the Soaring Remembrance Village. Its name signified her memories and longing for immortal Emperor Fei Yang. However, this old tale did not just end here. Very few things in this world could escape the gaze of an immortal emperor, and this also applied to immortal Emperor Fei Yang. He knew about this matter and also knew where this woman was living, but he chose to do nothing. It was not until much later, after the lady had passed away and his descendants, as mortals, had prospered at the village for generations that he acted. It could have been because this woman's persistent love for him moved him, it could also be that the descendants carried his bloodline. Regardless of the reason, immortal Emperor Fei Yang laid out a supreme spell at the village. An immortal emperor exerted countless efforts to perform a spell at this location and left behind many things. This supreme spell remained active for millions of years at this location and had always been quietly protecting this village. Because of this, the village had produced many geniuses. Many great characters came to visit the village as well. However, despite all of this, they were all just fleeting passengers to the village. No matter who came and went, nothing could break the tranquility of the village under the spell's protection, nothing could stop the village from being a paradise in this world. Tens of millions of years went by again. Generation after generation in the village, immortal Emperor Fei Yang's descendants had multiplied, but the village remained peaceful and unknown. This whole thing was odd because, despite the supreme spell and the presence of many treasures, the emperor did not pass on any cultivation methods to his descendants. Later on, the village did produce some cultivators, and some great ones at that. However, they did not come from immortal Emperor Fei Yang's Dao lineage. Instead, they were recruited by other great powers from the outside world, and they had no relationship with the emperor. An eternity had passed, perhaps no one else knew the secret of the soaring remembrance village. Even those who knew of this secret during the emperor's generation were no longer of this world. However, Wuxia was one of those who knew this secret, and he was also someone who had survived to the present era. A series of large round Buddhist beads hung around monk Daji's neck. If he didn't look like an accomplished monk before, then just by wearing these beads, others would be convinced that he was one. Buddhist lights flashed inside these beads as if there was a Buddha inside each of them, sitting in a solemn pose. Sometimes, loud chants could be heard. Whether he was an accomplished monk or not, these Buddhist beads alone commanded respect from others. Monk Daji was the abbot of the Great Wisdom Temple, but the reality was that he was the only one that was part of this temple. The abbot was him, the monk was him, and the servant was him as well. Chapter 381, Immortal Emperor Fei Yang's inheritance. The place that Wuxia occupied was a self-contained space, and it was tightly linked together with the soaring remembrance village. If the village was one side of a coin, then this space that contained Wuxia was the other. The two of them were one and the same. Wuxia visited this place for a very specific reason. It was created by immortal Emperor Fei Yang, and the emperor had left a lot of things behind. That year, that woman gave birth to immortal Emperor Fei Yang's offspring in a secluded part of the mortal world. Then the village was created from this. From then on, his future descendants lived on in prosperity, but they didn't know that their ancestor was the famed immortal Emperor Fei Yang of the Desolate Era. A powerful spell was created by the emperor to protect his descendants, and it encompassed the entire village. However, the origin of this spell was on the other face of the village, the spatial realm. Because of this, many people came to the village throughout many eras, but they couldn't understand the true profoundness of the village. This spatial realm was a chaotic place that was unable to be clearly discerned by anyone. There were ancient temples, jade pavilions, and jeweled palaces amidst the chaos, as if this location was hiding countless secrets. Wuxia sat upright at this location with the fragmented spatial disk in front of him while the yin-yang refining immortal mirror poured down an endless amount of immortal radiance as the yin-yang fishes protected him. At this time, the disk in front of Wuxia became an illuminating mirror, but the reflection was not Wuxia. Instead, it showed many strange runes. Under the control of Wuxia's will, these runes intertwined together to form universal laws. He wanted to create a sacred chapter. This was the reason for Wuxia's visit to this place. This was an ancient technique from the legendary era that was obtained by immortal Emperor Fei Yang before his ascension. This technique was named Resplendent Break, the emperor's technique that paved the way towards his imperial domination. It was an amazing secret technique. Immortal Emperor Fei Yang traveled to the corners of the world without a fixed abode. Although he became an emperor, no one had heard of a lineage left behind by him. Even though his tales were memorized by members of the future generations, there were many things that were related to him that were unknown to the rest of the world. For example, why didn't the emperor want to return to the Nantian clan? Why didn't the emperor pass down his imperial lineage? And where were his emperor weapons? As the Dark Crow, Wuxia had researched for a very long time regarding the emperor's deeds. In the end, he was certain that the emperor left many things behind at the spatial realm of the soaring remembrance village. Inside this space was a grand creation that was left behind by an immortal emperor that used his invincible means. Outsiders essentially could not come in, otherwise, others would have already exposed this secret. After Wuxia entered, even the realm god's pine branch was thrown outside. If Wuxia didn't have the fragmented spatial disk, then he wouldn't have been able to enter either. This disk had a lot to do with the emperor. The world believed that this treasure was refined by the emperor using the space scripture's mantra. However, Wuxia knew for a fact that this disk was not created by the emperor, but it definitely had something to do with the space scripture. As one of the strongest immortal emperors, immortal Emperor Fei Yang left behind many of his secrets behind a frightening barrier. In order to get here, Li Qiye used an amazing scheme. As he was entering the sacred nether world from the mortal emperor world, just before he reached the sacred nether world, he jumped directly into the chaotic space that the emperor created. Of course, this was with the help of the fragmented spatial disk. Otherwise, he would not have even been able to make it from the worldly pathway. Despite the numerous secrets and treasures, Li Qiye only wanted one secret technique instead of being too greedy. Under the absolute suppression of an emperor, Li Qiye still had methods to take the other treasures from this chaotic space. However, he chose not to do so and only wanted the resplendent break that was left behind at this place. Li Qiye's location inside this chaotic space was coincidentally the village head's backyard. At this time, Li Qiye could only use the mirror and the disc to stay at this place since he could not harmonize with it. Because of this, his image would sometimes faintly appear in the backyard. This was the famed ghost that haunted at the village head's place. Inside this chaotic space, Li Qiye and the backyard was only separated by a thin wall, so he could clearly see what was happening in the village head's backyard. He noticed monk Daji using the excuse of exorcising the ghost to eat, and he couldn't help but become amused. Nonetheless, Li Qiye was too lazy to care about this trickster of a monk eating and drinking. He looked at the mirror-like disc and repeatedly calculated the runes inside in order to turn it into a law that would eventually become a complete immortal chapter. In reality, a long time ago, Li Qiye already had the resplendent break. But at that time, it was only an incomplete version with many defects. In spite of this, he still chose to spend a long time to research this particular move. Today, within this chaotic space, Li Qiye used the mirror to find the runes that were left behind by immortal Emperor Fei Yang. Although the emperor purposely mystified the order of the runes, Li Qiye could still manipulate their countless transformations into the complete resplendent break. Of course, it was not an easy task to come up with a perfected version of an ancient and mystical technique like this without taking a long time. While Li Qiye was preoccupied in the chaotic space, monk Daji was putting on a show and created quite a commotion. Sometimes, there were ghastly yells and howls that eventually culminated into the sounds of a battle. This scene actually caused those who were outside to think that something was happening. The husband and wife truly thought that the monk was fighting against a ferocious ghost. It was not until the next day did the village head enter his own backyard. He no longer saw any more shadows since Li Qiye was coincidentally being blocked by the chaos right at this time. This caused the backyard to seem fine as it was without the intrusion of any ghosts. Once the old man saw the remaining scraps of the feasts, he couldn't help but suck on his teeth in surprise. Was it really a hungry ghost messing around? Amitabha, O merciful Buddha! After seeing the old village head, monk Daji, once again, became a dignified monk. Who could possibly connect his current appearance to that of him eating like a storm from earlier? If anything, he was the real hungry ghost. The monk placed his hands together once more and spoke in an upright manner, "Do not worry, benefactor. The hungry ghost was finally driven away by me. It won't come back again. Thank the heavens, Sir Monk is truly great. I didn't expect you to chase the hungry ghost away so easily." The village head happily exclaimed. Inside the chaotic space, Li Qiye didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he witnessed this scene. He watched monk Daji pretending to be a wise sage and chuckled with the intention of destroying the monk's play. At this time, he reached forward with his hand. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic hand came out from the chaotic space as a powerful breeze blew by. At this time, a dust storm swept through the backyard as a ghastly gigantic hand faintly appeared as if it wanted to capture humans. The hungry ghost is here again. Seeing this scene, the old village head was completely startled. Sinful creature, you dare! Monk Daji shouted as the Buddhist beads around his neck flew forward. In an instant, these beads enlarged to the size of mountains, blocking the sky in order to stop Li Qia's hand. Inside the chaotic space, Li Qia was taken by surprise at the sight of the mountainous Buddhist beads. This treasure was indeed unfathomable, but Li Qia simply wanted to tease him a bit and didn't actually unleash a move. He smiled and quickly withdrew his hand. After Li Qia cancelled his maneuver, the backyard became peaceful again. The village head frightenedly exclaimed with some amazement, "Sir Monk is so formidable, you can scare the hungry ghost away so fast." Monk Daji placed his palms together again without any sign of arrogance. There was only the countenance of an accomplished sage as he said, "Amitabha, O merciful Buddha. This hungry ghost is indeed fierce. I shall stay behind for several days to fight against this evil spirit. This time, it successfully escaped and I believe it won't come back anytime soon. Could benefactor prepare another feast so that I can lead it here again?" The village head did not question this request at all and immediately went to prepare another feast. As for Li Qia, he was dumbfounded and couldn't help but shake his head. Not too many things in this world could escape Li Qia's sight. In his opinion, although Monk Daji appeared to be a swindler, he actually had real abilities. And yet, he still chose to run around in the mortal world to play pretend as a trickster for food. Several days passed, and the monk continued to stay behind in the backyard of the village head. The rowdy sounds of battle continued on, causing the couple to be frightened out of their minds since they really thought that the monk was fighting against the hungry ghost inside. How could the ones outside possibly know that Monk Daji was only hiding there, spending all of his energy stuffing his greasy face? Where was the respectable appearance of a high monk? This was only a monk that was completely enamored with meat and wine. The place that Li Qia occupied was a self-contained space, and it was tightly linked together to the soaring Remembrance Village. If the village was one side of a coin, then this space that contained Li Qia was the other side. The two of them were one and the same. Li Qia visited this place for a very specific reason. It was created by immortal Emperor Fei Yang, and the emperor had left a lot of things behind. That year, that woman gave birth to immortal Emperor Fei Yang's offspring in a secluded part of the mortal world. Then the village was created from this. From then on, his future descendants lived on in prosperity, but they didn't know that their ancestor was the famed immortal Emperor Fei Yang of the Desolate Era. Chapter 382, Ghost-Expelling Monk. The battle sounds were created by Monk Daji's illusion spell so that those who were outside would think that he was fighting against the hungry ghost. For the next few days, Monk Daji stayed in the backyard only to eat and drink. Meanwhile, inside the chaotic space, Li Qia was about to finish deriving the resplendent break. Eventually, he managed to obtain the full version of the attack. He then couldn't help but take another look at this chaotic space as he murmured, "The suppression of an immortal emperor, true treasure, is indeed amazing." He didn't continue to stay in this space and used the fragmented spatial disk to open an entrance to instantly go outside to the backyard. At this time, many luminous stars were hanging amidst the skylight above the quiet, small village. The gentle breeze from the mountains caused the villagers to take deep breaths on their strolls. In the meantime, Monk Daji seemed unable to ever be satiated. Even after all the meals, it was as if he was the reincarnation of a hungry ghost. "Are you here to chase away a ghost, or are you here to eat and drink?" Li Qia slowly said while standing right behind Monk Daji. Right now, they were in the middle of the night. If someone suddenly appeared behind one's back, they would have been scared to death. However, that would only be the case if it was someone else. Monk Daji was not startled at all. His two hands held onto a fat pig's leg as he crazily devoured it with his greasy mouth. He saw Li Qia and cheerfully smiled, "Fellow Taoist, sit down and have a taste. Old Lin is really skillful. So you are just a thief." Li Qia smiled and sat down as he gazed at the monk before continuing, "You came here to chase away a ghost, but are you not afraid that a hungry ghost will possess you while you are acting like this? These words only induced a smile on the monk's face as he cheerfully replied, these words might scare people somewhere else, but this is the sacred nether world. There are more ghosts running around on the surface than there are in hell. Even if there were ghosts here, it wouldn't scare anyone. Wuxia smiled as the monk told him to sit down and eat. However, despite his courteous proposal, he didn't wait for Wuxia as he instantly consumed a roasted chicken and a big fish just like a hungry ghost. Compared to Monk Daji's table manners, Wuxia was countless times more refined since he was only trying out a few things. Which treasures did fellow Taoist manage to grab in there? The monk asked with a grin while eating. Wuxia gave him a look and asked, oh? Are you also here because of the Soaring Remembrance Village? Monk Daji put his palms together and laughed, this village contains treasures, this is not a big secret at all. Many people in the past came here, but no one could pinpoint the treasures. There is a great spell here so all the people who arrive do not dare to act presumptuously. Even virtuous paragons would die a pitiful death here. Wuxia only chuckled and didn't say anything else. It was just as the monk said, the protection of the village was crafted by immortal Emperor Fei Yang's supreme grand Tao, so even a virtuous paragon would suffer a miserable end if they messed around here. This monk travels around the 4 oceans. My current trip took me to the Soaring Remembrance Village. I noticed that there was a great creation here, but unfortunately, I could not see through this place. Monk Daji cheerfully explained. Wuxia smiled and shook his head with an answer, it is all meaningless even if you could see through it. This place is reserved for the fateful ones, those who weren't meant for it will never be able to obtain the great creations in this place. If one wished to seize them by force, then that would be the beginning of their demise. Amitabha. Although he was reciting Buddhist chants, the food never stopped going into his mouth. On the second day's sunrise, the village head quickly came to the backyard and was surprised to see another person. Amitabha, merciful Buddha. Monk Daji chanted, then he explained to the village head, don't be alarmed, benefactor. This person is a friend I've invited. Luckily, with his great skills and our combined efforts, we were finally able to slay the hungry ghost last night. Benefactor can finally be at ease, there will be no more ghastly things intruding your residence now that the hungry ghost is gone. After hearing the explanation, the village head took a sigh of relief and quickly praised, Sir, immortals have amazing magics. To be able to vanquish the hungry ghost. Amazing, simply amazing. Seeing the monk acting again, Wuxia was at a loss, but he didn't expose the monk's trickery. Despite him running here for free meals, he was without malicious intentions. With his abilities, he didn't need to swindle in order to eat in front of mortals like this. Even though the hungry ghost had been eradicated, the village head and his wife still tried to keep the monk and Wuxia around. The monk agreed to stay at the village for several days, and Wuxia also stayed behind since he wished to check out the village a bit longer. Many villagers visited them after hearing about how Monk Daji eradicated the hungry ghost. In a short period of time, Wuxia and the monk were like monkeys at the circus, they were constantly being pointed at by all the enthusiastic and curious villagers. A powerful cultivator disguised as a swindler, this left Wuxia with an unexplainable feeling while Monk Daji very much enjoyed this situation. His interactions with the villagers were very natural and free, just like a real revered monk, to the unsuspecting crowd. Wuxia and Monk Daji stayed behind at the village head's house while the couple treated them with unparalleled hospitality. They were especially enthusiastic about Wuxia. Sometimes, they would even ask him, where is your immortal grotto located? Do you have your marriage planned out yet? Wuxia felt a bit strange in the face of these questions while Monk Daji, who was standing to the side, cheerfully replied, since benefactors are asking so many questions, could it be that you want to betroth your daughter to my fellow Taoist friend? The village head smiled and then shook his head, we aren't in charge of that little girl's matters. However, if Immortal is interested, you two can get to know each other first. Monk Daji laughed and said, Amitabha, benefactor's idea is actually not bad. Your daughter is as pretty as a fairy, my friend will definitely like her after they meet. Wuxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing the monk speak. He only shook his head and politely smiled without saying anything. He then left the house and took a stroll outside. Right after Monk Daji courteously said goodbye to the village head with a smile, he then chased after Wuxia and spoke, You don't know how many people want to marry the village head's daughter. If you keep sticking your tongue out, do you think I won't pull it out? Wuxia looked at him with one eye and lightly said. Monk Daji immediately shut up and chanted, Amitabha, how sinful. I just won't speak then. The soaring remembrance village was neither overly large nor small. It had many great characters coming and going, including cultivators, but none of them managed to leave their personal marks on this village. The unwitting would find this quite strange, but those who were keener and knew the secrets would not find it strange at all. Who could actually withstand the protecting will of an immortal emperor? The paradisiacal village had small bridges and flowing water, natural mountains, and verdant forests. The entire village was immersed in tranquility. Wuxia and Monk Daji did a circle around the village. In fact, it was not Wuxia's first time here since he had visited a long time ago as the Dark Crow. After so many long years and countless generations, despite people coming and going, the beautiful scenery remained due to the protection of the emperor. Truly a wonderful spell. Walking inside the village, Monk Daji was also looking at the situation of this place and couldn't help but praise with admiration. What kind of heaven-defying being would be able to break the tranquility of this place? Wuxia simply smiled without adding to the conversation. Of course, an immortal emperor's means were marvelous. He had once gone against the heavens and calculated a taboo matter. Perhaps, immortal Emperor Fei Yang was buried in this ordinary village. Of course, this was only a possibility and its authenticity was hard to prove. Throughout the ages, many immortal emperors left behind lineages and continued their bloodlines, but no one heard of an immortal emperor burying themselves in this world. So whether immortal Emperor Fei Yang was buried at the village or not was a mystery. Unless someone was able to release the emperor's powerful seal, none would be able to find the answer. In fact, the path of all the previous immortal emperors had been a riddle. Many believed that even immortal emperors were not true immortals and that they could not stay in this world forever. One day, they would have to meet their impending doom. Despite this belief, the burials of immortal emperors were mysteries as well. There had been immortal emperor lineages who swore to the world that their progenitors were buried in their ancestral lands, but even now, not everyone believed this. The battle sounds were created by Monk Daji's illusion spell so that those who were outside would think that he was fighting against the hungry ghost. For the next few days, Monk Daji stayed in the backyard only to eat and drink. Meanwhile, inside the chaotic space, Wuxia was about to finish deriving the resplendent break. Eventually, he managed to obtain the full version of the attack. He then couldn't help but take another look at this chaotic space as he murmured, "The suppression of an immortal emperor true treasure is indeed amazing." He didn't continue to stay in this space and used the fragmented spatial disk to open an entrance to instantly go outside to the backyard. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.